Georges Simenon's Maigret, A Man's Head. Dramatised by David Cregan. Starring Nicholas Le Prevost as Chief Inspector Maigret, with Julian Barnes as Simenon and Ron Cook as Sergeant Lucas.
No light. Mustn't use the light. So, over on the bed, if I can just reach...
I never believed he did it, Simenon.
You arrested him and nearly got him executed.
The trail that led to him was so terribly clear. Poor simple fool. What were you doing in a rich woman's house in a wealthy suburb like Saint-Cloud at 2:30 in the morning?
I don't know.
Oh, really? How did you get back from Saint-Cloud to your lodgings in central Paris?
I don't know.
And where's the knife?
I didn't kill anyone.
Look, Sonny, you were in the Pavillon Bleu nightclub in Saint-Cloud until 2:15 a.m. Later, in the old widow's house, your shoes left footprints like an elephant's all over the place. Your fingerprints were on her body and also on her maid's. You had their blood on your clothes from the 18 stab wounds. It has to be you, doesn't it?
I didn't kill anyone.
Or is there someone in this with you?
I didn't kill anyone.
And he didn't steal anything, Simenon. The Henderson house was a jewel box in Aladdin's cave, but poor Joseph Ertin, whose job was delivering flowers for a florist in the Rue Sèvres on a tricycle, a 30-year-old nobody on a pitiable wage whose only pleasure was romantic novels.
Oh, dear.
He didn't steal a thing from the old American widow. So why would he kill her and her maid so horribly?
He was mad?
No. There was another brain behind this. I was away when he was sentenced. Otherwise, I'd have argued with the prosecuting magistrate.
Monsieur Camellia.
What I did instead was to arrange the boy's escape just before they chopped his head off.
If this goes wrong, Maigret, your career will be...
It'll only go wrong if you talk, Monsieur Camellia. And then there'll be a very thorough inquiry. Look, he's climbed up on the top now. Jump, go on, jump. Now run for it. And lead me to the real killer.
He is the real killer. And you've let him go.
We've let him go. You're in this, monsieur. Oh, don't worry. Dufour and Janvier will follow him closely.
You didn't worry, Maigret.
Young Ertin could have been mad, of course. Someone certainly had been, I thought, looking at the photos of those hacked-up bodies. That night, I smoked my pipe solidly for 6 hours, looking over them for something we might have missed. Dufour?
Oh, good heavens, Chief. I can hardly see across the room.
Where's Ertin now?
He's sleeping in a riverside cafe, the Seine near Issy. Dreary, but comparatively smoke-free.
Did he go straight there?
No. He led me and Janvier a real dance, looking into bars, cafes, restaurants, even the closed ones. Once he broke down and cried.
Did he ever look behind him to see if he was being followed?
No.
I'm right, you see, I'm right. He was expecting to be freed, so there must be someone else.
Is it worth risking your career, Chief, just because you feel...
Yes. Go back to the Sit-and-Get and wait with Janvier.
Me?
Yes, you. I suppose the patron there has a record. They usually do. So be heavy if you have to be. Try not to let him know who he's got staying there. The Sit-and-Get's a seaman's cafe surrounded by warehouses, rubbish dumps and cranes. There are some scrubby trees, a few barges, probably brothels.
You often nose round those places.
Not this time, Monsieur Simenon. Typical of Paris, the opposite bank is all luxury flats and smart hotels, acres of marble, crowds of hall porters, and a comforting view across to the squalor. Just the view I needed to see if anyone approached our runaway prisoner. I marched into the hotel that had a room opposite the Seine, and I asked at once for a pair of binoculars. Police judiciaire, so be quick about it.
You were snappy.
My nerves were stretched a bit. The bait had been set. With the binoculars, I could see across into the cafe's one bedroom where Ertan was sleeping in his boots. The day passed very slowly. I watched Dufour in the bar eating tartine after tartine. The young detective Janvier hung around outside, bored to death. And then, as the autumn afternoon finally grew dark, something did happen. The phone rang, and there was Monsieur Comelio.
Where the hell have you been?
Monsieur...
That awful rag the Siffley's got hold of a letter, giving away the whole story. It's all over the front page that the police are behind this escape and that Ertan doesn't know that we planned it. Should the law play ducks and drakes with a simple-minded murderer, that sort of thing? Well, I warn you, Maigret.
Switchboard, get me the police judiciaire. Quai d'Orfèvre, quick. Sergeant Luca.
Yes, Chief, I'll go at once. The Siffley, and where did they get the story? I'll be as gentle as I can with the editor.
And then I got through to the Seine. By the light of the cafe's one bulb, I saw the phone ring behind the bar and the patron answer it. Let me speak to the man sitting by the door, eating his fifth tartine. Come on, come on. God, it's going to be too late.
Hello?
Dufour, a man has just come into the bar with a copy of the evening paper and left it on a table near the window. Get it, quick.
Where are you?
Just do it. Ertan's come down and is heading for the paper. It'll drive him crazy if he reads it.
All right.
Excuse me, monsieur, I think that paper's mine. Can I just, No, just... Oh!
You drive me mad, you policeman.
Ertan hit him with a soda siphon. At that moment, a boat went past. All I could do was rush for a taxi as it began to rain. Where's Ertan? Janvier?
He escaped in the dark, Chief Inspector.
Dufour?
The ambulance men said he was all right. Chief, I'm sorry for losing Ertan, but I did try to follow.
It's all right, laddie. We'll find him again. Well, that letter to the evening paper was a bit of a shock.
You shocked?
Someone in the case was mad, and they seemed to know more than they should. They were certainly playing an uncomfortable game with me, and with the miserable Ertan. It was a good Sergeant Luca who found a clue as to where this joker might be found.
The American bar of La Coupole in the Boulevard Montparnasse.
Oh, high society.
The editor of the Siffley got an anonymous letter at lunchtime casting doubt on the official reports and claiming that you, Chief Inspector, were responsible for, I quote, this melodramatic farce.
Do we have this masterpiece?
I gave it to Moore.
Oh, little Monsieur Moore. So good with handwriting.
The author wrote with his left hand to disguise himself, is probably very talented, and may be suffering from a fatal disease affecting his psychology.
Lord.
He may also speak several languages.
Remarkable man, little Moore.
Although the address has been cut off, the writing paper comes from the American bar of La Coupole and has a stain made by a café au lait.
The case is practically solved then.
Where's your pipe?
I left it in the hotel.
You don't look yourself without it.
The American bar La Coupole is hardly your sort of place, Maigret.
The chattering wealthy, sipping expensive cocktails. Men with cigarette cases, women with cigarette holders. Most people seem to stand or sit on bar stools. It was a bustling, pointless crush when I was there at lunchtime.
It gets like that.
While every police station in France was looking out for Joseph Ertan, by now probably starving, here was I in a place where just a cup of coffee costs the earth. Bizarre.
Some of the clientele are quite intelligent, Inspector. Hemingway, Stravinsky, Satie. I go myself.
There was a girl reading a Russian newspaper, drinking a glass of milk, and a strange, gaunt young man with red, frizzy hair, very long and wild, sitting at one end of the bar, completely out of place, but looking like an old habitué. He wore a shabby suit, and he radiated arrogance, so that no one spoke to him or shook his hand as they went past. He was very slowly eating a pot of yogurt, and clearly he had no money. Suddenly, the revolving doors swept a new American couple into the bar.
William!
Edna!
Oh, Dorothy!
A whiskey soda for Monsieur Kirby and a rose for Madame.
Back from Biarritz already?
Oh, it was ghastly and raining worse than here. I mean, you simply can't imagine. And the French road.
I know.
The Kirbys.
The Kirbys. He was the nephew of the murdered Mrs. Henderson, from whom he inherited the house in Saint-Cloud, and, they say, between 15 and 20 million francs.
I know.
His car, parked outside, was chromium-plated. We'd met during the case, and he offered me a cigarette in his well-dressed, well-pressed way.
Oh, but of course you only smoke a pipe. I don't think I've ever seen you in this place before.
No.
My wife would love to speak to you again. And come and meet Edna Reichberg, whose father makes paper in Stockholm. Is the news true?
Pardon?
With the murderer, you know.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about.
Really? Well, join us for a drink then. You know my wife, and this is Miss Reichberg. Among other things, the skating champion at Chamonix last year. A letter for you, Miss Kirby. Oh, thank you. And 2 more whiskey sodas, please, Bob.
Outside, the chromium-plated car glittered in the dull, wet morning, while a pathetic figure wandered about beside it. He shuffled through the crowds towards the door of the bar, dragging his feet, and gazed in at us with red-rimmed eyes like a ghost. He was Joseph Ertin, there, within speaking distance of me, utterly exhausted, physically and mentally.
Suppose he'd seen you.
There were so many people crushed in there he couldn't have. I could even feel the contours of Edna Reichberg's body.
One doesn't expect to be offered cocaine at the Ritz.
Oh, come and stay with us at the George Sand to be safe, Edna.
Okay.
What's in the letter, darling?
Nothing. Oh, perhaps we should be going. We're meeting friends for lunch, and I need to check the exchange rate.
I couldn't believe that something wouldn't happen when the Kirbys left. They went through the revolving doors, taking Edna with them.
Oof, sorry about the rain.
Not your fault.
And passed very close to Ertin. I was on tenterhooks. But he looked right past them. And he was so changed, so dirty, they couldn't have recognized him from the press photos. They got into their shiny car and drove off. Glancing in one of the mirrors that covered the walls of the bar, I caught sight of a slight smile, full of sarcasm, and 2 bright eyes under thick eyebrows. In a second, the wild-haired young man was gazing again into his pot of yogurt. Waiter.
Monsieur?
Just do me a favor, will you? Ring the police judiciaire and tell him to send Sergeant Lucas here as soon as he's free. The bar drained. The waiters cleared the tables. The Russian girl left. The young man, now alone, sat hunched up over his yogurt pot. Luca arrived by taxi, was astonished to see Ertin now dozing on a seat in the drizzle, and wanted to act at once.
Shall I put the handcuffs on him?
Just follow him when he leaves and don't lose him. Out you go again.
I was hoping for a drink.
Waiter, where are my caviar sandwiches?
3 caviar sandwiches.
Yes, 3.
And vodka.
Yes. And cigarettes.
Jutain.
Abdullah.
Right, that'll be 30 francs for the sandwiches, vodka 6, that'll be 22, which makes...
No,
50...
I'll come back and pay you tomorrow.
You've no money?
No.
But if you live nearby, we could send someone with you to...
I've no money at home either.
Pierre, go and fetch a gendarme, will you? You sure you've no money?
I think that's what I said.
That sounded very cool.
He'd have loved to hear you say that. 2 gendarmes arrived on their bicycles and took him off, 1 on each arm. He seemed grateful.
Oh, gentlemen, thank you so much.
As the party left by the door, Ertin stood up, facing them. I couldn't make out his expression. But when the gendarmes took the strange young man away, he turned, as if blinded, and slouched off into the damp autumn afternoon. Luca followed. I asked Bob, the waiter, what he knew about his odd customer.
He's a Czech, name of Radek, has his letters addressed here.
What does he do all day?
Drinks 2 café cremes very slowly and eats a pot of yogurt. Sometimes he writes. I've never heard him say a thing to anyone.
Monsieur Radek, you know what you're charged with?
Oh, it's you, my bovine fellow drinker from La Coupole. May I smoke?
No. What have you got to say?
That I would like to smoke.
Can I see your passport?
But of course...
You realize you're liable to 15 days?
First offense, so the sentence will be suspended.
Says here you're a medical student.
My professor will tell you I was his best pupil. I take it you are a special sort of policeman?
A special sort, yes.
He didn't recognize you, Maigret.
Of course he did. That was almost the point. He began to paint a pretty full picture of himself later in the night cell, especially for me.
I never knew who my father was. My mother worked as a domestic servant in Bordeaux. You know where that is?
Yes.
Ah, well done. But she died 2 years ago. Cancer of the spine, the poor people's illness.
What are your current means of support then, Sonny?
May I call you Sonny, too? Well, my mother was alive. She used to send me money for my studies. I was her only son and very bright, so she would have gone through hell for me, naturally.
Since then?
I have given up work, though sometimes I get translations. I am very clever, Chief Inspector.
Does the editor of the Sifflay think so?
Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand.
But he did understand.
Of course. I didn't want to play his game, so I asked the duty inspector to let him go in the morning, when young Janvier could redeem himself by trailing him. I went off to the Georges V, where the foyer was full of dinner jackets and fur coats going out to dine. William Kirby, for example, was changing money, and the hotel clerk was handing him 100-franc notes pinned together in bundles of 10.
Huh. Oh, you don't want me, Inspector.
Not unless you know a man called Radek.
Oh, here's my wife. Ask her. We're dining with friends.
Is something wrong?
I'm looking for a Monsieur Radek.
Does he live here?
I doubt it.
Well, that's enough cash for one evening, I think. Excuse us moving, won't you? But they brought the car around.
So, that was that. Home to bed.
Pleased?
No. There was a diseased mind working here. In the morning, I fended off hysterical calls from Monsieur Comelio. The local inspector in Montparnasse let Radek go to be trailed by Janvier. Dufour rang to say that he'd need a wig to cover the soda siphon wound, and I waited for a call from Luca. It had been 16 long hours since he'd followed after Heurtin. But of course, good sergeant that he was...
I'm at Nandy, a drafty little place 35 kilometres from Paris, and I've walked every bloody centimetre. Last night was wet, as you might have noticed, and the car splashed by me every 30 seconds as I followed Heurtin. He must be utterly exhausted since he was worn out when we started. But after wandering about, he finally settled on following the Seine back to his home village.
I've been there.
So have I, at 6 o'clock this morning. When he got home, which is a pretty miserable roadside cafe, he went round the back, down into an old wattle and daub outhouse, where you might keep a couple of goats. When his father opened up this morning, I'll swear he didn't know his son was out there.
Go back and see if anyone contacts him.
My socks are like sponges, Chief.
If we lose Heurtin again, that'll finish me, Luca.
Enjoy yourself.
Young Janvier was not as experienced as Luca, so Radek gave him the slip very easily.
I don't understand it, Chief. 1 minute he was there, and the next minute he was...
Never mind, laddie. Just go to La Coupole and wait till I join you. Radek is probably there already.
Ah, Chief Inspector, do you like my haircut? Of course you do, and you wonder how I managed to afford it. Barman, 6 caviar sandwiches, some vodka, and another packet of Abdullah. I'm afraid I have no change, just a 100-franc note. Can you handle that?
I'm sure we can, monsieur.
Funny, isn't it? If I were a flashy layabout like some of those sex-obsessed playboys you saw in here yesterday, they would have taken my order on credit without a glimpse of cash.
Your change?
Oh, keep it. You'll probably have to lend it to someone we know. And now, let me give you some advice, Chief Inspector. And you too, young man, hiding so extravagantly behind that newspaper.
Me? Come over, Janvier.
And have a sandwich.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now, Mrs. Henderson and her maid. You go on poking about, Chief Inspector, but you haven't got the faintest idea how it happened. For instance, you haven't noticed the part that the River Seine plays in this. Saint-Cloud is by the Seine. Artin's lodgings are by the Seine. The Citangate is by the Seine. That is, so the papers say. Even his parents' house at Nandy is by the Seine. And you are at a complete loss to know what I am up to, aren't you? Am I anxious to be arrested for the crime myself? But how can I be brought in? I've nothing to do with Artin. I've nothing to do with the lucky Kirbys, nothing to do with Mrs. Henderson and her unlucky maid. All you can bring against me is that yesterday afternoon, Joseph Artin was wandering about outside, possibly looking for me, or was he? Or wasn't he? Or was he?
Was he mad?
Probably no more than you or I. He passionately wanted to reveal how clever he was. You do the same.
It goes with the profession.
He went on, and neither Janvier nor I said anything.
Just imagine. An intelligent man, more than intelligent, with nothing to do, who just spends his days sitting and thinking. Are you ready to admit that you are groping in the dark and I am not? I'll give you a reason for arresting me. Here and now. Look.
He put his hands in his pockets and brought out a lot of 100-franc notes, pinned together in bundles of 10, and threw them at me.
There. Brand new. You can easily check them.
Could you make a little less noise, monsieur? The customers are beginning to arrive.
Oh, would you like to arrest me here? In front of the ritzy George Sankey crowd of featherbrains? You would. But you haven't got any proper evidence at all. Only a puzzle.
Listen, Sonny. We'll meet again. Don't you worry. And I hate Abdellahs. These seem to be the notes that you changed for Mr. Kirby last night.
As far as I can tell, they are, but there were many more than that.
Is Mr. Kirby in?
He just went out.
Did he go out earlier? Have visitors make phone calls?
No, sir.
How did all that money last night in Kirby's wallet get into Radek's pocket when he'd been in prison? Wyatt Radek wanted me to know. And the question of the Seine, was that important?
Was it?
He fed me information all the time. I couldn't tell which bits mattered. At any rate, I took a taxi and went to Nandy. Just wait here. I'll walk into the village. It was one long street with a cafe bar in the middle of it. There was the sign, Évariste Heurtin, Joseph's father. He never wrote to him in prison, you know.
Was there trouble between them?
Just Puritan morality.
You have a touch of that, Maigret. I sometimes see you as the wrath of God.
That's because you made me wear a long overcoat. The bar smelt mouldy, and Évariste was standing there still and blank as a statue.
Your police. I know you. You better come up to the bedroom and talk to your friend.
I looked into the damp room upstairs. In the corner was an old woman sobbing in a chair. Urtain lay on the bed, still and white. The doctor was bending over him. What happened, Luca?
After I phoned you, the father discovered him in the shed. He told him to leave as he'd blackened the family name. The mother spent some time with him, and then later someone went back. The father, I think. He was horrible, Chief. He'd hanged himself with a piece of string from a nail. The father cut him down quickly, and I got the doctor.
Will he live?
The doctor hopes so.
You policeman! He swore to his mother. He swore he was innocent and she didn't believe him. That's why...
It was you who did it, Everest Urtain! You killed my darling boy!
It was you!
Our murderer has effect beyond Saint-Cloud, you see. Saying the name decided me to call on the House of Death in the suburbs to try again to find some proper evidence. It was still deserted. The path was covered in leaves. I still had a key. Once it had shone with all the glitterati of Europe. Wonderful conversation, parties, politics. Now the huge place was dying like the mouldy cafe bar in Normandy. The old widow had retreated to a few rooms upstairs, in one of which... Unlock it, please. I don't want to break it down, so... Oh, my God. Oh. Through the mouth. And you were so carefree. Your gun, of course, was chromium-plated. Miss Eichberg?
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mrs. Kirby alone.
Of course. What is it?
Did you know your husband was going to Saint-Cloud today?
No. He couldn't bear even the thought of going there.
I'm afraid I have to tell you that he's taken his own life and has done it in his aunt's bedroom.
Edna! Edna, help me. Please.
You were pretty brutal, Maigret.
I had my own troubles. An interview with Monsieur Comeliot.
We've reached the point where you start to write your resignation letter, Maigret.
And then Janvier. He was drunk with Radek in La Coupole. The high life.
It's all right, Chief. Leave it to me.
Something for you, Chief Inspector?
Radek?
Barman?
How long is it since you were in Saint-Cloud?
Oh, I have never been in Saint-Cloud.
There's another corpse there now.
You mean... Who is the lucky fellow?
Fellow?
Or woman?
William Kirby.
Oh, fill up the glasses, Bob. The charming rich are dying like flies. Here, you two women. Whores. There's a 1,000-franc note on the floor. Just get down and fight for it, will you? And who owned it earlier, Chief Inspector? No! Now, Monsieur Maigret, since you have taken it into your head to follow me around with this pleasant young man, let's stay together and enjoy ourselves, shall we? All right, girls, there is another. And really fight this time. Fight each other. Ow!
I thought of the lonely house in Normandy, and he sickened me.
You don't ask many questions, do you?
One problem I did solve easily. The money. It had gone in a packet to a post-restaurant address with initials only on it. M.V. A man of Radek's description had picked it up when poor Janvier had lost him. And I suppose Kirby had posted it in the Ritz, though I was sure the two men didn't know each other. When I reached my office next morning, Radek was sitting in my chair. Have you come to tell me something?
I thought you ought to know that when his aunt was murdered, the debonair William Kirby was up to his ears in debt. You didn't know that, did you? 600,000 francs. Even Bob the barman lent him money. But you see, with the right surname, you can live without cash for years, especially if you have winning ways. And William had both the name and the ways. Oh, he did. Any girl he liked, he had. And his wife didn't realize. She didn't even know that Swedish Edna was his mistress, and he wanted to divorce poor Dorothy to marry her. That was the one thing he needed hard cash for. Only a truly rich man could marry a Swedish heiress. And he wasn't rich. Not then. He is now, of course.
He's committed suicide.
Remorse, of course, or fear.
What do you want to tell me, Monsieur Radek?
Well, nothing, exactly. All this time, poor Joseph Hertin would be earning a mere 600 francs a month for pushing a bike around the streets of Paris for 12 hours a day.
And you?
Oh, me? I was deserted. But what's to become of Hertin? The guillotine, of course. For a man who only earns 600 francs a month, that's how it goes. Yet if you took me, Chief Inspector, that would be a hero's death. You can't take me, of course, because I never knew Kirby. I never knew his aunt. No one in St. Cloud has ever seen me. Well, haven't you anything to say to me?
No.
You aren't all that clever, really. I am. Though there are diseases of the spine.
You never considered going into politics?
And share my godlike talent with others? Discussing and not acting?
Only once in the next 3 days did I let him out of my sight, the day of Kirby's funeral. That night, he came to La Coupole quite late, had a coffee, and then took a taxi, waiting, as usual, for me to take another and follow him. We went to the dreary Sit-en-Guette. Radek sat on a bollard opposite the place, and I moved up beside him.
Ah, who is following who, Chief Inspector? You, me, or me, you? Cigarette? Oh, I forgot. Now, who could this be?
Wait here, will you?
I wonder why the rich Mrs. Kirby is slumming it here. It's so undignified.
She went up to the only bedroom where Hertin had slept. Through the shabby curtains we could see her tearing at the mattress. After half an hour, she came down, throwing money at the patron, and set off in her taxi.
Goodness. Shall we follow her, Chief Inspector?
In procession?
I'll come with you. She's going to St. Cloud, you know.
Really?
Oh, yes. We're on our way. I told you. She's gone into the house. Aren't you going to go and see what she does? Suppose they find another corpse in there tomorrow. Ah, too late. She's coming out again. Karin, could it be the knife? Shall we follow her and arrest her?
No. I think we'll go in, as you suggest. Come along.
What?
Let's go and look, Radek. Perhaps Mrs. Kirby got a mysterious letter explaining that her husband was his aunt's murderer and that French law forbids murderers or their wives to inherit from their victims. Perhaps it said that the incriminating knife was at the cafe or possibly here, suggesting she should come back tonight to pick it up to save her fortune.
Chief Inspector.
Perhaps the letter also revealed that Edna Reichberg was her husband's mistress and accomplice in the killings. Perhaps Edna got a letter too, suggesting that poor Dorothy shot the debonair lover and that he didn't do it himself. Revenge, that letter might have said, could be taken by waiting in a cupboard here where there was a knife conveniently placed.
Monsieur Maigret.
And perhaps a rather dull policeman intercepted such letters that Georges sank and persuaded the ladies to go along with them. I wonder if there's a body in the cupboard here.
Let go, Chief Inspector.
No.
Oh! Thank goodness you've come. I thought I'd suffocate.
Wait. You should know, Miss Eichberg, that this is about judging the wealthy and the useless. And you are about to suffer the perfect judicial execution for being just that.
Put away your gun, Radek. Janvier removed the bullets earlier in a brief moment of sobriety.
His confession is almost triumphant.
Oh, it is, Monsieur Comelio. He was dying, and he felt his talent, his genius, according to his mother, was not as great as it had been. He needed to plan something perfect to fight off his despair, and he still thinks, he'd done it. As he was learning to loathe the world of La Coupole, limited to his daily pot of yogurt, the idea of punishing the place, or someone in it, led him to think about the perfect murder. But having committed it, he needed applause to confirm his talent, and the only way he could get that was to show me proudly what he'd done, me, his pursuer. And that, of course, meant getting caught and making his triumphal confession. He started toying with his murder plan there in the American bar, among the hated privileged. And one night, William Kirby, with some friends, read a report from an evening paper.
Here's a fool murdered an old woman for the 20 francs in her purse. I'd give 100,000 to anyone who'd rid me of my mean old aunt so I could live free of embarrassment.
To Radek, sitting in the corner, those words came like a heaven-sent opportunity.
I went to the lavatory in the other bar, wrote a letter saying I was prepared to earn the money and to send the keys of the St. Cloud house to a poste restante address under the initials MV. The letter was delivered to Kirby by the waiter, whose job that is, and unobserved in my corner, I watched it arrive. Kirby read it and laughed. But he never noticed me. Not even when he shot himself had he noticed me. He never noticed anything beyond his own pleasure. Naturally, the St. Cloud key came the next day, as I'd suggested. As soon as possible, of course, I began training the ridiculous Ertin, whom I'd seen riding about on his deliveries. Joseph, you could live the life of all the people you read about in your novels. All you have to do is to reach out for the money and the jewels someone will leave lying on the bed, and it will be yours.
In cafe after cafe, Monsieur Comelio, never giving his name, he persuaded the lonely boy to do his bidding, until, on a chosen night, Radek went in and killed mercilessly the two women in St. Cloud. He had socks over his shoes, he wore gloves. He waited the far side of the maid's room door for poor Ertin to fall into his trap. As arranged, after waiting in a nightclub, the boy came in, crept up the stairs, reached out for what he thought were going to be jewels, and felt instead the body of Mrs. Henderson.
Joseph, stop that! Come through here and reach for the jewels on this other bed. Oh dear, another corpse. Now, I have to tell you, Joseph, you'll be arrested for these killings. Oh, yes, you will. And I have to tell you, too, that with all the footprints and all the blood on your clothes, no one will believe you didn't do them. No, not even your family. However, if you keep quiet, I will arrange your escape, even if it is on the morning of your execution. I promise I will do it, but only if you never mention me at all. Which will be easy, since you don't know my name nor where I live, and I expect you've forgotten the cafes where we met. I'll take you home now in a taxi, and if you hide in the back, keeping out of sight, things might go better for you.
The killer then waited like a fox, Monsieur Comelio, watching Kirby, who had no idea this figure in La Coupole was the man he was to send the money to. Because, you see, to make the strain on Kirby worse, Radek didn't claim the money for the murder until long after the trial, intending to wait until the moment the young man was executed. However, another moment came instead. He told me it was the most exquisite climax in his life. He decided to send a letter to Kirby just after he realized I had freed Urtain. The letter said he wanted the cash sent at once to the same poste restante, and that Kirby should expect to be asked for money again and again for the rest of his life. It brought this moment of supreme satisfaction.
William!
Edna!
Dorothy!
A whiskey soda for Mr. Kirby and a rose for Madame.
You were all there together. Kirby, his wife, his mistress, Urtain, and yourself. The whole cast, unknowingly interlocked. And none of you had noticed me.
Back from Biarritz already?
Oh, it was ghastly, and raining worse than here. You simply can't imagine. And the French roads. Oh.
I don't think I've ever seen you in this place before, Monsieur Maigret.
Into the scene came my letter. Oh, Chief Inspector, it was a marvelous feeling. I was more than a criminal. I was an artist. I was God.
My wife would love to speak to you again, and come and meet Edna Reichberg, whose father makes paper in Stockholm, and who, among other things, was the skating champion at Chamonix last year.
A letter for you, Mr. Kirby.
Oh, thank you. And 2 more whiskey sodas, please, Bob.
Right.
I watched him open it. It was his death sentence, for I knew he was weak and would kill himself under the pressure of blackmail. And no one would suspect that I had done it.
What's in the letter, darling?
Nothing. Perhaps we should be going. We're meeting friends for lunch, and I need to check the exchange rate.
Radek was never quite so happy again.
I think I owe you an apology, Chief Inspector, for casting doubt on...
No, Monsieur Comminio. We all make mistakes sometimes. And anyway, it's all over now. And all forgotten. More or less.
Radek asked you to go to his execution, Maigret, where he once said he'd give you a hero's death. Did he?
No. He tripped on the scaffold. I was sorry about that, and he, of course, was furious. But it was better to be angry than to whine, don't you think?
Georges Simenon's Maigret, A Man's Head was dramatised by David Cregan, from the translation by Geoffrey Sainsbury. Nicolas Leprevost was Chief Inspector Maigret, and Julian Barnes was Georges Simenon. Sergeant Lucas was played by Ron Cook, and Radek by Ifan Meredith. Mr. Kirby was played by Paul Burchard, and Carmelia and Bob by Philip Fox. Urtain and Janvier, Tom George. Edna and the mother, Jane Whittenshaw. Mrs. Kirby was played by Beth Chalmers, and Dufour, Évariste and the clerk by Ben Crow. The music was by Lucinda Mason-Brown. The director was Ned Chaillet.
The second in Radio 4's new series of investigations by Chief Inspector Maigret. The inspector would certainly be joining his wife for their summer holidays if a condemned man hadn't mentioned an unsolved murder.
Georges Simenon's Maigret, The Bar on the Seine. Dramatised by Alison Joseph. Starring Nicolas Leprevost as Chief Inspector Maigret, with Julian Barnes as Georges Simenon and Ron Cook as Sergeant Lucas.
Maigret, I never accused you of neglecting your wife.
Well, what else would you call it?
It was just that you were stuck in Paris that summer, and she was with her sister in Alsace, waiting for you to join her, But the case of the bar on the Seine intervened.
She understood.
Of course. Madame Maigret always understands. Now, what have I said?
Anyway, it was not much of a bar. A rough old lean-to frequented by bargees.
The regulars called it the Guinguette à 2 sous, and you'd never have heard of it if it hadn't been for a confession by a young villain on the eve of his execution.
There you go again. Has to be dramatic for you. There was no confession. I just happened to have a chat with young Lenoir before he... Well, you know. Well, Lenoir, how are you?
Oh, I see. There's no need for games, pal. If you've come to see me, it's because
It's because I'm going on leave soon, and I...
How very kind of you, Inspector. They've turned it down, haven't they? My appeal. I knew they would. So, when is it to be? Tomorrow? Sorry, is that what you were going to say?
We've got to know each other, you and I.
Yeah, well, it was nice while it lasted.
It wasn't just you, was it, Lenoir?
You think I'm going to grass up the rest of the gang now, after all these weeks of your heavies trying to get names out of me? Although, I can think of one bloke whose neck would fit that machine of yours better than mine. Aha. That's got you going, hasn't it? I'll give you a clue, shall I, boss? There's a riverside drinking den called the Guinguette à 2 sous. Never heard of it? I'm sure you haven't. Not your sort of place at all. But you're interested now, aren't you? OK, then. I'll tell you a little story. It all started when I was a kid, hanging around the neighbourhood like you do with my mate. And one night, we saw this guy come out of a house, kind of manhandling another guy, talking to him like he was drunk. But we knew better. So the bloke pushes the body into a car and drives off. But what he doesn't know is we're following him. He fetches up at the Canal Saint-Martin.
Come on, you. Let's get you out. How many more?
One splash and the body was gone. Nice, clean job. Pockets full of lead, I reckon. The only thing that spoilt it for our bloke was me and Victor being there.
You blackmailed him?
Let's just say he kept us in beer for a couple of years. Then one day, we found he'd gone. Clean vanished. Well, we weren't very happy about that. And then after a while, I lost touch with poor old Victor. Don't know what happened to him. Someone said he'd gone into a sanatorium.
And the Guinguette à 2 sous?
Oh, you're sharp, you are. Well, blow me, 3 months ago, I ran slap into our friend at the Guinguette. And he didn't even recognise me. Can you believe it? You'd at least think they'd let me smoke in here.
And you knew the dead man, too?
We did, as it happens, but that's enough of me telling you stories. All I'm saying is, it's just luck in this world, isn't it? I know for a fact that one bloke sunk another bloke in the canal and he got off scot-free, whereas me, tomorrow, I'll be putting my neck on that. You better go now, mate.
Well, goodbye.
Tomorrow, people will be out in the streets enjoying the sun, and I'll be...
As you say, it's just luck in this world.
Morning, Chief. Thought you were heading for the country.
I am, Luca. But my wife insists I need a new hat.
Women, eh? Nothing wrong with the one you've got?
By the way, have you heard of the Guinguette à 2 sous up by the river somewhere?
No, never heard of it, Chief. Why?
Oh, just something I heard about a body which was dumped in the Canal Saint-Martin 6 years ago.
So, what's new? If you want to make someone disappear, Paris is the place to do it. Shall I check the records for you?
No. Nothing important. Just a story told me by a dying man.
Perhaps you'd like to try this one, sir.
Oh, still too small.
Of course, sir. I'll just see what else we've got in your size.
That's the thing. It's a fancy dress, you see.
Oh.
Yes. The whole thing's a bit of a lark. We're staging a village marriage at this place we go to, the Guinguette à 2 sous.
How about this one, sir?
What? Yes, thank you.
I'm to be mayor, you see, in the charade. Do you have one with a flat brick?
That seems to be a perfect fit, sir.
Yes, could I try that one there?
Oh, that's better. Lovely, lovely. Just the thing. How much?
200.
Oh, of course. Yes. Here you are.
Thank you. I'll have this one.
Goodbye.
Here you are. Yes, thank you. Goodbye. Taxi! Follow that car.
They're turning off the road now.
Do you know this area?
A bit. Used to come here to do a bit of boating. This is Morsang. Pretty place, nice villas.
Do you know anywhere around here to stay?
There's the Vieux Garçon.
How about the Ganguette at Deux Sous?
Never heard of it. Shall I drop you here, sir? They're all getting out.
Yes, thank you. How much is that?
You don't want to know.
Keep the change.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
Where's the bride?
Do I look all right?
Red hair if you're going to be a peasant.
Ah, just the man we want.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you can be our notary. You look like one, and we need a notary for the marriage contract. What a laugh it all is. But first, let me buy you a drink. Come along.
Well, if you're sure.
Did you see that? James kidnapping that poor old gent. What a cheat that man had.
Truly, a Ganguette. Why the Deux Sous?
Someone told me it's because of the coins you have to put in the piano.
And the marriage?
No, just our little drama. Look at them all.
She's a bride?
Yes, Maddo.
Is she married in real life?
Oh, her husband's around somewhere. Quiet little man, Feinstein. There he is, talking to Basso.
Oh, yes, the mayor.
Yeah, in real life, a coal merchant on the Quai d'Austerlitz. And that's his wife, Madame Basso, over there with their little boy, Piero. Nice kid. Well, I hope Maddo is happy with her make-believe husband.
Well, she looks happy enough. Dancing now.
Between you and me, she'd rather it was Marcel Basso.
Ah.
Look at her, completely lovesick. Another Pernod, old chap? No? Oh, well, do excuse me while I fight my way to the bar.
I think I'll just go and watch the dancing.
As you like.
Could I trouble you for a light?
Oh, certainly.
You don't dance either?
No.
Not like my wife. Look at her. She hasn't stopped all evening.
The bride?
Indeed, the bride. You look familiar. Have we met?
Oh, this is possible.
Perhaps you've come to the shop. I own a hosier's on the Grand Boulevard. Oh, look at her now. She's had one too many, by the way. She's clinging to Basso. She loves a game like this. You married?
Yes.
Fellow sufferer, eh? Oh, look, there's James helping old Grandma to dry the glasses, look. Drinks 10 times what everyone else drinks and still seems to stay sober.
I might just go and help her.
Ah, there you are. Enjoying yourself? What are they up to now?
Some ritual involving Basso and a garter.
Have you seen my wife?
I didn't realize.
There she is. By the trees, look, you can't miss her. And here are the carriages. Time for bed, everyone! Are you at the Vieux Garçon?
Yes.
Me too. You can share my carriage.
I saw what I saw. There's no point you arguing.
Good morning. Feinstein. We met last night.
Oh, yes, of course. You sleep well?
Not really, no. My wife was unwell.
Nothing serious, I hope.
No, she's right as rain now. Messing about in Basso's boat, look.
Charming spot, this.
We come every weekend, our little gang. Basso's have that villa across the river there. No doubt we'll go and play bridge there later on. Do you play?
Yes, well, a bit. No sign of James, then?
Our Englishman. Sad, really. He works in an English bank by the Place Vendôme. Leaves work at 5, and then it's the bars. It was James who found us the Ganguette, actually. Used to be just the bargees from Corbeil who'd come here. We'd stay over at St. Paul. One day we all found him here, and what with the dancing, we've kind of taken it over. Here they come, from Basso's boat.
There you are, dear. I couldn't find you at breakfast. Oh. And this is?
Oh, this is Monsieur,
Maigret. I'm a civil servant.
Oh, I'm delighted to meet you. You were there last night, weren't you?
Such a jolly time you all had. You simply must join us for bridge at the Basso's Villa.
Oh, yes, I'm going over in their boat now.
Who's for the Ganguette?
Oh, James, there you are.
I rather fancied an aperitif before bridge.
And, Monsieur Maigret?
Monsieur Maigret? He can come in the boat with me.
To be honest, bridge bores me. There's no wind. You in a hurry?
No. To be honest, the bridge bores me, too.
The Bassos and the Feinsteins have raced ahead. He has a motor, you know. They're a good lot, though.
Who?
All of them. All of us. All slightly lost. Don't know what to do with ourselves. But life's like that, isn't it? Is it true you're a copper?
Who told you that?
Oh, no one gets away with anything here. Anyway, so what? It's just a job, isn't it?
It is a job, yes. I wouldn't say...
What on earth? Watch out! Jumping up like that.
It came from behind the Ganguette. Can this thing go any faster?
It wasn't me.
He's holding a pistol. Oh, my God.
It wasn't. Where's my wife?
Oh, my God. There's a body.
It's Feinstein.
He's dead.
Morning, Chief. Nice weekend.
Oh, you know. Just a murder and an arrest. And Monsieur Basso. Last night he was being kept under guard at Morsang.
He killed someone?
Well, that's what's so odd. He wouldn't say. Tried to talk to him before he was arrested. And then he escaped.
Escaped?
These provincial constables. They were taking him to the station. He asked one of them for a light, and then he seized the moment and dashed away into the crowd.
So, now what?
A terrible waste of time, that's what. We've got officers on all the roads, 2 outside the Basso's home at the Quai d'Austerlitz, and then another 2 at Feinstein's place.
And the pistol?
Single shot, about a foot's distance. It was Madame Feinstein's revolver, pretty little mother-of-pearl thing. She said it was always loaded, but she had no idea her husband had taken it.
Poor woman. A widow now.
She doesn't stop crying, but I can't quite tell who for.
Oh, if only I'd known.
Please, answer my question.
Oh, which question was that?
How long had you and Marcel Basso...
About 2 months. Best 2 months of my life.
How long had you been married?
8 years.
Did your husband know of your affair with Basso?
Oh, good gracious, no.
Supposing he had, might he have been capable of shooting a man?
I don't know. He was a strange man. Very, very reserved.
He had money worries.
Oh, my husband and his debts. You can't know how boring, how draining it is to live with a man who can't stop talking about money. Can you blame me for turning to Marcel? You've seen him. So full of life, he just lights up any room he walks into.
And yet, he appears to have killed your husband.
I am certain of his innocence.
I am certain of his innocence.
But, Madame Basso, flight is generally taken as a sign of guilt.
My husband is innocent, I tell you.
Madame, your husband was holding a revolver.
The revolver belonged to that woman. It was some kind of trap, and it serves him right for... Anyway, what possible motive could there be? My husband has a successful business, a lovely family, a son who adores him. You ask anyone. They'll tell you that Marcel couldn't possibly have committed such a crime.
She said that.
She did.
Well, suppose their life was as happy as anyone's. Another Pernod, Inspector?
Oh, just the one, then? Do you drink here often?
The Taverne Royale. I'm afraid I have rather made the place my own. Gaston, 2 more of those when you're ready. So, Basso's still at large, then? I don't suppose he's gone very far.
What makes you say that?
Look at those thunderclouds. Going to be another storm.
Why do you think he fled?
Oh, I've no idea. Perhaps he saw one drama coming to an end and searched around for a new one. Wouldn't you? Real life is so tedious in comparison, after all. Is that the time? My wife will be waiting for me. Same time tomorrow, old boy. I'll be here. Goodness me, these summer storms. Your wife still away?
Yes. I hope to join her in the country soon.
Well, that's the way, eh? Hang on to your freedom as long as you can.
No, really not.
That's why I come here. Leave the bank at 5, go home at 8. For 3 hours, I have a place I can call my own. And my glass is empty. Waiter!
Madame Feinstein.
What about her?
Even a mild-mannered man worried to discover... I mean, I don't know very much about that kind of thing, but I would have thought that Feinstein might be driven to...
Maddo had a lot of suitors. But you see, Feinstein owed money to them all.
Ah. Did she know?
I'm sure she had no idea at all. Feinstein had only to saunter up to her latest flame and ask for the loan of a few hundred francs. A meaningful look, a little pressure. Wouldn't be so easy to refuse.
You seem to speak from experience.
Me? Oh, no. Good heavens, no. Will you be joining us at the Ganguette again tomorrow?
My wife is rather keen for me to join her. I thought I'd get a night train.
Oh. We'll miss you. Be strange enough without Basso. But do you know, if you are coming to Morsang, we could share a taxi. Unless, what with your wife being away.
My wife will understand.
I see the doctor has a new car.
It's his pride and joy. My husband's talked about nothing else since last night.
And poor Madame Basso.
A prisoner in her own home. She's had a policeman outside all week. She said that
it's shameful, treating her like a criminal.
We're going over to the Ganguette for lunch.
Are we rowing across?
Needs must. Maigret's taken the dinghy already.
Is there any more bread, Grandma?
You should look after that cough. I had a boy myself. Cough fit to bust. He was dead within the year. Big strong fella too. There you are. Yes, sir.
A beer, please.
Oh dear, the cold ones are out the back. Can you wait a moment?
Your papers? Police. Victor Gaillard.
There you are. That one's nice and cold. Oh, there's the potatoes to do. Please excuse me.
Last address?
The municipal sanatorium at Gien.
When did you leave?
A month ago.
And?
Listen, mate, you can do me for vagrancy, but I just end up back in the sauna. I've only one lung left.
You got a note from Lenoir, didn't you?
Who's Lenoir?
Don't try to be funny. Lenoir talked.
I don't know any Lenoir.
He told you you'd find your bloke at the Ganguette à Deux.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I can have you banged up.
No, you can't. I'm an invalid.
You've still got one lung, Victor, and I'm on your case. I suggest you tell me who he is.
Who is?
The canal fella.
I don't know what you mean. Besides, Lenoir wouldn't grass anyone up.
Oh, another beer, monsieur? What was that?
Again. Excuse me, madam. And you can stay just where you are.
Me? I ain't going nowhere, mate.
Well, officer?
It wasn't my fault, I swear.
What's happened? What was that shot?
I fired at his tyres, tried to stop him.
Who?
The bloke in the posh Citroen. He drove them off. Madame Basso and the little boy.
Young, thinning hair, English looking.
That's the one. He was just there, engine idling, and then suddenly they both dive into the car and he's off. It's too fast for us to do a thing.
James, again.
We've alerted all the traffic police. The roads are covered.
When I think of all that bonhomie at the Taverne Royale...
Shall I keep watch on the house?
What for? To see it doesn't run away, too? Maigret?
Chief, is that you?
What is it, Luca?
They found the car. That bloke who nicked it, he was on the racetrack at Montlery, driving round and round with a flat tyre.
Trust James.
They've taken the car in for forensics.
Good.
And that lad you brought in, the one who coughs, he says he wants to talk to you.
How very kind of him.
I've been thinking things over.
You have?
Thing is, mate, a secret like the one I know, it's worth a lot of money. What I'm saying is, how about 30,000 francs? It's not a lot to ask. Just enough to keep me for the year or two I've got left. That's all the doctors have given me, you know.
Did you bring me down here for that?
You think it's too much? You can't frighten me, you know.
If you'll excuse me, Victor, I have work to do.
And I want a lawyer. You can't keep me here for more than 24 hours. I know my rights.
That man is cell 4. Let him go. And tell Luca not to let him out of his sight. Is that clear? As for me, I'm going for a drink at the Taverne Royale.
Maigret, old chap. I wasn't sure I'd see you here today.
You mean after your appalling behavior yesterday?
Basso's been a good friend to me.
And you are to him. Like cashing him a cheque for 300,000 francs. I checked his accounts today.
Pernod, old man. Gaston? Poor old Basso. Last week he had it all. Money, wife, kid. Now he's a hunted man. Oh, I don't blame Maddo. And I don't blame him. No, not at all. It's the drama of the thing, isn't it, Maigret? Here we are, plodding along day by day. And suddenly we get the chance to break free of it, to live a little. You'd grab that chance, wouldn't you?
And you?
Well, let's just say I've had my moments.
With Maddo?
You're a man, Maigret. You've seen what she's like. Ah, the foolishness of the human race. One man dead, one on the run. Just for trying, just for once, to have a bit of happiness. But I bet I know what happened. Feinstein tackled Basso for some money. Basso said no. Feinstein whines on about ruin and dishonor, threatens suicide, brings out his wife's dinky little pistol. Oh, just for effect, of course. Basso lunges for the gun and, well, you know the rest. All on a lovely Sunday afternoon by the river. And there's you and your boys running around as if your lives depended on it.
I'm a policeman, James. I have a job to do.
A job? How many coppers are on Basso's case now? 90? 100? Everyone chasing around like ants just because someone's gone and poked the anthill. Another drink?
Not for me, thanks.
Gaston, the bill. In the end, Maigret, what difference does it make, your so-called job? Just because Basso seized his chance to live a little, Do you really blame him? Go on, then. My wife will be looking at the clock. It's all right for you. There's no one there checking on you tonight. Funny old life, isn't it?
Being a copper?
I meant being a man.
Maigret?
Chief, it's me.
Yes, Luca.
Got something for you. It started with Victor.
Where are you?
Rue des Blancs-Manteaux. The lad's been here all night, sleeping on a bench. And then this morning, he was strolling to and fro past a particular shop.
Which shop?
One of their second-hand dealers. So in the end, I went in to have a chat with him. Asked him if he knew Victor. He said he'd never seen him before in his life. I asked him how long he'd been there, and he said 5 years. He and his wife took over the shop from someone he called Old Ulrich, and he said that Ulrich had disappeared.
Was this Ulrich in the same line of business?
He said he was a moneylender.
Oh, very interesting. And where's Victor now?
He sauntered past me 10 minutes ago and said he was going to the Salvation Army. Shall I follow him?
No. I need you back here. Victor won't go far. Here we are. In the records, disappearance reported March 22nd, 6 years ago. Jacob Ephraim Levi, alias Ulrich, age 62, suspected of habitually infringing the usury laws.
And was the body found?
There were 6 bodies that year in the canal. Here's the record of the one. Fished out July the 1st. Badly decomposed male, aged between 60 and 65. What did you get from Feinstein's account?
Well, Chief, Ulrich's name first appears in the accounts about 7 years ago. 2,000 francs he lent to Feinstein. 6 months later, the loan is 18,000. By the middle of March, when Ulrich disappeared, Feinstein owed him 33,000 francs. And then, nothing.
Who took his place?
For a while, nobody. Then a year later, he's in a tight corner again, but then he gets an overdraft guaranteed by Basso.
Yes? Good. La Fertale will be right there. I might be able to appease my wife after all. They found a Basso family.
I shouldn't have fled. I thought I could start a new life with my wife and son.
And so you enlisted James to drive them here? With a rather large cheque, too.
It was impossible, of course. Oh, I've been such a fool.
Monsieur Basso, did you...
Did I kill Feinstein? Strictly speaking, yes. Yes, I did.
Were you in love with Mado?
Don't you see? That's why I couldn't face a trial. The whole sordid tale. Me, the adulterer, Feinstein, the...
blackmailer?
But I had no proof. And he was always so polite. So polite. And with that sad little smile of his, he'd come to me for money. Just a bit to tide him over. How could he let his wife do without? He'd rather kill himself than deprive her of something she wanted.
And that Sunday...
He'd already asked me for 50,000 francs. That's a lot, even for me. So I said no. I'd had about enough of it. But then he made sure we crossed the river together, and he dragged me round to the back of the guinguette. Then he took that little revolver out of his pocket and held it to his own head. "This is what you condemn me to," he said. Oh, that whine. I can still hear it. "All I ask is that you take care of Mado." So I sprang forward to put a stop to it all.
But he had no intention of doing it.
Well, of course not. God, I was a fool. Just as I've been with Mado. Just as I've been with everything. My poor, dear wife.
And then the gun went off?
I grabbed it. He tried to snatch it back. The next thing I knew, it had gone off and Feinstein had fallen to the ground like a bag of sand. And then I thought, who's going to believe me? A man who's killed his mistress's husband. A man who tries to talk of blackmail when there's no proof. James has been a real friend.
Yes. Good old James.
It's not as if I meant to kill him. You do believe me, don't you?
Oh, yes, I believe you. Just one more question. I was wondering whether Feinstein had something else to blackmail you with, apart from his wife. What I mean is, I want to know who, some 6 years ago, killed a certain Ulrich of the Rue des Blancs-Manteaux and threw the body into the Canal Saint-Martin.
My God. Oh, my God.
Your Honor, good morning. I just thought I'd let you know the Feinstein case is all sewn up. Yes, poor old Basso is in custody, here with us. Yes? We should get manslaughter at worst. Yes, I'm off to the country on the night train. Just got to tidy up a few loose ends. Of course, Your Honor. I'll give you my report this evening before I go. Goodbye. Luca? Yes, Maigret here. Is Victor still there? Good. I want you to arrest him. Oh, anything vagrant he will do for now. And Luca, this is very important. Put him in the cell with Basso. Yeah, got that? Right. And can you take any messages? I'll be out of the office for a while. For some reason, I fancy a Pernod.
Maigret.
James, I hoped you'd be here.
Just like old times, eh?
Just like old times.
Look at those thunderclouds. There'll be another storm. Is it true what the papers say, that you've arrested Basso?
Yes. Yesterday afternoon. Of course, you were absolutely right, old boy. Feinstein threatening suicide, Basso trying to help. All just as you said. Someone poked the anthill, and we all ran around.
Ah, indeed. The anthill.
Tell you what, I ought to pop in and see him. Would you like to come too?
It's awfully kind of you.
Drink up.
Poor old Basso. Ah, it's a rum old business, isn't it?
As you said, James, it's a funny old life, being a copper. Gentlemen, well, don't stand up, Basso.
James, it's good to see you.
I've a right to see a lawyer, you know. You can't keep me here like a...
Shut up, Victor. Try not to cough. Got something to say which may take a little time. Right, move up on the bed so these gentlemen can sit down too. Good. Now, if you're all sitting comfortably, you all know about Lenoir, who went to the guillotine. Before his execution, he told me how someone had tipped a body into the Canal Saint-Martin, and how there were two witnesses, two crooks, whose names were Lenoir and Victor Gaillard. Being the sort they were, they decided to squeeze him periodically, until one day their victim moved away and they lost him. That's all as far as the crime's concerned, except that the body was that of a Jewish moneylender called Ulrich. Now, 6 years later, quite by chance, Lenoir came across the murderer, but he had no opportunity to renew his business dealings because another of his crimes sent him to the guillotine. But he managed to send word to Victor, who turned up at the Guinguette à Deux Sous, which brings us to the second act. Please don't interrupt, either of you. On the Sunday of Feinstein's death, Ulrich's murderer was at the Guinguette. It might have been you, Basso, or you, James, or Feinstein himself, or even one of the others. Someone was there who was recognized by Victor. And Victor's the only one who can tell us who it was. Quiet, you! You see, Victor, who is a rascal and a thief, has no intention of giving anything away for nothing. His price is 30,000, although he'd consider 25.
I never said
Hey,
no.
will you be quiet? We police aren't in the habit of paying out that kind of money. Feinstein is dead. If he killed Ulrich, that closes the case. But did he? Will you excuse me a moment? I've got to go make a phone call. Won't be long. Yes, Your Honor, the murder of a certain Monsieur Ulrich 6 years ago. The murderer? That's what I'm about to find out, sir. Yes, I know I'm catching the night train. I'll know in, about 10 minutes, I reckon. No, I'm not joking. Of course, Your Honor. Well, gentlemen,
it's all over. It would have been anyway. And my friend Victor here won't earn his 25,000 either. It was I who killed old Ulrich.
Hey,
Officer, take this young man away and shut him up anywhere you like until I've finished here.
Don't forget who put you on Ulrich's track. Without me, where would you be? 5,000?
James wouldn't let me. You see, the 30,000. I would have paid him.
So you knew Basso?
All the time.
It was Basso who gave me the money to keep them quiet, so, of course, he had to know everything.
You managed for 6 years. You could manage for 60. Just for 30,000.
But it's not that, Marcel. You can't understand. May I have a cigarette? That no Pernod. Oh well, suppose I'll just have to get used to that. And here's poor old Monsieur Maigret waiting for an explanation. It's all very simple, really, an everyday story. There I was, leading my quiet little life. Then I met Maddo, and everything looked different. Secret meetings, champagne on ice, and as you know, romance has to be paid for. But I couldn't afford it. I was trapped. There you are, you see, Maigret. I told you it was boring. The only amusing thing about it was that it was my mistress's husband who gave me Ulrich's address.
Did you borrow a lot?
Hardly any at all to start with. It all seemed so easy. Until one night Ulrich came round, demanding more interest. Well, it had an odd effect on me to see him standing there, threatening to tell all. Actually, I only wanted to frighten him. But when I hit him, he shouted much too loudly. So I took him by the throat.
You lost your head.
On the contrary, I don't think I've ever been calmer in my life. Funny that, don't you think? I went out and hired a car, pinched some tools to weigh down his pockets, carried him down to the canal as if he was drunk, talking to him. Well, you know the rest.
And Maddo?
Oh, that dragged on a few more weeks, but my heart wasn't in it. And then our two friends turned up. Basso here was the only man I could turn to. I told him everything. That's funny. They say it does you good to confess, but it's not true. Nothing does any good. The only thing that would have helped would have been to start again from the beginning. No Maddo, no so-called romance, no debts. Ah, stupid, isn't it?
So you just kept on drinking?
And then poor old Basso here does the same thing. Really. We're all idiots. You know, if I hadn't been stuck in a boat with a copper at the time, I'd have tried to take the blame for Feinstein's death. We'd have been quits then, eh, Marcel?
You should have let me pay that villain in the cell. Whereas now...
Now everything's settled. I can wash my hands of everything. Of the bank, of the Taverne Royale, of my... What?
But you'll be locked up.
I suppose it'll be 20 years at least.
Oh, James, I can't bear the thought.
If I can, then you can. The trouble is, it's all you people, Maigret, with your endless judicial process. Get it over with as fast as you can, Maigret. There's a good chap. Just lead me to that cell. You know who I really feel sorry for? The waiter at the Taverne Royale. Perhaps you'll take my place there from time to time, Inspector.
Of course, Maigret, he was English, wasn't he, your James? Perhaps that explains the sang-froid.
It went beyond sang-froid, Simenon. That life of quiet despair, that tiny flat, that empty marriage. You see, I was mystified by James all the way through until I realized what it was all about. All those Pernod's in the Taverne Royale, all that easy familiarity with me. It was because he realized that through me, everything could come to an end. He saw that one day I'd put my hand on his shoulder and lead him to safety, really. 20 years of peace and quiet. It was what he wanted.
And then you went to Alsace.
Of course, as promised.
I'm surprised your wife bothered to meet you. It must have been the 4th train she'd met.
Madame Maigret has enormous reserves of loyalty, as you well know. She puts up with your portrayal of her, for a start.
She's delighted with my portrayal of her. She's a wonderful woman.
Of course she is. But it's the way you distort the truth.
Me?
Yes.
How do I distort the truth?
Well, for example, when you described our sideboard, you said it was a bottle of sloe gin brought from Alsace by my wife's sister, when, of course, it's not sloe gin at all. It's raspberry brandy.
I'm sure I put raspberry brandy.
No, you put sloe gin. Madame Maigret pointed it out to me. You ought to be more careful, Simenon. These things matter when you come from Alsace.
Georges Simenon's Maigret, the Bar on the Seine was dramatized by Alison Joseph, from the translation by Geoffrey Sainsbury. Nicholas Le Prevost was Maigret and Julian Barnes Simenon. Sergeant Lucan was played by Ron Cook and James by Timothy Watson. Lenoir and Victor by Scott Brooksbank. Basso by Sylvester Moran. Feinstein by Jonathan Tafler. Maddo by Tracy Wiles, and Madame Basso by Rebecca Egan. Emma Williams, Laura Doddington, Richard Firth, and Martin Hyder played other roles. The music was by Lucinda Mason-Brown. The director was Ned Chaillet. Georges Simenon's My Friend Maigret. Dramatized by David Cregan. Starring Nicholas Le Prevost as Chief Inspector Maigret, with Julian Barnes as Georges Simenon, and Neil Dudgeon as Inspector Pike of Scotland Yard.
I never wrote that you had methods, Chief Inspector, only that you smoked a pipe.
Someone once came to study what he called my methods. It was embarrassing because he did it just as I was told I was responsible for someone's murder.
I don't remember that.
Apparently a tramp, an ex-con, claimed I was his friend, his real friend. And for that, one stormy night, he was brutally killed and mutilated.
Just listen then. I know Chief Inspector Maigret. And I'll tell you this, he's my friend. I have a letter to prove to all of you that Maigret is my real close friend.
What is it? What do you want then?
Your friend can't help you here.
At that very moment, one Inspector Pike of Scotland Yard, a kind of elegant young lizard, had crossed the channel to examine the methods you'd made famous, Monsieur Simenon.
Oh, dear.
The murder had happened on the Mediterranean island of Porquerolles, in the middle of one of those storms they get down there, a Mistral. I had to go, so I had to take Pike with me.
You had a chance to know each other then?
In a way.
Do you always smoke a pipe, even in a sleeping compartment?
It helps me think.
I wonder, why have you been writing to this tramp?
I haven't.
Well, the inspector from here said they'd found a letter from you on the body.
That's rather touching. I did write to him, just once, in prison, when I got him sent down 15 years ago. Marcelin, his name was. Marcelin. A Paris pimp. Well, more than a pimp, really. His girlfriend was a whore, and he used to steal the customers' wallets while... Does that happen in England?
I believe so.
Well, you probe less deeply than we do, of course. Anyway, he confessed, and his girlfriend, the whore, Jeanette, scrawny Jeanette, she was a wasted, tubercular little thing. Something fatherly in me. I arranged for her to go to a mountain clinic in the Savoie as a cure and wrote to the pimp, Marcelin, to tell him what I'd done. I suppose he kept the letter as a kind of bond. Apparently, he settled on this island of Porquerolles when he got out of jail. And that was that.
Are you lighting another pipe?
Oh. It's well known as part of my method. The heat on the Mediterranean coast was baking. The train pulled into the station at Hyères, and we got out into what might have been North Africa. The pretty white buildings surrounded by motionless palm trees and brilliant, unmoving flowers.
You almost make me envious, Inspector.
Personally, I prefer Paris.
You could have sunbathed.
I only had my working suit with me, so I sweated like a pig. But Pike was somehow dressed in linen and a straw hat, as if he was going to the plage.
What incredible beauty. And so still. I usually spend my holidays in Scotland.
Oh, there's Le Chat, the neat little man with the red hair. Local inspector, a beaver for work. Le Chat!
Chief! Chief! Oh, what a relief to hand over to you. Now, I've got a fishing boat to take us to the island where everyone is anxious that you should come as soon as possible, especially me.
This is Inspector Pike from Scotland Yard, Le Chat, here to learn how the French catch their villains.
Oh, very honoured. Is that the island out there?
Yes, it is.
I have to say, profoundly moving.
It was. The sky was a painter's blue, and where it met the horizon, Porquerolles stretched like a rainbow, bright green hills and red and yellow rocks, vibrating gently in the heat haze. Our little boat seemed like a toy as it potted across towards it.
Maigret, I believe you're a romantic.
It was just very pretty, Simenon.
I didn't show you the body, Chief. It was brought to the mainland and will be buried tomorrow. This heat things tend to...
Oh, quite.
Marcelin was shot in the head several times and his face was smashed in. He's not a pleasant sight.
I imagine not.
The boat pulled into the island's tiny harbour, which opened out onto a vast square gently sloping up behind it. This square was enclosed by eucalyptus trees and coloured houses and was it mimosa, bright yellow in the sun? In one corner of this shining marble pavement was a little yellow church. I never went in, of course, but its clock measured out the empty hours.
That's more than pretty.
Call it seductive. There were several cafes in among the trees, but at the top there was a hotel restaurant whose terrace was broader and more sheltered than the others. This was the Arche de Noé, where it seems Marcelin and most of the local inhabitants used to drink in the evening. And there came down from it a wondrous smell of cooking and white wine. To one side of the magnificent square, on a high promontory above the houses, was a little hut where Marcelin's body had been found. It was a shame to spoil arriving on the island with this reminder of one's job. As we tied up by the town jetty beside a number of private yachts, it was so hot I couldn't think. And so I didn't remember the tall, barefoot man who took our luggage and wheeled it in a barrow up the square to the Arche de Noé.
His name's Charlot. Petty criminal like almost everyone on Pokerol. He knows you too.
Oh?
It must have been strange to land in a paradise so full of serpents.
And silent. People gathered to watch as we walked up that broad, baking space, and they said nothing.
You were a celebrity, of course. Thanks to me.
And thanks to my own, shall we call it skill?
Of course.
By the entry to the Arche de Noé stood the owner, who welcomed us and called his little waitress, Jojo, to get us wine.
A lovely young lady, Chief. Very, as it were, rounded.
I had noticed Le Chap, but kept it to myself.
Yeah, I could have booked you into the Grand Hotel, but this is where Marcelin boasted that he knew you.
Your wine, Monsieur Maigret.
Thank you, Jojo. A glass for you, Mr. Pike.
Not before lunch.
Didn't Mr. Pike enjoy the ambience?
He certainly loved the sea. He was down to the harbour and into it in what the English call a trice, having borrowed some bathing trunks.
Perhaps we can talk about the suspects, Chief?
I think we'd better wait for Mr. Pike before we talk. He's studying my methods.
Yeah, I've organised the town hall.
Oh, and here he is, sprinting up the square like a wet wolfhound.
Just a brief dip this time?
Yeah, we'll sit and drink while you get dressed.
Oh, I'm perfectly happy as I am.
Dripping?
Whose is the big black yacht with the English flag tied up by the quay in the harbour?
It's called the North Star, which is, I'm told, a kind of whiskey. It's owned by Mrs. Wilcox and named after her firm. She's immensely rich and also what we call here well-preserved. She lives on board with her secretary, a young man called Philip de Moricourt.
How very French.
Don't jump to conclusions, Mr. Pike.
And there's another English person on the island. He lives in that house with the minaret. Major Bellum, or simply the Major.
Drinks a lot?
Yes.
Indian Army.
Oh. Well, you'll see him here tonight at the Arch. You'll see everyone here, including Mrs. Wilcox and her secretary.
Were they all here when Marcelin talked?
They all come every night. Monsieur Emile will probably be there. He knows you, too.
Does everyone know me?
No, but Monsieur Emile... I don't know how to quite put this in front of... He lives with his mother, old Justine, who is one of the most widely known women on the Riviera. She's the proprietor of the Fleur at Marseille, the Sirène at Nice, 2 or 3 houses at Toulon, Béziers, Avignon.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember.
Houses?
Of relaxation.
Oh, I see.
Justine is 79 years old, and Emile, her son, is 65.
Good heavens, that means she was only 40.
They live very quietly. Don't mix much. Look, see, that's Monsieur Emile in the garden of his house. The one set back a little by the church. He's wearing a white suit and a topi.
He looks like a white mouse. I did meet him once.
Are there any respectable people on the island?
Yeah, young Jojo, they say. I'm just pointing out the people who were in the Arch on the night Marcelin boasted the Chief Inspector was his friend.
You don't take notes, Chief Inspector?
I'm listening, Mr. Pike.
We passed his boat on the way in. A mess like he was. People fed him and he fished a bit when he took the tourists out in the summer. When he did odd jobs, he was paid in wine. No one knew where he came from.
Le Havre.
Really? He sounded more of a southerner.
No, he wasn't. Where did you find a letter?
In the boat, together with a photo of a woman.
Jeanette. I've explained to Mr. Pike.
Well, don't you want to see it?
No. The man was driving me mad in his dripping trunks.
Poor Maigret. You never liked the seaside.
I tried to be the proper detective and ask questions. There's a green yacht with the little tent for a cabin tied up beside the North Star, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it's owned by a man and woman who are new here. They just turned up one morning in the autumn and stayed. He's 24, a Dutch painter called de Graef, and his girlfriend is called Anna. She's also frequently half naked, and, oh, sorry, Mr. Pike, sometimes more than half. When night falls, you can see them both bathing at the end of the jetty without a stitch of clothing.
You can vouch for that, Le Chat?
It's hearsay. It's also said that the rich Mrs. Wilcox does the same thing round her yacht.
What? I think you should get dressed before we have lunch. Eating a plateful of sparrows silenced him for a bit.
I love sparrows.
Your taste always was rather advanced, Monsieur Simenon. As he ate, the big, good-looking fellow with bare feet who'd helped us off the boat sidled up to our table on the terrace and introduced himself.
You've forgotten me, Chief Inspector.
Oh, Charlot.
Oh?
We've met from time to time in Paris.
But not over anything serious. Cocaine smuggling, immoral earnings, but never murder. That's why I didn't leave the island when they found the body. A guilty man would have fled.
I take your point.
Wasn't a gang job either. Marcelin always wanted to be mixed up in that, but he wasn't big enough. I have a girlfriend coming this weekend, so we'll meet again.
And if you finish, the town hall will be free, so you can start interviewing.
Oh, good.
Good? Le Chat rushed round collecting suspects like a sheepdog. All I wanted to do was sit and listen to the locals. But instead, we sat in the musty town hall, Pike in one corner watching me, trying to be an inquisitor.
You're too sensitive sometimes.
This is Monsieur de Graef, the young Dutch painter from the Green Boat, and this is Anna, his
mistress.
Yes.
Do you want to speak to me?
How long have you been living on your boat?
3 years.
Mm-hmm. Do you sell many pictures?
No. I sold one to Mrs. Wilcox last week.
Oh. Do you know her well?
I met her here. She's fantastic.
How?
She just is. Actually, I might have met her in Montparnasse. She goes through Paris every winter and we have friends in common. She doesn't often go back to England.
Why not?
How should I know? Can I go?
How old is your mistress?
18.
She looked like a young savage. Blazing eyes, long hair, hot skin. Do her parents object to her being with you?
They did. They've given all that up now.
How long has she been with you?
2.5 years.
So she was 16 when she joined you. Are you rich?
I don't have a sou.
Do you know why Marcelin was killed?
I'm not curious.
What were you doing in the Arche de Noé on the night of the murder?
Anna and I were playing chess.
Have you anything helpful to say at all?
No.
And you, mademoiselle? You've both been on Mrs. Wilcox's yacht. What do people do there?
We drink.
Le Chat brought them to me in quick succession. After the Dutchman came creeping the white-suited, white-haired, white-skinned old slug Emile, the son of the antiquated Justine.
Your pipe smoke makes me breathless.
How well did you know Marcelin, monsieur?
My mother and I have known him since Jeanette's been working for us.
Jeanette? You mean she's still on the game? She must be 45, 50.
She manages the Seine in Nice. It's a high-class establishment. You probably know it.
Was it because of her that Marcelin came south?
She sometimes sent him money, but... Your pipe smoke...
Is she in Nice at this moment?
Oh, no. She rang us from here this morning. She's seeing to Marcelin's funeral tomorrow. She said she'd heard you were here and is crossing by the 5 o'clock ferry to speak to you. She'll stay the night. The pipe smoke, the mimosa.
Does she often come here?
A window, Inspector.
Does she stay with you?
No.
Was she in the Arche when Marcelin bragged about me?
Of course not.
Were you?
I only went for my tisane. If I could just get some fresh air.
Give my love to your illustrious mother. He crawled out, sucking a eucalyptus pill.
This is Monsieur Philippe de Moricourt from the yacht The North Star.
I presume this is a mere formality.
Your secretary to Mrs. Wilcox?
Let's say I'm her guest and sometimes act as her secretary.
Is she writing her memoirs?
No.
Well, does she still have anything to do with her whiskey firm?
No.
Do you write her private letters?
What are you driving at exactly?
I'm trying to get some idea of your work.
Mrs. Wilcox is no longer young.
Exactly. Where did you meet her?
At the casino in Cannes. I was losing a fortune.
There seems to be a lot of poverty on Porquerolles. Do you know the artist, de Graef?
He's been on board several times. We bought a canvas from him.
We?
Yes.
Had Marcelin been on board the North Star?
Mrs. Wilcox is a very generous woman.
Oh?
She adores colourful characters, and so the whole island visited the North Star.
Including Monsieur Émile?
He isn't colourful.
Marcelin was given drinks when he visited?
Everyone is always given drinks.
As they were in the Arche de Noé on the night of the murder.
I'll be clear about this. Then I can go, can't I? That night, we were in the Arche drinking champagne at the Major's expense. You haven't met the Major yet, I suppose, but he is also very generous. He used to know Mrs. Wilcox in England, though they've drifted apart recently, a class thing. Anyway, we were a pretty simpatico party, keeping safe from the Mistral, and Marcelin joined Mrs. Wilcox and me for drinks.
Charlot was with you too?
Oh, yes. Then someone mentioned a girl, Jeanette. And after that, Marcelin said you had been kind to her. And that he was your friend. Was he?
Once.
Oh. Well, it grew late and people began to leave. Except for Charlot, who stayed in the hotel. The Major left with Marcelin and we followed a little behind. The storm seemed to frighten Marcelin, so he went up to that funny hut instead of rowing back to his boat, while Mrs. Wilcox and I braved the elements in the dinghy.
You heard the shot that killed Marcelin?
The storm stopped anyone hearing anything. May I go now?
Did anyone play chess that night?
De Graef and his girlfriend. They left before us, pretty sober.
You don't normally do interviews, do you?
They seem pointless. I only did them because of Mr. Pike. Outside in the square, the fishermen were playing boule, so I went to join them and listen for other things.
5 o'clock. There's the ferry boat coming with the mail, and just one woman standing in the bows.
Jeanette. The little waif who made you feel fatherly.
It was a profound disappointment. The woman in the bows grew clearer and clearer, and she had Jeanette's features, but she was now fat, respectable, all silk, all makeup, and no doubt heavily scented.
You too had been slim, once.
She had to be helped down the gangplank, and she got to the hotel rather out of breath. Jeanette! Well, I never.
I thought you might want to speak to me, Chief Inspector, considering the way poor Marcelin was murdered. Oh, who's this elegant gentleman?
An English colleague, Inspector Pike.
Well, I'd like to speak privately in my room, if I may. I'm quite safe these days.
Mr. Pike?
Please? I need to buy some espadrilles.
She barely fitted into the narrow staircase, let alone the tiny room under the rafters by the bathroom.
Oh, my feet. Let some air in through the skylight, there's a dear. Oh.
A room like this must take you back, rather.
You're disappointed that I'm back at work. Thanks to you, I spent 5 of the happiest years of my life in that mountain sanatorium. There was a doctor, kind like you. But when I was better, I had to work at what I knew. I'd met Justine before.
Why did you come here today?
I went to Hyères to arrange for Marcelin's funeral.
Were you still in love with him?
In the mountains, I met another kind of person. The doctor helped me to understand so much. And Marcelin was different here. In Paris, he'd always wanted to be a proper crook, like that Charlot, join a gang and commit real crimes. Here, in the heat, he was happy to become drab and drunk. And I sent him money to help him do it. I sometimes saw him on my monthly visits to old Justine to report on business, but...
Why have you come here to sleep in this stuffy little room? Why don't you stay with Justine in her big house?
She never lets women stay there.
Afraid for her son?
Why don't you light your pipe, like you used to?
Is she?
Even at his age, he can't do anything without her permission.
What else is there, Jeanette?
I thought you might be wondering about Emile and his mother.
Are you here to tell me that Emile and his mother are innocent?
Yes.
Why?
Marcelin was just a hopeless tramp. Justine and Emile wouldn't have wanted him murdered. Maigret, you always trusted me to tell the truth.
Then tell it.
You're not like you were, are you? You've gone professional and cold. All right, I'm here to tell you that I'm going to marry Emile when his mother dies. She has cancer and she'll be dead within a year. If she discovers our plan, she'll make it impossible by changing her will.
You're in love with Emile?
Good heavens, no. He needs someone to look after him when she goes because he can't do anything for himself. I need security. He's had me medically inspected to see I'm healthy enough to care for him. And he's promised to leave me a fortune when he dies.
Wasn't Marcelin jealous?
He thought I was right to provide for my old age.
But if he began to blackmail Emile, threatening to tell his mother what you planned, that would have ruined your...
Marcelin would never have blackmailed anyone.
Really? Well, you have an alibi yourself. The Mistral kept you off the island the night he died.
Were you thinking of arresting me?
Not yet.
Then excuse me, Chief Inspector. This room is rather intimate and I have to undo my stays. These days I don't like people seeing what they hide.
That was all rather rough.
I marched down to the bar feeling angry. I wanted to lose myself where the boule players were relaxing.
And drink beer with them?
No. The island's white wine. At one table, Pike was playing chess with the young de Graef. They were intent on their game, only moving to shift their pieces. Then, suddenly, like the daylight, everything was over. The boule players went home to supper, and de Graef stood up, stared hard at Pike, and dragged his mistress to another table. You beat him?
Let's go out in the dark. He wanted to win, so he's angry. You don't have young men like him in France. Wild young Frenchmen live life to the full. They don't play chess and read Nietzsche.
Perhaps.
That young Dutchman does. He burns in revolt against everything he's ever known, the whole of bourgeois Holland, good or bad.
Do you think so?
Look at Anna. An intelligent young man takes a pretty but stupid girl away from home. It wasn't desire that made him do that. It was because she was a good girl who went to Mass every Sunday with her mother.
You're very quick at deciding about people.
People like him feel a great need to defile anything that's clean, and they are dangerous.
And perhaps unhappy.
Really?
He speaks perfect English.
He went to one of our public schools.
Oh, wow. Jeanette, then. I must tell you that Jeanette revealed, under questioning, that she's engaged to old Emile. I promised to keep quiet about it, since his mother's against it. It was after dinner that the Arche de Noé became home to those oddities who had drifted onto Poquerolles as lost lotus eaters. For example, the tipsy major.
You look at the underside of a champagne cork with me, Inspector. What?
Pike?
We went to the same school.
Monsieur Maigret, you've met my employer, Monsieur Emile.
He doesn't like my pipe. May I have a word?
Oh, of course.
Tomorrow you go to the funeral in the air.
So?
Inspector Le Chat will accompany you and make sure you come back.
Oh.
Where are the people from the North Star?
They come out late, by moonlight.
They came all right. Mrs. Wilcox was coarse, with flaming red hair. De Moricourt was neat and yet surprisingly plain.
Moricourt by the whiskey, and none of the filthy glasses we had last time. So, you're the famous Maigret, are you?
Madame?
You're fatter than I expected.
It happens at a certain age, doesn't it?
Pig! A glass for the fat pig, Moricourt.
Oh, that woman. Don't let her ever speak to me.
It's all right, Major.
I may be poor, but I have my honour.
As I lay in my small, stuffy room that night under the open skylight, searching for a pattern in the case, the smell of the south pressed in upon me. The salt of the sea, the heat of the square. Come in.
Monsieur Maigret.
Oh, Jojo. Excuse me. My pajamas are...
I have to tell you something I've been keeping secret.
Can you reach my dressing gown?
Marcelin spoke to me 2 days before his death. I was polishing the bar counter when he tottered in, drunk, and told me that if he wanted, he could have a pile a metre high.
A pile of what?
Well, banknotes, of course.
Did he say any more?
Only, but what would I do with it? It's so nice doing nothing.
Did he ever visit Jeanette's room when she visited?
Certainly not.
Or any other woman?
My cousin Nina, who can't help doing it with anyone. But that's all.
Well, thank you, Jojo. I knew there was something Jeanette hadn't told me. If Marcelin could have a pile of notes, she probably knew about that.
And if old Justine blocked the marriage to Emile, Marcelin would always be available with that pile.
And if he could get that pile whenever he wanted, then so, perhaps, could Jeanette.
Especially if Marcelin was dead.
Exactly. We sound just like your books, Monsieur Simenon. So, thinking all these thoughts, I fell asleep and woke up nearly too late to see the morning ferry take Jeanette to the funeral.
Le Chat! Le Chat! Is she coming? Oh, good heavens, you're in pyjamas, Chief Inspector.
Le Chat, don't leave her side. Watch everything that happens. See who she speaks to, who slips her a letter, a package.
I thought I'd missed it. Are you getting dressed, Monsieur Maigret?
In a minute. Have a nice funeral, and I'll see you this evening. Goodbye.
What should we do now, Chief Inspector?
Mr. Pike. Not only in espadrilles, but a stripy fisherman's jersey, too. It wasn't until lunchtime on the terrace of the Arche de Noé that I suddenly realized what I'd missed. Everyone had gathered for the ferry. Their routine never changed. Charlot's girlfriend had arrived, and Pike was chattering about his friend the Major and how he couldn't afford polo anymore, when suddenly... Look, Emile. What's he doing crawling across the square at lunchtime?
He's collecting his mail. The post office is down there, tucked away around the corner, and the captain of the ferry takes the letters as soon as he arrives.
The post office? I never thought of that. That's where Le Chat called us from during the storm.
Oh, you've come at last, Monsieur Maigret. I knew you'd want to use my phone, because the one at the Arch is very public, isn't it? You want your police headquarters in Paris?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
Sergeant Luca? I made that call back at the start, so I know the number and everything. Very exciting. There, it's ringing in the box.
Oh, thank you. I went into the box. I spoke to Luca. I came out of the box and...
Interesting you want information about Monsieur Moricourt and Monsieur de Graef.
Do you listen to all the phone calls?
Oh, yes. To make sure people aren't cut off.
Can you make me out a list of all the calls of the last week?
I've done it already, because we were required to by the PTT.
And the telegrams?
Not many of those, but there's one here I sent this morning. It's to Angelo in the Rue Blanche, Paris. Sent complete information on Philippe de Moricourt, Rue Jacob. Signed Charlot. Now there's a coincidence.
Indeed.
And how's your English friend?
Swimming. This call from Marcelin to Les Sirènes. I wonder...
To the manager, Jeanette. He said it's not about money. I could have as much as I like. She said you've been drinking. And he said, is there a big Larousse encyclopedia in the house? Then someone came in and I didn't hear the rest.
Oh.
But she replied by telegram, which just by chance I kept a copy of. It said, here, died in 1890. Marcelin read it 3 times and went out whistling.
And what did Charlot say to his girlfriend yesterday?
He said, hello, baby. I'm staying here for a bit of fun, so come and join me. I expect he's having the fun now at the hotel.
Oh, you're very helpful. I'll wait outside on the bench for my call from Paris.
Monsieur Maigret.
Oh.
I thought I'd just pop out to say your call's come through.
Oh, thank you.
The de Moricourts fell on hard times, and Philippe failed to marry several heiresses, though he did publish 2 volumes of poetry.
Didn't you?
De Graef was quite a painter. Could have been really good, but as he wasn't selling, he burnt all his canvases and left Paris on his boat.
You didn't think to call me to...
And the girl's the daughter of a shipping magnate. Such a nice voice, your sergeant. Oh, look, the ferry's coming in. It must be 5 o'clock.
Jeanette had returned on the boat. I went up to the arch with her, and again into the stifling room with the squeaky bed springs, and this time helped her with her stays. You lied to me about a phone call and a telegram.
Turn round. Smoke your pipe.
You didn't mention the Larousse to anyone? Charlot? Or Emile?
I wasn't stupid.
You wanted to step into Marcelin's shoes and collect a big pile of money. You're very calculating.
Oh, people always say that about women when they try to provide for the future. Suppose Emile's old mother stops our marriage, I'll have to go on managing a brothel.
So, if Marcelin's tip was a good one...
I could retire to the country and keep chickens. The truth is, poor Marcelin, he said he'd accidentally discovered an extraordinary thing. He wanted to know when a certain painter, Vincent van Gogh, had died. The encyclopedia said 1890. He was amazed. When he rang, he'd never heard of Vincent van Gogh, let alone that he was dead. Now it's all too late, and he's dead too. And I don't know why, and I must marry that mouldy cheese after all.
Mr. Pike.
The Major tells me Mrs. Wilcox has become a grandmother, but her son won't let her back to see the...
Where's Charlot?
Have you got the answer?
Yes. There's nothing here but selfishness.
Charlot!
I want a word with you to help clear your name.
What was that about?
More than one person did this murder, and one of them I suspected was a coward. I wanted to know which one it was, because a coward finally gives in and blurts out everything he knows. The evening went on as before. Pike sat drinking champagne with the Major. Charlot fondled his girl. Anna drooped over a lover who brooded over everyone. Mrs. Wilcox danced with de Maricourt, her eyes brimming with alcohol. And the others were there too, Emile, Ginette. At a certain moment I winked at Charlot, who got up and turned off the music.
Monsieur de Maricourt, I don't like the way you look at me.
I'm not looking at you.
Oh, so you're too grand to look at me.
Philippe, come away.
Don't move, Lechan, or you pike.
What would you say if I pushed your face in? Like this?
Surely. Stay still.
Someone throw this hooligan out!
Look, he's standing doing nothing. Tears in his eyes. We're letting him go and have a boarding party in the dawn, Mr. Pike. We rode out to the North Star as soon as it was light. I demanded to see Mrs. Wilcox and climbed down to her living quarters. De Maricourt and she were both in pyjamas, and there were bedclothes and empty beer bottles everywhere.
Philippe, go and dress. I'll handle the inspector.
Oh, don't handle me, madam. Just tell me about Mr. de Graef.
He's very talented. I've bought several canvases from him for my villa in Fiesole.
You bought a lot of things.
Well, there's solace in beauty, don't you think?
Did you meet de Graef in Paris?
No, here.
And Marcelin often visited with him?
My boat is open house.
He talked a lot about me on the night that he died.
He said you were his friend, and he could prove it.
When you left the Arche de Noé, was Marcelin with you?
He left us at our dinghy because of the Mistral. We only just managed to reach the yacht, and we stayed on it all night. Very cosy.
Did de Maricourt go out again?
If you were home in England, Mrs. Wilcox, I would have to remind you that anything you say could be used in evidence against you.
I'm innocent. We're all innocent.
Did Philippe go out again?
Of course not. He was in bed
If
with...
you've anything to ask, Inspector, I'm here.
Mrs. Wilcox, what paintings do you have in your villa?
I've a Renoir, a Degas, a Monet.
A Van Gogh?
I've just bought a very small Van Gogh.
When?
3 days ago.
And poor drunken Marcelin saw de Graef painting it and signing Van Gogh's name.
No, Philippe found it in a shop. Didn't you, Philippe? Philippe? Say something, Philippe. Say something.
I must take your secretary away, madam, to the town hall.
He couldn't have done the murder. He didn't leave me all night. He's wonderful.
I suppose you realize you're a little rat. A rat who's afraid all the time and will eventually tell us everything when we hand you over to my friends on the coast who are strong and heavy. You'll start to cry, and then it'll all spill out. You'll tell us what excuse you made to leave Mrs. Wilcox that night. You'll tell us who first got the idea of the forged paintings. You'll tell us everything.
I want a lawyer.
You want a thrashing. You had one last evening, and I'll be glad to give you another, and another, and another, until your beautiful white trousers were filthy with your fear. Marcelin stumbled on one of de Graef's paintings, signed Vincent, didn't he? Then he said I was his friend. So you got frightened. One of you shot him. Not only shot him, but smashed his face in to show you weren't afraid of being vicious. You prey especially on the weak and helpless, de Maricourt, like a spoilt child, murdering like a spoilt child if you can't get what you want. Above all, you're frightened of the world of adults.
Here's the Dutchman, Chief Inspector.
Am I under arrest?
You are. And you're pleased. There'll be a splendid trial, and your pictures will at last reach a prominence you've always wanted. How proud you will be of the way you fooled the world with your forgeries, except you only fooled a sex-starved, lonely old grandmother whose family don't want to speak to her. And just remember, it was a half-drunk tramp who'd never heard of Van Gogh who brought you down and will cause one of you to lose his head under the guillotine. I wish it were both of you.
Rather heavy, weren't you?
Selfish, spoiled young bourgeois. Marcelin believed he was my friend, Pike. What do those two know of friendship?
Monsieur Maigret, look at Charlot on the Dutchman's boat.
There was Anna, in his arms. He'd seen her swallow something from a terrace. Now, was carrying her down the gangplank, naked and dead. She could give no evidence against her lover now.
You're very angry still about it all.
Yes. I went back into the town hall to tell them what they'd done. It was de Maricourt, lover of the poor old woman, that I hit. There. They wouldn't do that in England, would they? And I've news for you, de Graef. Anna's killed herself to try to save your neck.
She was always stupid.
We left on the midday ferry. I've never missed the island.
Even though it was seductive.
Did you say something, Chief Inspector?
Yes. I'm going to smoke a pipe.
Georges Simenon's My Friend Maigret was dramatised by David Cregan from the translation by Nigel Ryan of Mon Ami Maigret. Nicolas Le Prevost was Chief Inspector Maigret and Julian Barnes, Georges Simenon. Inspector Pike was played by Neil Dudgeon and Le Chat by Jonathan Keeble. Mrs. Wilcox was played by Gilly Bond and Jeanette by Maggie McCarthy. De Graef, Richard Firth. De Maricourt, Simon Donaldson, and the postmistress, Carla Simpson. Marcelin and Monsieur Emile were played by Ewan Bailey. Jojo and Anna by Emma Williams. Charlot by Martin Hyder, and the Major by Bunny Reed. The music was by Lucinda Mason Brown. The director was Ned Shire. Georges Simenon's Madame Maigret's Own Case. Dramatised by Alison Joseph. Starring Nicolas Le Prevost as Maigret, with Julian Barnes as Simenon, Julie Legrand as Madame Maigret, and Ron Cook as Sergeant Lucas.
Madame Maigret's case, you called it?
Quite rightly, too. Without Louise, you'd never have solved it.
A somewhat simplistic view, Simenon.
On the contrary, Madame Maigret excelled herself.
And my men? You always did gloss over the real work, the endless checking, the interrogations.
I don't like to bore my readers. You can see my point, surely. I have a story to tell.
Do I complain about it being boring?
No, but...
Well then, we do the job. Me and my men, we question people, we keep an eye on things, we wear out our shoes. There's no glamour in it. I mean, take this case you claim was my wife's. The way you tell it is all drama, starting with the anonymous note that was sent to our department.
A scrap of paper which said, "The bookbinder on the Rue de Turenne has burnt a body in his furnace." And then you sent someone to check and found 2 human teeth in the ashes.
Anonymous notes and human teeth. But what you don't see is the other stuff, the endless checking, talking to the man's neighbours, the bar owners, the shopkeepers on the Rue de Turenne. And then there were those leaks to the press, which meant that every cab driver in Paris had a view on the case.
You arrested him, though, the bookbinder.
Yes, we had to.
His lawyer didn't like it.
His lawyer took advantage of a press interest to shout about his client's innocence in all the papers. Well, I could see his point. Our bookbinder didn't appear to be a murderer.
Not your usual sort of criminal.
A gentle soul, Franz Sturvels, from Flanders originally, a true craftsman. Considered the best bookbinder in Paris, as his whippersnapper of a lawyer was very fond of telling the press. He had a wife, Fernande, to whom he appeared devoted. It's always difficult, having to question a man like that. Monsieur Sturvels, let's start again, shall we? The teeth.
Yes. Yes, the teeth.
How do you explain it?
I don't.
The false telegram from Concarneau claiming that your wife's mother was gravely ill. thereby causing your wife to leave Paris and not return for 3 days. Have tricks like that ever been played on you before?
No, never.
Dense smoke coming out of your chimney on Sunday.
It was cold.
And then there's a suitcase. Young Lapointe came to search your place and he saw a reddish-brown suitcase sticking out from under a table in the workshop. He says he tried to lift it and it was very heavy. Yet, at 5 that afternoon, when Inspector Luca came with a search warrant, the suitcase had gone. Or, more to the point, there was a suitcase, but it was a different colour, a darker brown. Lapointe swears it's not the same one, that the first one had a handle tied together with string.
For heaven's sake. I'm a skilled leather worker. If I had to mend a suitcase, I wouldn't use string.
One of the best, your lawyer says. Keen young man, isn't he? Young Leotard.
I've been kept in custody since all this blew up. My wife's very anxious.
Oh, yes, your wife.
This has nothing to do with my wife.
No, of course not. The fact that you met her when she
wasn't like the others.
A working woman. Boulevard de Sebastopol was her patch, wasn't it?
It was a long time ago.
She's very devoted to you, isn't she?
And I to her.
A man is lucky to have a wife like that. She's been bringing you food in, I hear.
She's anxious that I eat properly.
My wife's just the same. When I go home for lunch, there'll be something tasty simmering on the hob.
Oh, my dear. Have you been waiting ages?
It's full of smoke in here.
Oh. It's all ruined.
Well,
I'd left it cooking when I popped out for my dental appointment. I was only going to be an hour.
I had to open all the windows.
I knew you'd be cross, but it's not as if I could help
No, I'm
it.
not cross.
Oh, I'd like to see you coping with what I've been through. The little boy crying and wailing. Oh, my poor casserole. Absolutely blackened.
I was the dentist.
And there you are, eating bread and cheese. But I didn't even see the dentist. That's the whole point. I couldn't leave the place d'Anvers, could I?
Why ever not?
I just told you it was the little boy. I had to stay with him for hours. Even though he made such a fuss, everyone thought I was trying to kidnap him.
Which little boy?
I told you some weeks ago about the nice lady in the blue suit and her child. But you didn't listen, as usual. Yeah, the one I've got to know sitting on the bench in the square waiting for the dentist.
Oh.
Yeah, well, she was there this morning, as usual. But this time, she suddenly asked if I'd mind her child. Just for a moment, she said. And then finally, about 15 minutes ago, she came back. And I jumped into a taxi.
What did she say?
Nothing. What? Nothing at all. And she seemed such a polite woman. There I was in the middle of the square and the poor child crying. And then this taxi draws up and I recognised her white hat. She didn't even get out. Just opened the door. And then the boy ran towards her and he gets in and she slams the door without a word of thanks. And then the taxi pulled out towards the Boulevard Rochechouart. And now you're laughing at me.
I'm not.
I knew you would.
I'm not.
To abandon your child like that. More than 2 hours I was there. She doesn't even know my name.
Do you know hers?
No.
Where she lives?
I don't know anything at all. Only that I missed my appointment, that my lovely chicken is burnt to a cinder, and that you're sitting there eating an old piece of cheese. Well, I'd planned such a lovely meal.
Oh, really, the cheese is fine, huh?
Since when have you been content to eat a piece of cheese for lunch?
I wasn't that hungry.
Oh, you're such a bad liar.
We can have dinner this evening.
You'll be late.
I won't, I promise.
You always say that, and then you are.
I'll be here.
Well, don't expect another chicken.
Chicken might be nice.
It'll be your fault if it's burnt.
Morning, Chief.
All right, Chief. Morning, Chief. Inspector.
Ah, young Lapointe. How are you getting on? Where's Luca?
In his office, as usual.
How's it going?
Don't ask. If we ever had a case like it, I'm drowning in paper here. Here's what the waiter said in the bistro on the Rue des Francs Bourgeois. Here's what Madame Rance in the umbrella shop said. Here's what Bousquet, the shoemaker on the Rue de Terrain, claimed he saw. Although his story changes depending on how many brandies he's consumed. We've gone through motives. None. Your Stoyville's has led the most unexceptional life of any man.
And Inspector Torrance?
He's still in Concarneau, trying to check the fake telegram about the mother being ill. Nothing so far. And now there's the taxis. I wanted to find out whether a taxi had taken anyone to the bookbinder's after dark on Saturday the 17th of February. And sure enough, look, 3 people, according to the cabbie who came to see me yesterday. He said they were a thin, fair man, possibly Hungarian, a middle-aged Frenchman, nervous, and the one who seemed to be in charge, Levantine, my cabbie thought. They all spoke French, the Levantine paid, they all went into the bookbinders.
Taxis.
What?
You've just reminded me. My wife had a little adventure yesterday. While you are entertaining all the cab drivers of Paris, perhaps you could ask one or two about a lady in a blue suit and a white hat, Place d'Anvers, yesterday lunchtime. She appeared in the square in a cab and picked up a little boy.
Will do, Chief.
It'll be interesting to see what the newspapers make of that.
It's all over the papers again. Madame Maygray's misadventure.
I thought it would be.
Who can be leaking all this stuff?
Chief, just spoken to another cabbie. Result, I think. A very peculiar result, too. On the day of your wife's adventure, he picked up a lady answering the description. Blue suit, white hat, who was with a man. Fat, well-dressed, foreigner.
Go on.
He says they were jumpy, impatient. They come out of a hotel on the Rue Le Pic. One of those dodgy ones, my man says. She hails the cab, jumps in, says goodbye to the bloke. She gets the cab to drive her to the Place d'Anvers, and there's this child with, forgive me, Chief, a motherly old soul, he said. Obviously, from a distance, you know.
Get on with it, Luca.
The child runs away from the older woman towards the car. The lady in the hat pulls the child inside and then orders my man to drive them to the Porte de Neuilly and then out to the Place Saint-Augustin, where she and the kid get out of the car in the traffic and hail another cab. And then Torrance phoned me from Concarneau.
When?
About 20 minutes ago. He said that a woman answering the same description was there about a month ago. Some chap who runs one of the hotels claims someone like her ate in his restaurant the very evening the telegram was sent. Arrived from Paris on the 4 o'clock train, left that evening on the last train back. Foreign accent, he said, although Torrance says they find him difficult to understand up there. Torrance said he's going to check with the postmistress and then he's waiting instructions from you.
Well, maybe Madame Maygray's found a key to unlock this case after all. Luca, send someone to talk to the madame who runs this dodgy hotel on the Rue Le Pic, where the cab driver saw our friends. And while you're sorting that out, I'm taking young Lapointe out for a beer. Come along, Lapointe.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Lapointe. Now, you're ambitious, aren't you?
Yes, Chief. Inspector.
You live by yourself?
I share with my sister, Germaine. She works for a publisher on the left bank.
Does she have a boyfriend?
She's only 18.
Do you often meet your sister for lunch?
It depends. If I'm free, there's a little restaurant we go to near her work. Oh, Monsieur Maigret, if I ever thought that Germaine would be...
Who might she be telling, do you think?
If it's that Bizarre...
Who's Bizarre?
Oh, he's a friend, Antoine Bizarre. He's a reporter. Oh, no.
On this newspaper?
I had no idea that she and Antoine... Our dad will be so angry. I'm supposed to be looking after her. He'll make her go back home.
Does he live near you, this Bizarre?
Oh, nearby, in that apartment block in the Rue Bergère.
Wow, what a coincidence. Our friend Maitre Leotard lives there, too.
Monsieur Maigret, believe me, it really wasn't me. I had no idea that those two were...
Never mind about that. I want you to do as I tell you, Lapointe.
Yeah, of course, sir.
After work today, I want you to meet your sister in your little restaurant, find out from Luca what the madame at this sleazy hotel had to say, and tell Germaine all about it. Madame Sturvels?
Oh, Monsieur Maigret, isn't it?
Is anyone with you? No. What are you doing here?
You can see for yourself. Visiting, just like you.
Monsieur Alfonsi.
And how are my old friends on the Vice Squad?
All the better without you.
I could have had you all for unfair dismissal. But I'm not the sort of chap to bear a grudge.
Especially when running a private detective agency seems to suit you so well. Does Maitre Leotard pay well?
I've no idea what you're on about.
I'm waiting.
What for?
For you to go.
And if I don't?
You don't want to find yourself trailed by one of my men, do you?
No need to get nasty, Monsieur Maigret. I know when I'm not wanted.
Does he often come here?
I don't like him. It's something to do with our lawyer.
How's your husband?
All right. He reads all day long. He's bearing up.
And you?
Yes. I'm all right, too, I suppose.
May I sit down, madame?
Of course.
You see, I want to know what happened, and at the moment I'm completely in the dark.
Monsieur Maigret, we're all in the dark.
Do you love him?
Love? What I feel for him, it's beyond love.
Your husband is a man of regular habits, isn't he?
Yes.
You hardly ever apart.
He never went out without me.
Monsieur Leotard.
What about him?
Why did your husband choose him?
Franz doesn't like Leotard. He didn't choose him.
Just a minute. What did you say?
Maitre Leotard came to see us that day. The day before you took my husband away.
But at that time, he had no lawyer because he didn't know he was going to be charged. Yet when I told him to choose a lawyer, he named Leotard.
I see what you mean. Oh, look at these children that press their noses up against the window all the time as if it was some kind of freak show.
Is your husband good with money?
We live quietly. He works for the pleasure of working.
Does he love you?
I think so.
You sound unsure.
How sure is your wife that you love her?
Well,
I'm as sure as a woman can be. It's enough that I love him.
My difficulty is, all the evidence points to the fact that a man was killed in this basement.
So everyone tells me.
It seems impossible that it could have happened without your husband's knowledge, even if I were to agree with you that your husband is a good, honest, hard-working man, all of which appears to be true.
You still arrested him?
I'm afraid that's my job. I'd better be going. Do you know, if I could, I'd start this case all over again. Do it my way, without all these Alphonses and other hangers-on. Well, I'll leave you in peace, Madame Steudels.
Peace? Monsieur Maigret, can you imagine what it would be like if the only person you've ever loved was behind bars?
No, Madame, I can't.
And the doubts, wondering what'll become of him, wondering what he knows. You see, Monsieur Maigret, if I don't have faith in him, who else will? Don't you feel that way about your wife?
Well, I've never really thought.
He believed in me, and now it's my turn to believe in him. Isn't that what marriage is for?
Well, I'm not sure I've ever...
You go home and ask your wife. I know what she'll say. Women know about these things.
Yes. Perhaps they do.
The whole story's in the papers, Chief Inspector. Everything we found out about the Hotel Beau Séjour in the Rue Lepic, about Monsieur Levine, who stayed there with his female companion and the child, and the angry Frenchman, it's all here.
Excellent.
You're pleased?
Your sister's been invaluable.
And they've quoted that lawyer again.
Let me see. Maigret, a policeman of the old school. Methods are out of date. I've had an honest man locked up. Madame Maigret's story's cheap fiction. Right. Lapointe, you tell me. So far, we have a woman, a little boy, and a swarthy man, all staying at a cheap hotel in the Rue Lepic. Then, a seedy Frenchman comes to see them, according to the madame there. They have an argument. And then, everyone's racing around Paris in taxis. We know almost nothing about them. If the woman takes off her white hat and gets rid of the child, she can disappear forever. Now, with these newspaper reports, either they'll stay holed up or they'll try and find a safer hiding place, which means they'll be visible, at least for a short while. Maigret?
Maigret, it's Dossin. Could you come up and see me?
Dossin? Yes, Your Honor, I'll be right there.
I have Maitre Leotard with me.
I'd very much like to meet him. Thank you. You see le point? Without these newspaper reports, we'd have no way of flushing them out. In this job, you've just got to make the best of things. Understood?
Understood, Chief. Inspector.
Out of date, indeed. I'd like to see him try.
I object, Your Honour, that a member of the police should...
May I take this chair? Oh.
By all means.
Thank you, thank you.
My client here has the right...
Do you mind if I light my pipe? Do carry on, Maitre Leotard.
None of the evidence adds up. My client knows nothing about teeth or suitcases.
May I ask a question, Your Honour? Monsieur Stuyvels, when did you first hear of Maitre Philippe Leotard?
I protest!
I wasn't asking you. Monsieur Stuyvels, after I'd finished questioning you that first night, you named your lawyer as Maitre Leotard.
The accused can choose any lawyer he likes.
I'm waiting for an answer, Stuyvels. Had you ever heard of Maitre Leotard before the visit of my inspector?
Franz, don't answer.
All right. I'll ask you something else. Did you send for Leotard on that same day, the 21st, during the afternoon? At that time, there was a reddish-brown suitcase in your workshop, which was gone by the time Inspector Lucas came with a search warrant.
I forbid you to answer.
He came on his own. Maitre Leotard, he came to see me.
About a book plate for our family coat of arms. My grandfather, the former Comte de Leotard, gave up his title, and I was seeing about recreating our coat of arms.
And not about anything else.
Your Honour, this is your office, sir, and I object.
Have you any other questions to put to Monsieur Stuyvels, Maigret?
No more? Thank you, Your Honour. Monsieur Stuyvels, thank you too.
Thank you, Monsieur Maigret.
Well, there you are. No supper then?
I've only just got back myself. Oh, I've got completely soaked.
It's your best clothes.
Anyway, you never come home for meals these days.
But
you see, I began with the department stores, although I really wasn't sure. And then I did the whole of Rue Lafayette. Then I went up the Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette and along the Rue Blanche, all on foot and in the rain.
What are you talking about?
The hat, of course.
Oh, the hat. Of course.
It's been on my mind, this business of the white hat. And obviously it's not men's work. I mean, white hats have been in for some weeks now, but one hat is never exactly like another. And at least I'd had a good look at this one. Now, you don't mind if dinner's cold, do you? I've got some things from the Italian delicatessens. Parma ham, hors d'oeuvre. Oh, and look, they've started doing these lovely artichoke hearts.
And the hat?
Talking of hats, Maigret, yours is dripping rain onto the carpet. You see, I knew there was no point looking on the Rue Saint-Honoré or Avenue Matignon, but and it wasn't a hat from the Galerie au Printemps either. Somewhere between the two, I thought, and definitely a milliner's, and a milliner's with good taste. So I did all the little shops around the Place d'Anvers. Oh, I must have seen 100 white hats. And finally, it was a pearl grey one which stopped me in my tracks. It was on the Rue Camartin, in the window at Hélène et Rosine. It was exactly the same hat, in another shade, with the little veil just here above the eyes.
So you went in?
Yeah, why is that so surprising?
Was I surprised?
Just because you can't see me trying on hats in a classy milliner's.
I didn't say anything.
Anyway, I did go in there, so there. And I asked in a perfectly normal way whether they had the same hat in white. And she said no, they had it in pale blue, yellow and jade green. They'd sold the white one more than a month ago. So I sighed and said, oh, well, that must have been the one my friend was wearing. Oh, dear, I was blushing. I could see myself in all the mirrors. Nearly as bad a liar as you are. And then she said, well, do you know the Comtesse Panetti? With this tone of surprise, which I have to say was rather rude. And I said, yes, I'd met her, and that I'd very much like to see her again, because she'd asked me for some information, and now I'd mislaid her address. And then she said, well, she's almost certainly still at the Claridge. There. I thought you'd be pleased.
I am.
I thought I'd done rather well.
Yes. You have.
And you've been so grumpy recently. I was only trying to help.
I'm just thinking about something.
Next time I won't even bother.
It was just something that Madame Stuyvels said.
Who?
Madame Stuyvels. The wife of our poor bookbinder.
Huh? You've been seeing her?
She said that marriage is all about believing in each other, and that you'd know what she meant. I think that's what she said.
She said that?
Yes. Yes, she did.
Oh. Poor her. With her husband locked up like that.
Yes. So, are you going to cross-examine the porter at the Claridge, or shall I?
Me? What do you think I am? A police inspector? Come and have some supper, you silly boy.
Luca! Luca!
Morning, Chief.
Got something for you. I visited the Claridge Hotel late last night.
Not your usual haunt, Chief.
Oh, the night porter there, he's an old chum. Very helpful. The Countess Panetti, you see. At first I thought she was the woman in the blue suit, but the Countess herself is in her 70s, wealthy widow of an Italian industrialist. She has an Italian maid, Luca, who wears a blue suit and a white hat and is called Gloria Lotti. She also has a son-in-law, a Hungarian called Krinkler. And the Countess's daughter eloped with this man, and then they separated, but he seems to be trying to build bridges with his ex-mother-in-law. He's also broke.
Maigret, wait. Slow down.
The Countess, with her maid, left Paris on the 15th of February in Krinker's car, a chocolate-coloured Chrysler. Krinker was driving. The Countess hasn't been seen since. Nearly a month later, my wife became embroiled in the affair with the little boy.
Gotcha, Chief. A rich elderly lady. Now we're getting somewhere.
So it appears.
I'll get the boys onto missing Chrysalis.
We should check the results for the Countess, too. And Moores, up in records, has found a photo that matches the description of the seedy Frenchman. Alfred Moss. A Belgian, in fact. Originally an acrobat. Turned to petty crime a few years ago. Will you get records to look up this Krinker?
Will do. So, Chief, how did you make the connection between our little gang and the Countess Panetti?
Well, let's just say it was feminine intuition. I have a photograph I'd like you to look at. Do you recognize this man?
Of course. It's Alfred, my husband's brother.
Well, when did you last see him?
About 2 months ago. We came to dinner as usual.
With a suitcase?
He always has a suitcase.
Do you know what he does?
Not exactly. Franz says he was an acrobat until he had his fall. He feels sorry for him.
Why does he call himself Moss? You said their mother was poor, didn't you? It was worse than that, wasn't it?
I guessed most of it. And then Franz told me the rest. She was in the same business as I was. And she drank. 7 or 8 children by different fathers. It was Franz who chose the name Stoffels. His mother was called Mosselea.
Is she dead?
I think so. He never mentions her. Alfred's the only family he sees.
Your husband? He never went out without you. You were together from morning till night?
Yes, every day.
You never went out without him?
Only on wash days, obviously.
Wash days?
Well, I can't do the washing here, can I? I go to the laundry barge on the Seine, you know, just below Pont Neuf.
Do you mind if I light my pipe? By the way, have you heard of a Countess Panetti? No? Or her son-in-law, Mr. Krinker? No? Oh, well.
And now I have a question for you, Monsieur Maigret. Do you think my husband's guilty?
My dear Madame Stoffels, I'm afraid I have no idea. Good morning. Young Lepoint, good morning to you. What a fine day.
You can tell how an investigation is going, Lepoint, by whether Monsieur Maigret wishes you a good morning.
So, today's a good day, then?
I've arranged to project Alfred Moss's image in the cinemas after the newsreels asking for information. I thought I'd make the best use of the technology available to us. You see, Lepoint, in this job... Maigret? From where? Lagny, by the River Marne, as I thought. Hello, Inspector? Yes? Right. A Chrysler, yes? Brought up from a river, you say, yes. Body? In the water a month. We'll be right there. I'll be bringing Dr. Paul, my pathologist. He likes that kind of thing. If I'm not mistaken, we found a Countess Panetti, but probably not her jewels. You're very quiet.
Am I, sir?
Lot to think about today?
Suppose so.
Bodies of murdered countesses hauled from sunken cars, that sort of thing. You see, Lapointe, in this job... And, now, what are these messages? Well. Apparently, if I can make out Lucas's dreadful handwriting, a young woman came in with her father, having seen the photo of Moss. I knew the newsreel idea was a good one. And he says, Moss had been lodging with them, called himself Peters. Peters, alias Moss, went out on the night of that Saturday in February, which of course is when Madame Stuyvels had been lured away to Concarneau, reappeared the next day, then didn't leave his room for a week. Vanished sharpish 12th of March, which is the day that my wife was left with a little boy.
I see, sir.
And according to this, Leotard phoned several times wanting to buy me a drink in the Shop du Negre. Don't you think that's very civil of him?
Yes, sir.
Talking of suitcases, Lapointe.
Were we?
I've had an idea. Now, think before you answer. Do you want to try something difficult? Wait. This won't get your name in the papers. Quite the contrary. If you succeed, nobody but you and me will ever know about it. If you fail, I will be obliged to disclaim all responsibility and maintain that you were acting on your own.
I understand.
You don't understand at all, but it doesn't matter. Now, listen to me. It's 9 now. I'll set off now to join Leotard for this drink. You know where the lawyer lives? En Rue Bergère, 4th floor, on the left. You've been taught how to open a door, haven't you?
You want me to...
Lucas will give you the tools. And if it's not at the Rue Bergère, just go straight over to the Rue de Douai, Alphonse's place. Room 33 in the Hotel du Massif Central. Same thing there. Just the suitcase. You understand? Phone me at the Shop du Negre in the Boulevard Bonne Nouvelle.
Yes, Chief Inspector, sir.
What do you have? A beer?
Oh, thank you.
Waiter, a beer and brandy and water. So, how's the investigation? Has your appeal had any results?
Maitre Leotard, why did you invite me here?
Well, maybe it was to make peace. I feel I've been a bit short with you. You see, I respect you, Maigret. We're both doing our jobs. It's just that yours is to corner my client. Mine is to rescue him.
To the extent of becoming his accomplice?
I don't know what you mean. But if that's how you want it, I'll come straight to the point.
Lovely.
You see, Chief Inspector, you're in a position to wreck my career. A career that everyone agrees will be brilliant. Well, I mean, I haven't always stuck to the rules.
I'm waiting, Maitre Leotard.
You know, Monsieur Maigret, I come from a poor family. Very poor.
Oh, yes, indeed. Comps de Leotard.
What I mean is, I've been waiting for some time for a case that would give me a chance to distinguish myself.
And now you've found it?
Exactly. And on Friday, in Monsieur Dossin's office, you said something that made me think you knew more about this business than you were letting on.
Oh, do you know, the beer here is awfully good. I think I'll have another.
You're determined, aren't you?
Look at that cashier. Now, she's a proper cashier, like the ones from the old days. That black silk blouse, hair all pinned up, guarding the phone like that.
All right, I admit it. I made a professional error in soliciting Stoivels to become my client.
Oh, yes, a professional error.
I happened to hear about the case. There's a friend of mine, lives in the same building, Antoine Bizarre. He works on a paper. He has a girlfriend who...
Yes, the sister of one of my men.
So you do know?
I like the way you tell it, Leotard.
Well, through Bizarre, I heard that the police were interested in a bookbinder on the Rue de Turenne. So I went over there.
On February the 21st, early in the afternoon.
You're a cruel winner, Monsieur Maigret.
Go on.
I told him that if he was in any trouble, I'd be glad to defend him, and it's for his sake I invited you here this evening. Anything that harms me would harm him by association. There it is, Monsieur Maigret. It's for you to decide. Are you more interested in the cashier than in what I've got to say?
No, not at all.
I'm in your hands, Monsieur Maigret. All you have to do is go and see the chairman of the Bar Council and tell him what you know.
Now look. She's taking a call. Excuse me, Leotard. I believe that's for me. Maigret.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I'll take it here.
Is that you, Chief Inspector?
Yes.
I've got it. It wasn't at the lawyer's. I did it just like you said. Nearly got caught by the concierge. Then I went over to the Rue de Douai. It was easy. No trouble getting in. The suitcase was under the bed. What shall I do with it? I'm at the cigar store on the corner now.
Take a taxi to the office. I'll meet you there.
Yes, sir. You are pleased, aren't you, sir?
Yes, you've done well.
Right then. See you later.
Yes.
See you later, Chief.
Yes, right. Another beer, I think. And waiter, can you bring this man a brandy? Neat.
But I have...
Make it a double.
I don't want enough of...
Tomorrow morning, Leotard, I am indeed going to report you. Not to the Bar Association, to the public prosecutor. You and your crony, Alfonsi.
I don't see why...
Suppression of evidence in a murder case. Ooh. You're looking at years, I'd say, not months. Must go, old chap. The drinks are on you. Oh, how very civil of you.
But...
You see, dear boy, I've got the suitcase.
Oh, there you are.
I'm sorry.
Well, it was a cold supper anyway. I'll just put these away.
Oh, your press cuttings.
Oh, someone's got to keep a record for your memoirs, Maigret.
That's us on holiday.
Yes. Do you remember? Dieppe.
What's it doing in that magazine?
Well, didn't you see it? Came out recently. A 4-page article on the early days of your career and your methods.
My methods.
You'll find the ham on the coal shelf, dear.
Come in. Oh, Maigret.
Good morning.
Are you going away?
I beg your pardon?
You're carrying a suitcase.
Yes.
Oh, good heavens, the suitcase.
He's looking at several years inside, Your Honour.
So,
Look, that's why it's so heavy.
Bookbinder stamps?
At first glance, but in fact, seals of various sovereign states. Here's one for the United States. And official seals, government departments.
Passport forgery?
Exactly. Stovel's brother Alfred provided him with the models and the passports.
Have they been in this business long?
Roughly 2 years, judging by the bank accounts. I've been on the phone to most of the banks in Paris this morning.
So, Alfred Moss is a professional.
Alfred Moss, first and foremost, is a clown, an acrobat. But a couple of years ago, he found out that fake passports, especially for America, were worth fortunes. That's when he thought of his brother. It occurred to him that a bookbinder would be able to do just as good a job with the official seals.
But why should Stoevels have accepted to do it?
In my experience, people who've known the kind of poverty that he knew as a child, real grinding poverty, I mean, have such a terror of the bad days that they're capable of anything.
When did they do this?
Wash days, Your Honour. Almost every Monday, Moss would arrive with his suitcase.
But the young woman with the child, and the Countess Panetti.
I'm coming to that. But I've had another question on my mind. Why, on Tuesday, 12th of March, when everything seemed quiet, was there that sudden flare-up which ended in the groups dispersing? I mean, the incident in the Place d'Anvers, which my wife happened to witness. Why did they suddenly behave as if we were onto them? And it was only last night that, through the wildest chance, I found the answer. My wife was sitting at our table with one of these silly articles about me, which featured an old photo of Madame Maigret and myself on holiday. And it was published on Tuesday, 12th of March. And sometime last night, it dawned on me. I realised that Moss must have seen the magazine, and this morning I checked with the family with whom Moss was lodging, and indeed he had. He'd seen the photographs, so he'd have connected the woman on the bench who waited each week for the dentist with the wife of the chief inspector in charge of the investigation.
But it was a coincidence.
But why would Moss have assumed that? He must have quite naturally concluded that we were on his track. The group scattered after that.
Do you expect to catch them?
Oh, in a week, or a month, or a year. You know how these things are.
Well, I've asked them to bring Sturvels up. Do you think he'll talk?
I think he will.
So, there they were. Monsieur and Madame Sturvels, sitting in the judge's office.
And a much subdued Leotard, too.
How very satisfying.
Yes, it was.
And poor Sturvels talked.
There was no reason for him not to. There was no one left to protect. So, Sturvels. That Saturday night, Moss, Levine, and a third man, probably Crinker, came to your house.
Yes.
When your wife was out of the way.
That wasn't my idea. I didn't even know about it. At first, I refused to let them in. I was reading.
Sturvels explained that there were 3 men, his brother and 2 strangers. One was large and dark, the other thin, nervous. The nervous man was Hungarian and wanted a passport for the States. So Sturvels was about to get to work when suddenly there was a shot. The heavy man, Levine, had shot the Hungarian, who of course was Crinker. And Levine explained all about Crinker and the Countess, how after Levine, had shot the Countess at the side of a river, Crinker had lost his nerve and become a liability. And then poor old Sturvels was asked to light the furnace.
It raises a ghastly image, doesn't it, Maigret? The furnace burning all night. Sturvels having to get out all his sharp tools.
How you enjoyed writing it.
They spent the night in my workshop. It took a very long time. My brother drank a lot of brandy. I knew about Levine already. I knew Alfred was working for him. He has a child with a pretty girl, an Italian. He'd found the Countess, made this girl get a job as her maid. There were some things I only worked out later, like that Levine must have planned the whole thing in advance. He'd wanted to get Crinker out of the way. He knew what was going to happen that night. That's why he sent Gloria to Concarneau to send the telegram. Crinker, you see, he liked to live well. Since his divorce, the old lady would give him small amounts of money. But he wanted enough to get to the States. He thought it was just going to be a theft, not a murder.
Was it on the night of Crinker's death that you found out all this?
Yes. We talked, Alfred and me. We had to wait hours while they... I'm sorry. It's been difficult to forget. When I close my eyes at night, and for my wife to hear it all now for the first time. May I sit by her?
Of course.
Oh, Hans. Never mind, love. We'll manage. And you'll still be able to work. Shh. Oh.
And you did indeed track down the others.
You know we did. A month later, Levine was arrested, and Gloria Lotti 2 days after that. Her son had been entrusted to a peasant couple. She refused to say where. Alfred Moss killed himself 4 years later. The Countess's jewels had been at the hotel all along.
And the shoemaker never admitted that it was he who had sent the note.
You see? There you go again. How can you know that? It's typical of you.
I have to tell a story, Maigret.
Anonymous notes. Utterly fanciful. Gives us a bad name. Those of us who are trying to do a job. It's painstaking work, often very dull. I'm not complaining, but really, the shoemaker indeed. Why can't you just write the story as it really happened? It's like all these pipes I'm supposed to smoke. Things as they are just never exciting enough for you, are they?
Georges Simenon's Madame Maigret's Own Case was dramatised by Alison Joseph. Nicolas Le Prévost was Maigret and Julian Barnes Simenon. Madame Maigret was played by Julie Legrand and Sergeant Lucas by Ron Cook. Stervels was played by Paul Sir, Madame Stervels by Victoria Carling, Lyotard by Nicholas Bolton, Lapointe by Carl Prekop, and Alfonsi and Dossin by Martin Hyder. The music was by Lucinda Mason-Brown. The director was Ned Chaillet.
In 103 investigations, Georges Simenon's Chief Inspector Maigret became the best-loved of European detectives. A new series of his classic investigations begins now on BBC Radio 4 in the familiar territory of Paris.
Georges Simenon's Maigret and the Burglar's Wife. Translated by J. McLaren Ross. Dramatised by Alison Joseph. Starring Nicolas Le Prévost as Chief Inspector Maigret, with Julian Barnes as Georges Simenon and Julie Legrand as Madame Maigret.
It was very hot that summer.
Oh, I know.
Do you think that's why you took so little interest when that poor woman, the burglar's wife, came to see you?
That poor woman. If an ex-prostitute insists that her burglar husband has disappeared, perhaps one doesn't send out a huge search party, that's all.
Madame Jussieu claimed he'd fled from a murder scene.
Yes. Her husband, Alfred, had broken into a house late one night and was attempting to open a safe when he realised there was a body in the room with him. A woman lying dead with gunshot wounds. Why, he flees the house, leaving his tools. He phones his wife from the Gare du Nord in the small hours of the morning, saying he's got to get away because now he's going to be done for murder when all he was doing was a bit of honest safe-breaking. And he vanishes. And she comes whining to me, saying she's sure he's in danger and can I find him? Oh, would you have believed her?
Why did she choose you?
Because, once as a young police constable, I'd gone to her rooms to arrest her, and she was stark naked, and she refused to get dressed. That's not funny. I had to hang about for hours trying to persuade her to put her clothes on. I was only a young man at the time. Oh, do stop laughing, Simenon.
I hope she was kind enough not to refer to it this time.
Well, we were both older and wiser.
Of course, Inspector. Last time we met, it was,
A lifetime ago.
I'm a happily married woman now.
Yes, married to Alfred, who's gone missing.
Poor Alfred.
Yeah, poor safe-breaking Alfred.
He's the witness to a murder.
Where was this job he was doing?
It was a house in Neuilly. The dead woman was lying next to the safe. Poor Alfred was scared out of his wits, as you can imagine, so he legged it through the garden, jumped on his bike, chucked the bike in the river, and then walked all the way to the Gare du Nord.
And, the house in Neuilly?
I'm trusting you with this, Inspector, because You behaved like a gent all of them years ago when I was, Anyway, look. It's a list of all the addresses where Alfred put in safes when he was straight, when he worked for Blanchard, the safe company. That was before they kicked him out, poor love, and forced him to take up burglary instead.
Yes, poor man. Let me see that.
No, you can't have it. I'm not giving away my Alfred secrets, no. You can just have this address here. It's the only domestic address on the list in that area. It must be the one. 43B.
43B.
Rue de la Ferme.
Rue de la Ferme. Thank you.
I'll keep in touch, Inspector, and if there's anything else I can do to help.
Actually, there is. Could you put a small ad in whatever paper Alfred reads, saying it's safe for him to come back to Paris?
You mean that?
Of course.
I knew I could trust you. Always were a gent, you were.
So this time she kept her clothes on.
I wish I'd never told you.
And you and Janvier went to find the house.
Yes. It belonged to a dentist and his elderly mother. It was a large, a well-kept house. It'd been in the mother's family for a long time.
Did you go in?
Well, first we had a couple of Calvados in a cafe across the road. We learned from the proprietor there that the dentist was called Monsieur Serre. He was about 50, always lived with his mother. A couple of years ago, he'd surprised everyone by getting married. The wife was a woman about the same age as him, a foreigner. His elderly mother continued to live with him. The cafe proprietor warned us not to expect a sweet old lady.
I haven't the slightest idea of your business here, gentlemen. And before I go and fetch my son from his afternoon rest, I'd like to know
Madame Serre, your son is married, I believe.
He's been married twice.
Oh, and is his second wife at home? Janvier, do sit down. Right, Chief.
Oh, you've come about her. Oh, I hope she hasn't done anything silly.
Oh, where is she?
She's left us. She's gone back to Holland. Oh, she never really belonged with us.
Was there a quarrel?
My son is not the kind of man who quarrels.
When did she leave?
2 days ago. She took the night train from the Gare du Nord on Tuesday night.
Did your son take her to the station?
No, she took a taxi.
Was there talk of a divorce?
We are Catholics, Monsieur Maigret. I'm afraid I really don't see why you feel it necessary to come here and question us.
Excuse me. Oh, Monsieur Serre. Do come in.
I heard voices. I wasn't sure.
These gentlemen are police officers.
Madame Serre was telling us that your wife left the day before yesterday.
What exactly do these people want, Mamma?
Actually, Monsieur Serre, the question of your wife merely cropped up in conversation while you were having your rest. The true purpose of our visit is that we have reason to believe that you've been the victim of an attempted burglary.
What gave you that idea?
Well, let's say we came into possession of confidential information. Your house hasn't been burgled?
If it had been, I would have gone straight to the local police, wouldn't I?
No broken windows?
We did replace a window pane last week, didn't we, Guillaume? The window was opened during the big thunderstorm on Thursday.
But you do own a safe.
I'd be perfectly within my rights.
Yes, we do own a safe.
Fitted by Blanchard about 18 years ago?
That would be correct, yes.
Now, this broken window pane, who replaced it?
My son. He always sees to our household repairs, don't you, dear?
Would you mind if my colleague here and I had a look around?
Now, look, if you think that I'm going to...
Of course, gentlemen. Be our guests.
Oh.
Well, Chief.
Well...
What do you make of that, then?
I've no idea. When you get back to the office, can you check with the Gare du Nord about the missing wife?
Will do, Chief.
Oh, and see if you can track down Alfred, the safe breaker. I need to talk to him.
Righto, Chief. Me too. I'd sooner talk to a hardened criminal than that old lady. Where are we going now?
I have a sudden urge for a Calvados, and I happen to see our burglar's wife sitting at the cafe over there.
They said what?
They said there was no corpse, no burglary, nothing at all.
And now you think I was lying, don't you? Just because of the sort of
Madame
people...
Jussieu, I think nothing of the sort.
Oh?
Another beer? Waiter!
But I bet you think Alfred was lying.
Do you?
He wouldn't lie to me. You're a married man, Inspector, aren't you?
Yes.
There you are, then.
This cheese is good.
I think it's better than the Cantal. So, how was your day? Anything exciting happen?
Not really. I met a woman, a wife, who claims that her husband never lies to her,
I should hope so.
even though he's a burglar.
Are they happy together?
Yes, I think so.
There you are, then.
She says her burglar husband saw a dead body in the home of a very respectable old lady and her dentist son, both of whom swear that nothing happened.
And who do you believe?
Ooh, it is very good. This cheese. If a man claims to have broken a pane of glass in a house in Neuilly on Tuesday night in order to burgle it, and you go to the householders and you say to them, "Was your window broken on Tuesday?" And they say, "No, it was broken on Thursday, last week, in a thunderstorm. We went to the ironmonger's and fixed it ourselves." Who do you believe?
Surely you just have to ask the ironmonger.
Oh.
The ironmonger's bound to be more honest than either the nice burglar or the disagreeable dentist.
Did I say disagreeable?
And that way, it'll all be settled, won't it?
Morning.
Good morning. Do you sell sheet glass?
Certainly do, sir.
And putty?
Have you got the measurements?
It's not for me. Do you know Monsieur Serre?
The dentist? Yes, sir. He's got an account with us.
Have you seen him recently?
I haven't personally, because I'm just the apprentice, and I only got back from my holiday yesterday.
Oh.
He might have come in. I can check the book for you, sir. 1 minute. Oh, here we are. He bought a sheet of window glass last week.
Which day?
Friday. And £half a of putty, too.
That'll be after the thunderstorm, then.
Yeah, we had a lot of business then, by the looks of things.
Thank you. Good. Well, that's the end of that, then.
Oh, he came back again this week.
He did?
Look. Wednesday morning. First sale of the day, so it must have been early. He bought a pane of the same size, 42 by 65, and another £half of putty.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, old chap. Ironmonger, eh? Keep it up.
The missing woman is called Maria van Aerts. She's 51 and comes from Sneek in Friesland, Holland.
Check the ports, stations, ask the taxis, see if there were any sight.
She was due to go and visit a friend, Madame Oosting, brewer's wife, lives in Amsterdam.
Send someone to watch the house. I want a note of all the dentist's movements.
Gertrude Oosting. They were at school together. They wrote letters to each other all the time.
Track down this Madame Oosting and send Moores and a team to break into the dentist's garage late tonight. I want samples taken from the car.
It's funny how you can see your office from the brasserie here.
Why is that funny?
Even the windows covered with dust.
You see dust everywhere.
I suppose if you're here, they know where you are.
I am having supper with my wife. It's none of their business.
I might have the tarte tatin for pudding.
Any minute now, Janvier's going to tell me he's found Madame Oosting.
Or maybe a piece of gâteau.
I hope she speaks French. There's my call.
Shall I come up with you?
Their tarte tatin's very good here.
You're just worried I'll start cleaning.
Chief, there you are. Madame Oosting's been out all evening. She's due home about now.
Hey, does she speak French?
A bit, I think. And Mers and his crew have checked the car. They're on their way back.
Any sightings of the missing woman?
None at all. But Alfred the burglar was last seen in Rouen. We're trying to find him.
Janvier is late. You go off home now.
Right, Chief.
Hello?
Hello? Gertrude Oosting?
Yes?
I'm phoning from Paris.
Oh, Paris.
Police headquarters. I'm phoning about your friend, Maria Van Ertz.
Where is she?
Well, I rather hoped you'd know.
I waited for her at the station Wednesday morning. She never came. No wire, no letter, nothing.
What, do you think she was unhappy?
Oh, yes. She wrote to me all about it. We wrote to each other every week. She didn't like the old lady, she told me, her husband's mother. And she said her husband was like an overgrown schoolboy. She knew after a few weeks of marriage that it was a mistake. I'd found her a flat just near here. It was all arranged.
Madame Oosting, would you mind sending me copies of her letters?
Not at all. Do you really think something's happened to her?
I fear so, madame.
Oh.
Listen, would you mind going to Central Police Headquarters in Amsterdam? Tell the duty officer you were expecting your friend, Maria. Show him her last letter. Say you're very worried and you'd like the matter investigated. Now, insist upon it.
I will do it right away.
Now, they must send a wire immediately to Chief Inspector Maigret at the Palais de Justice, Paris, requesting an official investigation.
Certainly, Monsieur Maigret. I will go now.
Thank you, Madame Oosting.
Ah, still here, Chief.
Oh, Morse. I was waiting for you. Any results?
Nothing on the car. A couple of recent scratches in the boot.
Bloodstains?
Nothing. We got some photos. Amelia's going up to enlarge them now. The thing is, Chief, the inside of the car had been cleaned. I mean, really cleaned. All I got was some tiny specimens of dust. I'll start going through them.
Well, don't stay up too late. First thing tomorrow, we're searching the dentist's house, you and me, and a team of men. As many as possible. You didn't have pudding.
Just coffee. You look as if you've been having fun.
Fun?
Is it always like this?
Like what?
When you don't come home? When you're on a case?
I don't know. They're all different.
Has there been a murder?
More than likely.
Do you know who did it? Does he know that you suspect him?
Yes. I think he does.
Poor him. I bet he's lying awake even now.
Come on. Let's go to the office.
What? Both of us? You're not worried that I might start dusting?
There'll be a wire for me from Amsterdam. And then we can go home.
Oh, look at this terrible mess.
Mama, why don't you wait in your room?
It's really quite unnecessary.
They have a search warrant.
Will your men put everything back where it belongs?
Of course. We'll be some time. You might as well have some lunch, a glass of wine.
Guillaume doesn't drink.
We don't drink.
They won't find anything.
Why don't you go upstairs, Mama?
You'll keep your temper, won't you, Guillaume?
This is interesting.
My desk. You won't find anything there.
I see from these patient records that you first met your wife in a professional capacity.
My colleague, Dr. Dubuc, was treating her.
So you knew before you married her that she had heart trouble?
She told me about it.
Your first wife had heart trouble, too.
You'll find her death certificate if you look through that drawer, which I'm sure you will, Inspector.
Oh. Thank you, Monsieur Serre.
These attics are full of junk. Old pram, walking boots. Does the chief want us to go through all this?
Funny kind of search, this. Old lady down there, cool as you like.
The son behaving like we're the ones in the wrong.
Where's the chief gone now?
Said he was going for a walk.
Yeah.
Janvier's waiting for him downstairs.
Chief, you're back.
Where's the old lady?
She's taken to her room.
What have we got so far?
A revolver, the dentist records, death certificates. But you can't arrest a man for any of that.
No. I've just been talking to the concierge whose window overlooks the garages. It turns out that she saw Monsieur Serre taking out his car from the garage late on Tuesday night. Well, she remembered it was Tuesday because she thought it was such a coincidence that she should see the dentist taking out his car on the very same night that her husband had toothache. Can you imagine? After midnight it was, because that's when Mademoiselle Germaine came in from playing cards. All of which was very interesting, I thought. He got into his car and drove off towards the Seine. Where is he now, by the way?
He's in the kitchen, eating a sandwich. You really going to arrest him?
Yes, I think I might.
On what grounds?
I don't know yet. Oh, Monsieur Serre, do sit down. No? Well, please yourself. Would you like to look at this photograph? I'm waiting.
I have nothing to say.
As you can see, it's the ledger from the ironmonger's shop. It shows that on Wednesday morning you bought a second pane of glass and more putty. Monsieur Serre, your father died of heart trouble when you were 17, didn't he?
17 and a half.
Mm-hmm. Your first wife died of heart trouble. Your second wife also had heart trouble.
A third of the population has heart trouble.
Was your wife wealthy?
She is wealthy, yes. She inherited shares in a cheese factory in Holland.
Her money was kept with yours in the safe.
It used to be.
Until?
Until Tuesday night, when I gave her what belonged to her.
How am I to know, Monsieur Serre, that the money which I found in your safe is yours alone? Why didn't you inform the police that someone had tried to break open your safe?
I had nothing to tell the police.
What did you do with the tools?
What tools?
The burglar's tools.
I saw neither tools nor burglar.
Did you make use of your car on Tuesday night? Or early Wednesday morning?
I did not.
Where is your wife, Monsieur Serre? Because we've got to find her, haven't we? Janvier, your turn.
Same questions.
Same questions.
The translator's done some of the wife's letters, and Moore says the stuff he found in the car was brick dust.
Brick dust?
Yeah.
Right. I want a plainclothes man to check the riverbank, all the wharfs.
And the mother's in the waiting room, demanding to see her son.
The mother? Well, she can stay there.
Chief Inspector.
What's in these letters, then?
Lots about art and weather and friendship and dreams.
Oh, dear.
This is the last but one.
In my heart, you see, I've always
known
known
that I was a stranger here. The old lady still behaves sweetly as long as I do everything she wants. She's the most selfish woman I've ever known. I can't stand it any longer, Gertrude.
Is there much more?
Pages of it.
Well, press on. Thank you. Ah, how are you two getting on? Aren't you thirsty, Monsieur Serre? Janvier, Get them to send up beer and sandwiches.
Will do, Chief.
Don't you think, Monsieur Seine, that it would be simpler and less tiring for you just to tell us? Hmm? When did you kill your wife?
I didn't kill her.
Why did you marry her?
My mother advised me to.
No, for what motive? Not a love match, then.
We were both nearing our 50s.
You and your first wife were married under the joint possession law.
Correct.
And she had money. So you must have inherited.
Is that unusual?
Sarah, why did you take your car out on Tuesday night?
I didn't take it out.
What did you do with the trunk and the suitcases?
Oh, the trunk and the suitcases. This is going to go on all night, isn't it? Well, I refuse to answer. Is my mother here?
What makes you think that? She's sitting in the waiting room. She's chatting to a burglar's wife.
Do you mean to let her spend the night there? I wouldn't like to have your job.
I wouldn't like to be in your shoes. You killed your wife, Sarah, as you probably killed the first one. You'll confess to it.
The chief sent out for more tobacco and cigars for the accused.
What time is it now?
11.
We'll be here all night.
Janvier's in with him now. The chief's gone to see the translator.
There's one here I thought you should look at. It's from about a year ago. She describes an incident when her husband came into her room and the drawer of her bedside table was open and he saw a pistol there.
I saw him turn pale. What's that? He stammered, pointing at that little automatic I bought in Egypt. Do you remember?
It's a pistol, I replied. Is it loaded? He asked. No, I replied. Half an hour later, my mother-in-law came up on some pretext. She beat about the bush for a while, then said she thought that it was most unseemly for a woman to carry firearms. But it's more like a toy, I said, a souvenir. She gave in finally, but not before I'd handed over the box of ammunition. The funny part is that after she'd gone, I found another set of ammunition that I'd forgotten about. I didn't tell her.
I didn't tell her. Thank you.
You look as if you've been here before.
Thanks very much.
It's my son in there. They're questioning him. Will they be very hard on him?
He'll be all right. As long as he's got nothing to hide.
Well, of course he's got nothing to hide. What's it like in prison?
In prison?
Can you wear your own clothes?
Really, madame, I'm afraid I've no idea.
Oh. You just look like someone who'd know, that's all.
I've been thinking, sir. Janvier's still here. Go off and have a beer or something.
All right, Chief.
You see, Sarah, I'm beginning to think that you haven't been lying as much as I supposed. Maria wasn't meant to disappear any more than your first wife. What do you say to that? What I mean is, she was meant to die a natural death. That is, a death that would pass as natural. But it didn't happen. If it had, you'd have had no motive for disposing of her body or her luggage. There's another thing that doesn't add up. You'd said goodbye to each other. She'd no reason then to go back into your study, yet her dead body was lying there at a certain time that night. I'm not asking you to answer me, but to follow my reasoning. I've only just found out that your wife owned a pistol. I'm ready to believe that you shot her in self-defense. After that, you panicked. You left the body where it had fallen while you went to get your car out of the garage. It was then, about midnight, that the concierge saw you. What I'm trying to find out is what changed both your plans and hers. You were in your study, weren't you? In other words, it was before leaving the house that she changed her mind and went to your study. Why?
I have no idea.
You admit she came to see you?
No.
You're being unwise, sir. There are very few instances in criminal cases when a dead body hasn't been found sooner or later. We shall find hers. And I'm certain now that a post-mortem will reveal that she was killed by one or several bullet wounds. If the bullet came from her pistol, the conclusion will be drawn that for one reason or another, she took it into her head to go and settle some score with you. You can even plead self-defense. What we still have to explain is why your wife, on the point of leaving, should suddenly have rushed in to see you with a gun in her hand. You see, Sarah, I've done my best to discover any reason your wife may have had for threatening you.
She didn't threaten me.
Careful, Sarah. You may regret all this. It's you who will plead with me and the jury to believe that your life, or your mother's life, was in danger. When your first wife died, you were able to call in your doctor, make out the death certificate. That's how Maria was supposed to die, from apparently natural causes. She had a weak heart, too. Where it worked once would work again. But something went wrong. Do you see now what I'm getting at?
I didn't kill her.
And you didn't dispose of her body, together with her luggage and a burglar's tools?
There wasn't any burglar.
You'll probably meet him in a few hours.
You found him?
Alfred Jussiome, he's called. He told his wife what he'd seen. She's out there, in the waiting room, with your mother. As for Alfred, he's on his way back from Rouen. We have the concierge, who saw you take your car out of the garage late on Tuesday night. We've got the ironmonger who sold you a second sheet of glass on Wednesday morning. The technical boys can prove that your car has been cleaned since then. And when we've found the body and the luggage, my job will be over. Then perhaps you'll explain why, instead of a, shall we say, lawful corpse, you found yourself landed with a body that you had to dispose of at once. There was some hitch. What was it, sir? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't like having to bully an old woman, but I see that I'm forced to question your mother. Jean-Guy, you take over here. I'll get busy on the mother.
Chief, Vacher came in. Look, brick dust. He left it for you. He's gone up and down the Seine, found it at Quai de Biencourt. There was a barge there, Monday night, sailed Tuesday. She was unloading bricks.
Brick dust, eh? Send it up to Moore's. I want it compared with the sample you took from a car. Is that phone free? River Patrol? Maigret here. I'd like you to drag the Seine as soon as possible. Yes. At Quai de Biencourt. A cargo of bricks was unloaded there on Monday. What do you mean it's dark? From my window, it seems to be getting lighter by the minute. Yeah, thanks. Good. Now for the old lady. Do sit down, Madame Serre.
Thank you.
The thing is, Madame, your son killed his wife.
Did he tell you so himself?
He still denies it, but that won't help. We've got proof.
That he's a murderer?
That he shot Maria in his study.
What proof?
We've found the spot where his wife's body was thrown into the river, together with her luggage and the burglar's tools.
Ah.
Madame Serre, why did you come here tonight?
Well, isn't it natural for a mother to want to be with her son?
Your son refuses to plead self-defense. That's a mistake, because I'm convinced that when his wife entered the study, she was armed and meant to do him harm.
But why?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
Monsieur Maigret, might I be able to talk to my son in private?
No, listen. As soon as the Director of Prosecutions arrives at his desk this morning, your son will be indicted. He hasn't got the slightest chance of getting away with it.
Ah.
His first wife's body will be exhumed.
Could I have a drink of water?
I'll go and get you one. Don't move. There. Water.
Monsieur Maigret, if you would only let me talk to my son in private...
Stay there, please. Your son, Madame Serre, didn't kill either his first or his second wife. Nor did he kill his father.
What do you mean?
Quiet! You don't mind, we'll settle this as quickly as possible. We won't argue about your husband's case. What I'm almost certain of is that your first daughter-in-law was poisoned. I'll go further. I'm convinced that it wasn't done by arsenic or any of the strong poisons that are usually used. Oh, by the way, Madame, I might tell you that in 9 cases out of 10, poison is a woman's weapon. Your first daughter-in-law, like the second, suffered from heart trouble. So did your husband. Certain drugs, which wouldn't seriously affect people in good health, can be fatal to cardiac cases.
You believe that I poisoned my first daughter-in-law, having first poisoned my husband?
Yes.
Doubtless, I also poisoned my second daughter-in-law.
She was leaving you. She'd had enough. Very likely she was taking her money, too. You see, I wondered from the start why her body disappeared. If she'd simply been poisoned, you'd only had to call in a doctor who, given Maria's state of health, would have diagnosed a heart attack. But perhaps the attack itself was intended to come on later, in a taxi or at the station.
You seem very sure of yourself, Monsieur Maigret.
I know that something happened which obliged your son to shoot down his wife. Let's suppose that Maria, just as she was going to fetch a taxi, felt certain symptoms coming on. She knew you both, having lived with you for 2.5 years. She was a widely read woman in all sorts of subjects, and it wouldn't surprise me if she'd acquired some medical knowledge. Realizing she'd been poisoned, she went into your son's study while you were there with him.
Why do you think I was in there?
Because she knew you were to blame. If you'd been in your room, she'd have gone upstairs. I don't know if she threatened you with a pistol or if she merely reached for the telephone to call for the police. There was only one way out for you, to shoot her down.
And according to you, it was I who...
No. I've already told you. It was more likely to be your son who fired, or, if you prefer, finished your work for you. Oh, look. It's dawn. Look at the sun on the rooftops. Your son, Madame Serre, is determined to shoulder all the blame. He's convinced that you only did it for his sake. Partly out of fear that he'd be left penniless, and partly out of jealousy. Oh, you see, the very idea makes you smile. Poor Guillaume. It's not for his sake that you're afraid of poverty, it's for your own. It was for your own sake that you killed his wife. When you came here tonight, it was because you were afraid he might talk. You don't mind him going to prison, so long as you can stay in your house counting your money.
Give it back! Give me back my bag!
Sit down! Now, what have we here? Gloves, handkerchief, powder compacts. Here we are. 2 white tablets. What are these, Madame Serre? No doubt something harmless. Atropine, perhaps? That is harmless to a well person, but fatal to someone with heart trouble. Have you anything to say? Tell Janvier to lay off the sun. It's all over. She's confessed.
I haven't confessed to anything.
Oh, I could have carried on the experiment. I could have let you have the private chat with your son that you've been asking for since you arrived. But I thought perhaps you'd caused enough deaths of one old woman.
Do you really think
You'd have
I'd
given him his medicine, or what he'd think was his medicine, and there'd have been no danger of him ever talking again.
River Patrol just phoned, Chief. They're at Biancourt. The diver's been down once and found a trunk. Pretty heavy, he said.
Well, there we are. Janvier, take Madame Serre here down to the cells. The son, too, as an accessory to murder. I'll see the prosecutor as soon as he comes in. Oh, tell that poor translator to go off to bed. Oh, and where's Ernestine?
Asleep, sir, in the waiting room.
Madame Duchesne?
Oh, it's you.
It's over. You can go home and wait for your husband.
Has the dentist confessed?
It was her.
You mean it was the old girl who did it?
No. Another time, I'm tired. Oh, and thanks. When Alfred comes back, advise him to well, if you can.
You know what he's like, Inspector. Just one more job, just one more safe to crack, then it's going straight and a life in the country. And the funny thing is, if that poor woman hadn't been lying dead by the safe, it would have been the one, wouldn't it? Packed full of gold.
How did you know that?
The old girl told me. Proud of it, she was. Not much good to her now, is it?
So you arrested the mother and the son, and the old lady was charged with murder and sentenced to life imprisonment.
No, she was too old to be executed.
How very humane.
I don't know. Think of the poor prison staff.
And the son?
He served 2 years as an accomplice. When he came out, he went straight back to that house in Neuilly. I gather that even now he takes the same stroll every evening, ending up at the cafe across the road, where he drinks a glass or two of red wine.
Free at last.
I doubt it. I expect he's convinced that at any moment his mother will appear and announce that Guillaume doesn't drink.
Georges Simenon's Maigret and the Burglar's Wife was dramatised by Alison Joseph. Nicolas Le Prévost was Chief Inspector Maigret, and Julian Barnes was Simenon. Madame Maigret was played by Julie Legrand. Madame Serre by Jill Johnson. Guillaume Serre, Philip Franks, and Ernestine, Rachel Atkins. Inspector Janvier by Tom George. The Ironmonger's Lad, Scott Brooksbank. Madame Osting, Jenny Stoller. Moer, Philip Fox, and the translator, Alice Hart. The music was by Lucinda Mason-Brown. The director was Ned Chaillet.
Tests on animals. Well, today, Moneybox Live answers your questions on ethical investing. What businesses can you avoid or support? Do ethical investments make as much money as funds that simply chase the best returns? Will your principles cost you money? The number to call, 08700 100 444. Lines are open for your calls now. Moneybox Live on ethical investing just after 3. That number again, 08700 100 444.
Paul Lewis, Moneybox Live at 3 o'clock. But first, Europe's most celebrated detective finds himself away from his Paris patch in a classic tale of crime on the Brittany coast.
Georges Simenon's Maigret, the Yellow Dog. Dramatised by David Cregan. Starring Nicolas Le Prévost as Chief Inspector Maigret, with Julian Barnes as Georges Simenon.
Are you off?
Yes. Good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night, my friend. Safely home.
Which one's this now? Is he drunk?
Oh,
My God.
Are you all right? Get an ambulance. And call my friends next door at the Hotel Amiral. You mean Monsieur Le Pomeray?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, damned animal!
Another?
Quick! There's been a shooting.
Are you police?
The duty customs guard. It's Monsieur Mustagouin bleeding on the quayside.
Mustagouin? Oh, God! It can't be.
It happened in front of the next door house. Quick!
A dog. I heard it.
Hurry, he's bleeding!
All right.
Mustagouin! Mustagouin!
Are you all right, Mustagouin?
I'm dying.
Oh, God!
Get that animal away! Here, boy. I stepped into this doorway to light a cigar and someone shot me through that letterbox.
There must be a madman hiding in there. Let me in!
It'll be empty, sir. There's a passage runs from front to back and he'll be gone by now.
Then get the police! There's a madman trying to kill us off no matter who we are.
It is quite original to be shot through a letterbox.
Whose dog is that? Never mind the dog. I'm bleeding to death.
All right, come on. Lean on me. Careful. Bleeding to death. He's perfectly all right today. Hospital, pretty nurses, lucky him.
None of us is lucky, Le Pomeray. There's danger for us all from
the madman.
You have most to lose, Michaud, having no alibi. We were both here when the madman struck.
Careful. There's the real enemy. Why did he have to be in Brittany now? To be called in by the mayor.
Good evening. I booked a room.
Name?
Maigret, Chief Inspector.
I'm amazed his pipe is still alight in this rain.
And stopping here at the Admiral. You see, registering his room with Emma. She'd better keep her mouth shut.
Oh, she knows which side her tartine's buttered. Let's be bold.
Monsieur Maigret. Monsieur Maigret, let me introduce you to our little coterie, who all knew Monsieur Mostagoin. I am Jean Sevier, local journalist, though once in Paris, as I expect you know. I've written an article about this already for the local paper. There's obviously a madman loose, hid in the passage behind the front door, and... Anyway, this well-dressed gentleman is Monsieur Le Pommeret, our local aristocrat.
Delighted.
And this rather beaky gentleman with the ginger hair is Dr. Michou. Though he's now less of a doctor than a property developer.
Luxury homes, White Sands Beach. I live there, the mayor lives there. We hope Monsieur Mostagoin will live to buy a property there.
He was playing cards with us minutes before the incident.
Wine merchant, not an enemy in the world.
There's a madman loose, you see. Yes. Did you speak, Monsieur Maigret?
Who owns that enormous dog behind the bar?
I don't know.
Probably off a boat.
The barmaid seems to know him.
Oh, no.
She's very good with animals.
The leading citizens of a provincial town are never a pretty sight, Simonot, especially when they're frightened.
And the barmaid?
What about her?
You have a weakness for wounded women.
That's Emma. Emma, time for the Pernod.
You can ignore Emma. She has nothing to do with this.
She never smiles.
This is our evening ritual. First beer, and then Pernod, and later on Calvados. We're famous for it, aren't we, Emma? Aye. Well, to us all, then, Monsieur Maigret. And let us hope you catch the madman as quickly as...
Don't drink.
Why not?
There's powder floating in our glasses, in the bottle. What do you think, Monsieur Maigret?
Strychnine.
Oh, God, there really is a madman loose. He wants to kill us all.
Your dog's a very ugly colour, mademoiselle. Yellow. Not a good colour for a dog.
It's not mine.
The wounded woman, you see. What happened then?
Oh, the local chemist was sent for. Tested all the bottles in the bar. Fuss. The Pernod and the Calvados were poisoned, and nothing else, of course. Well, it grew late. Emma.
Sir?
How old are you?
24.
Mm. What did you do before you came here?
Oh, I was once a shop assistant and then nothing else.
Do you have a lover? Those men, the regulars, which one is yours?
The doctor, mainly.
Mainly?
He stays the night and tells me to come to his room, which he keeps booked all the time. It's usually me when he feels like he has more than one of us.
Does he give you anything?
Sometimes. Once or twice on my days off, he's had me go to his house. Like yesterday, his mother's away in Paris and the maid's somewhere, I don't know.
And, Monsieur Le Pommeret?
Same thing. Except I only went to his house once, and there was a woman from the sardine packing factory.
And, Monsieur Servier?
They say he relieves himself in Brest. That's the doctor, excuse me.
You must have felt lonely in that grim weather, so far from home and the Paris bureau.
Your imagination is very conventional, Simonot. I had the company of a young local inspector, Leroy, fresh from police college. Busy as anything, sending the bottles away for examination, making notes, running all over the place.
We should have got the prints from the ashtrays.
Yes.
There are advances in fingerprinting techniques, which...
Yeah, good lad. Keep at it. He was off detecting before I was down to breakfast the next morning. Oh, Emma, talk more to me, eh? What do you know about all this? The shooting, the Pernod,
It wasn't me.
But who was it? Last night with Dr. Michaud.
He asked me the same thing. What did I know? He tried to hit me, and I don't know anything.
Chief Inspector.
Oh, God. Didn't you in your slippers, Doctor? You aren't looking well.
I have kidney trouble, which always hurts horribly when there's an upset. Have my friends come?
No.
But they said they'd be here early.
And no sign of the dog?
Yes, there is. Someone saw it early this morning, Doctor, sitting on your doorstep.
Who saw it? Who?
A peasant. He tried to stroke it, but it growled.
What was it doing there?
Why don't we go over and see?
In my condition? I'm going back to bed, and don't let anyone come near me, Emma.
Boats! Fishing boats! And 3 men who live on the land.
I don't follow you.
What do you think of Emma?
She's...
Would you be interested in making love to her?
In the course of duty?
I'm trying to judge certain things. Here, hold your coat. Let me light my pipe. Hey, hold there.
There, the sad woman.
Oh, you are cheap, as well as obvious.
Ooh.
The White Sands Property Company, director Dr. Ernest Michaud, had built its luxury homes in pine woods on top of the cliffs outside the town, overlooking the beach. In the winter rain, the estate looked like an unfinished prison. Big stone house in the centre was apparently the home of Dr. Michaud, forbidding and sinister.
A place to rescue a maiden from, possibly.
There's a dog's paw marks on the step. Enormous.
And a man's footprints, also enormous.
And the door's unlocked.
But we don't have a search warrant.
Nor did the dog. And nor did his master.
Quite spoiled the carpet.
You like the decor?
Well...
It goes with the doctor's dyed hair. Yeah. Kitchen, I suppose.
Oh, what a mess.
Food. Eaten from cans. Bones on the floor.
Oh.
Do you think our doctor would eat like that?
No.
Nor his mother. And more footprints. Size 13, at least. Get what you can from here, Leroy. I'm going back.
Monsieur Maigret, I have terrible news.
Oh, you're up again.
Our friend Servier has disappeared. His wife is hysterical.
He left last night and hasn't been seen since.
It's the madman.
And there was the yellow dog at Emma's feet.
Read all about it. Town in panic. Mystery disappearance of well-known journalist.
Here, boy.
Have you sold many of these?
They're going like hotcakes.
The mayor wants to speak to you on the phone, monsieur.
Me?
Yeah, it's true. You see the panic?
Whose turn next? The card of distinguished journalist Jean Servier found with bloodstains.
Bloodstains?
A mysterious presence of large yellow dog. Obviously, it's the work of the man.
The frightened citizens claimed to be armed and
Monsieur le Maire?
slightest alarm.
I did not write this idiotic drivel, Monsieur le Maire, and the panic in the town is not my doing, but the newspapers. Yeah. Leave me to get on with the case in my own way. Emma, get me the editor of a local paper.
On Sunday.
On Sunday? Where's the dog gone?
Don't know.
Monsieur Maigret, it says the madman has enormous feet, greater than usual. It should be easy to find him.
We're all in danger. Emma, lock the door to the quayside.
Your call to the papers through.
Lock the door. He could be here any second.
Chief Inspector Maigret speaking. Who wrote this morning's front page article about the panic in Concarneau? Anonymous? You mean you publish any article that comes to you without checking it?
I've locked the door, Doctor.
Good. Bizarre. Out again. I take it the main door is permitted, Dr. Michaud? That Sunday morning was cold and damp, but people coming from church were standing around in groups, reading the news, glancing at me, knowing who I was.
Looking for the madman.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they were sure there was a madman.
Is he dead, Chief Inspector?
I don't know, Madame Sevrier.
He was home for dinner last night, and I could see he was worried, but he wouldn't talk. He left the car at the gate, which meant he'd be going out again to play cards, or... Sometimes it's rather quiet here. Sometimes he goes to Brest. Oh, well, when I woke up in the middle of the night and he wasn't back, I thought he must have gone with his friends, but at 6... Well, that was late. I got up and stood waiting at the window. I never do that, check up on him, never. But at 9, I ran over to Monsieur Le Pomeret's, no news. And on the way back, I saw his car abandoned by the estuary. People were gathered round it. Why would anyone want to kill the poor man, Monsieur Maigret? He was kind. But they say there are stains, blood, a madman.
I'm sure the best thing is to wait and see.
I didn't dare look what it said in the papers.
I can smell good roast lamb in the kitchen, Madame Servière, and I suggest you settle down to it and stay calm. Now, if your maid will show me out...
You'll tell me when he comes back.
Monsieur Maigret! Monsieur Maigret! We want to know, if this giant madman appears, are we allowed to take the law into our own hands?
No, of course not.
Only they've got the dog in the old town square. Shot him, treated him something special.
Stop that! Stop it! That's it. That's it, boy. Take it easy. It's just fear. Small-town fear. That's all we got to worry about. Get a wheelbarrow, somebody!
No, I got one. Watch out, it's dangerous.
I said so. Wounded women, wounded dogs.
The dog was easy. A vet was called for him. Helping Emma with her sad face, and that seemed to be the back of a whole story. As I got near the Admiral with the barrow, I could see that the hotel had suddenly been swamped. There were cars, the chatter of journalists, of flashing of cameras.
Leroy, get a vet.
I'll do it. Let me get a picture of the dog.
Oh, save him, monsieur. Don't let him die, please.
Wheel him through to the courtyard in the back, Leroy.
He looks terrified.
And you, Dr. Michaud?
Me?
Terrified with all these people here? The door open?
Oh, yes.
Give me the phone, quick.
And I wonder why Le Pommeret isn't back. He only went for his lunch. He was worried about that article.
Was he?
Tell the copy desk to rewrite what I gave you for the early editions. Yeah, that's right.
That article was written by someone who knew we'd discover the tracks of an unknown man with big feet.
The madman.
Did you write it, Dr. Michaud?
Of course not. I'm just frightened, as you say, because I'm a coward. I told you.
Yeah, Le Pommeret, that's right. It's the third attempted murder here, and this time it has succeeded. I went to interview him in his rooms and found him dead. Well, poisoned, I should think. Yeah, his landlady evidently had a thing for him. Yeah, so make sure that they get all that copy. Get it straight to them now, because this is urgent.
Oh, he looks so stiff. Poor Monsieur Le Pommeret. And his shirt all ruffled up.
Strychnine. The death throes would have taken half an hour at least.
Oh.
He would have been paralysed, looking up at those pictures.
He was such a gentleman, otherwise. And me downstairs and him writhing up here. He always ate with me, but this time he touched nothing. Said he had a headache, needed an aspirin and was going out again.
Have you washed up his glass?
He didn't drink anything, love.
true, then?
It is.
Well, why aren't you doing something?
Chief, the dog's gone from the courtyard at the back.
The dog? But it was almost dead. Someone must have come down from the back and carried it off while I was sitting here.
And Monsieur Le Pommeret was dying.
The people must find this madman. They must. And they must...
Kill him. Monday was market day, and wet, of course, and windy. I stood on a landing with Leroy looking through the window at the stalls along the quay.
Something's wrong. They're gathering in a bunch.
Where? Oh.
It's the local police.
And our big-footed mystery man at last. Goodness, what a giant. 2.5 meters?
At least. The strength of him. He's towing those men along by the handcuffs.
Either they bring him in or he'll escape.
Leave me alone!
Oh, there he goes. He snapped those chains as if they were made of cotton. Magnificent. Let's have breakfast.
Well, shouldn't we go after him?
Oh, he'll have got lost by now in all those alleyways. That'll frighten the doctor. Breakfast for us, and leave the chase to the unfortunate local force.
You saw the mad drifter breaking free?
Mad?
Certainly. And here's my friend the mayor asking...
What on earth are you doing, Maigret?
Having breakfast. Emma?
Sir?
The press have photographed the escape. The local constables will all look fools.
More croissants, please. Would you like some, Monsieur le Maire?
What I want is for you to make an arrest. I don't care who, but arrest someone to stop the spread of panic everywhere.
Very well. Here's an arrest warrant, and I'll fill it in. There. Does that satisfy you?
Dr. Ernest Michaud, White Sands Property Company. Me? This is no time for jokes, Chief Inspector. If this is all you can do after everything that's happened, arrest one of the town's most distinguished citizens.
Do you have a comfortable jail, monsieur, where the good doctor will be safe?
Safe. You're saving my skin, my cowardly, terrified skin.
If you could just see that he's both comfortable and very secure, Monsieur le Maire, Inspector Leroy and I will visit the place where the mystery man, the great drifter, was found. You know? Out at the point beyond the old town, I'm told. Not very good weather for it, but there we are.
Perhaps you could arrange for my mother to visit me when she comes home, Monsieur le Maire.
What made them look in such a godforsaken place?
Old history. Seems that years ago there was a tramp who used to live in the derelict tower here, the old watchtower from the Spanish Wars. People used to take his picture. There was a postcard even, poor mad thing. No one comes to it much nowadays, so they thought the drifter might have taken refuge here. One madman suggests another.
Assuming our drifter knew about it. Is he local?
Possibly from further up the coast. Camp here. Look, there's fresh digging by the door.
No need to bother with it. There'll only be a dog buried there.
The yellow one?
Well, no one else got arms strong enough to carry the poor brute with that man. It looks like Michaud's kitchen in there. Broken bottles, empty cans of food. There's no need to look for fingerprints either. That's where he's been living. And I think I can guess where he's going next.
Where?
Oh. What are people saying about all this?
Oh, I think... Well, they aren't so worried. They don't like those men in the Admiral. Not Le Pommeret, not Servier, least of all Michaud. Of course, no one ever says anything. They're important men, powerful men. And there's not much work round here at the moment. The girls from the sardine canning factory need money, so... Well, especially in the summer when Le Pommeret's ageing friends come down with promises of everything they could want or just about manage. Well, it's all pretty seedy. Nothing of any great value's been lost so far. Except Monsieur Mostegouin. People were sad about him.
He was in the wrong place, the wrong time. But anyway, he's recovering. nicely. I think it's lunchtime, and I might have it sent up to my room. There's nothing more to say, gentlemen. Dr. Michaud has been arrested, and the tramp you saw earlier has escaped with no charges to be brought against him. You're welcome to stay, but there aren't likely to be any developments that would interest you, and I'm retiring to my room. Thank you. If you could creep up when no one's looking, Leroy, after the cheese and pudding, say.
You do things very strangely, Chief Inspector.
And you do things your teacher would be proud of. I'll see you in an hour when doubtless the mayor will have sent a message.
What makes you think that?
He's frightened, like the rest of them. Come in.
Some people think you've gone back to Paris, and some people think you've gone to Brest.
Why on earth Brest?
Well, a salesman reported seeing Servier in Brest, but a message from your office says he's been arrested in Paris and they want to know what to do with him.
Have him sent here for tomorrow. And later this afternoon you will be good enough to speak to his wife. Now, some old-fashioned detective work, which should please you.
Don't have a search warrant.
You said that yesterday.
But Emma's room, I mean...
She'll be occupied by the journalists all afternoon, since the weather's still bad, and they'll be stuck in the bar. I'm searching for what you like to call hard evidence. Though the real key to this business is the smell of fear, and the sight of one face that tells so much. This'll be what we want.
Why?
A girl like Emma would keep her soul only in a little box decorated with shells. And so, Inspector Leroy, we're going to look inside and find, I am sure, a soul as tender as they come. There.
Paper flower, postcard. Oh, a fairground photo.
Faded, poor focus, but it's Emma. And look who's standing beside her.
No one else could be as tall as that.
It's hard to recognize the dirty, angry man who snapped those handcuffs this morning. And here's a letter. Folded and folded. She must have read it 100 times. Darling. It's rather personal, but it's all signed now. I have my boat. She'll be called the Pretty Emma. The compere priest promised he would christen her next week with holy water, grains of wheat, salt and all. There'll be real champagne. Because I want it to be a party.
Because I want it to be a party people talk about for a long time round here. It'll be hard to pay for her at first, because I have had to hand the bank 10,000 francs a year. But just think, she'll carry over 3,000 feet of sail and make 10 knots. There's good money carrying onions to England, so it won't be too long before we can get married. I've already found a cargo for the first trip, but they're trying to bargain me down because I'm new. I'll get my picture taken on board and send you one. I kiss you with all my heart, Leon.
As I said, personal.
And private.
Our job is to find out what happened and why there are frightened men on the land and an angry one come from the sea. Let's see what treasures Dr. Michaud's room has.
I have to repeat, we don't have a search warrant.
That's one reason why I had the man arrested.
It barely looks as if it's been snapped in.
No sign of a soul. Blotting paper. Give me that shaving mirror. Now, write down the words. Here's my notebook. Reflected from the blotting paper now. I need to see you. Come tomorrow night 11 to the vacant house on the quayside next to the hotel. I'm absolutely counting on you. Just knock, and I'll open the door. And then there's the signature. Letter E. Emma wrote it. It was a trap to draw someone she knew to the house next door.
And then she slept here with Dr. Michaud, Chief Inspector. Soul or no soul.
Haven't you seen the lovelessness in her face? Eh? What future does Emma have except the cold intimacy of a property developer who probably hits her? I bet she barely knew what she was doing writing this. And when she discovered what the plan was...
Yes?
You can go now. And I'll meet you on the roof at 10 o'clock tonight.
The roof?
And what was the mayor's message?
He'll send his car for you.
No, tell him to send it at 11:30 instead. I have things to say to the mayor.
Are you still denying your feelings for wounded women?
Look, when I see a spirit dying for lack of care, I feel a kind of... Well, you might call it love if you want it.
I do know you well.
You don't. I'm almost tempted not to tell you the next bit.
Were you spying on the roof?
Chief. Shh. Over here. Is the hotel bar empty?
Yes.
Look there. Next door. The empty house. Down on the first floor. Can you see a candle in the window?
Oh, yes. And our drifter friend asleep on the floor beside it. Oh, goodness, he's cold, Chief, and the smell of that pipe of yours.
It's very comforting. Now, he's been asleep there for 3 hours. He lit the candle before he slept. I wonder why he... Careful! You'll fall right over the edge.
It's the light in Emma's room. It's just gone on.
Well, then she'll see the candle. Stand back. Keep absolutely still.
Oh. She's got some food. It's obvious she's going to feed him. Oughtn't you to arrest them both? They clearly plotted the attack on Monsieur Mostagouin and possibly...
You jump to conclusions. You make deductions. No good ever comes of that. He's heard her go into the house. And here she comes. Up into the room.
Oh, he doesn't look any too pleased.
Oh! No sooner was I gone than you were in that devil's bed.
I thought of you all the time. What he did was cold, dirty, but I needed some spark of something. Oh, Leon, I lived for your coming back.
Oh, now I've come back. You laid a trap for me.
Not me. He made me do it. Don't hit me, Leon. That's what Dr. Michaud used to do.
I've dreamed of him for long enough. The devil, the beast. I want him to suffer what I've suffered. I wouldn't hurt you for the world. Never.
I've waited all this time to hear you say those very words. You wouldn't hurt me for the world. I love you, Leon. You're the only person who can mend the way things are, broken and empty.
Their first meeting since that letter.
That's 5-6 years.
I can hardly bear to watch. If he should threaten her again...
But she did sleep with the doctor, Chief.
Well.
Anyway, it's more like... Oh. Then I think we can say they're making it up.
She's almost beautiful now. No, she is. She's beautiful.
Chief? I've never heard you talked about as sentimental. Chief, we ought to leave them now. Or at least look away.
When they leave together, as they will, I want you to follow them. Now, keep them in sight. And never let them know you're there. Ring the hotel after breakfast.
What shall I do about sleep?
Nothing. Monsieur le Maire?
I'd like to say you're welcome in my house, Monsieur Maigret, no matter how late the hour. But another murderous attack happened at 10 o'clock this evening, and nobody could find you. The poor customs guard, who discovered Monsieur Mostagain was shot in the leg for no apparent reason, and clearly by the madman whose escape this morning you treated so lightly.
It wasn't him.
The death of Monsieur Servier, the distinguished journalist, despite his vulgar wife, doesn't seem to trouble you.
He's not dead.
And the death of the eminent Monsieur Le Pommeret, part owner of the sardine canning factory, seems almost to have passed you by, as if our aristocracy was beneath contempt. I order you to search for and arrest this lunatic drifter at once to stem the rising panic.
This is my case, and not yours, monsieur. And the rising panic is due entirely to your journalist friend and your own blustering. At 10 o'clock, the lunatic drifter was with me. He is being followed now by Inspector Leroy. Monsieur Servier is in jail in Paris, but will be here tomorrow morning to witness the revelations that lie behind this story. And you will kindly not interfere any further except to attend in the cell of Ernest Michoud at 11 o'clock tomorrow. As for the shooting of the customs guard, that has to be someone who so far hasn't entered our calculations, since everyone else is accounted for. One wonders, for example, why is there a light still on over in Dr. Michoud's house?
His mother came home and found the place in great disorder. We have naturally had her round for dinner. She's a true lady. Not the sort of person who...
And she's late to bed.
She often is.
You haven't put your local police force there to guard her?
I didn't think it necessary.
Even though somebody is out there with a gun?
Oh, we're safe here at White Sands.
Yet her house was got into great disorder in her absence.
She asked me not to bother with the police guard.
Did she not?
Do you
know anything about a boat called the Pretty Emma?
There was some scandal connected with it years ago. And yet, if I recall, its owner had a good reputation as a sailor.
Ah, what a relief to see you. Even here, I don't feel safe. Last night, another shooting. Are they anarchists, these people?
No.
5 years ago, Monsieur Maigret, I was at a dinner party in Paris where an actress said she could read the cards. Well, I don't believe in all that stuff, but I was amazed when she announced, almost in a trance, "You will die a horrible death, a violent death. Beware of a yellow dog." What do you make of that?
An actress, you see.
Yes.
Well, there we are. A very strange story. Now, I've arranged what we might call a little party for you, Doctor. One of your friends, your mistress, and her lover, and the mayor. Oh, your mother is unable to come just now, but then she did visit you, as requested yesterday, when you arranged for her to wing the customs guard late at night.
What do you mean?
Oh, innocent Dr. Michoud, locked up when the shootings happened. Oh, now, here come your guests, all under the care and supervision of Inspector Leroy. And the weather has cheered up at last. So, perhaps, Léon, you could begin by telling the mayor the story of your first, indeed your only, journey across the Atlantic, as you told it to me this morning.
I'd bought my boat in Quimper maybe 5 years ago, and I needed money to repay the bank for it. Trade with England was low, and a journalist approached me with a story of how money could be made taking cocaine to the States. A boat like mine, the Pretty Emma, would never be searched.
Not just a journalist, a distinguished journalist.
He introduced me to an American, and the long and short of it was, I took a cargo of cocaine across the ocean in my sailing boat, barely knowing how to use a sextant. There were 3 men who worked with the American: Servier, Le Pommeret, and Dr. Michoud. They got the stuff, and the American arranged for the sales in the States.
Doctor, this can't be true.
And did it work out?
Did it? Hell. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but the cocaine market was suddenly no good, and there was more money to be made out of informing on those trading in it. You got half the price of the cargo if you told the American Coast Guards where a load was coming in. And that night when I sailed off into the mist, watching my Emma standing on the pier waving, expecting me to come back and marry her, those 3 men had already told the Americans I was coming, and so the boat sailed straight into a trap.
True, Monsieur Sevier?
Don't speak! This isn't a court of law.
But it is true, Doctor. And I didn't know until a few months back when you thought you were safe. When I tried to... You told me then. And life became even more pointless. After waiting all those years, wondering why Leon hadn't come back to me, believing heaven knows what, you suddenly... I don't know. I kind of died.
American prisons are hell. They beat you, they put you in irons, they turn you into animals. I swore I'd make you suffer what I suffered when I got out, Dr. Michaud. The only thing they did for me? They let me keep a pet. The dog I'd taken as a puppy when I left France. I brought it home here. And you had him killed.
Steady, lad. I think Leon haunted you, Doctor. You, Le Pommeraye, and Servier.
He did. Always in the distance, always just out of reach. And his wretched dog.
Which, of course, Emma recognised at last.
I never knew what I was doing when I wrote that note. He tied it to the dog's collar, Monsieur Maigret, so Leon would find it. And they meant the doctor to shoot him through the door, but he stayed away to watch. Poor Monsieur Mostagua copped it instead.
Your friends, Monsieur le Maire. Distinguished fellows, all of them.
I am amazed.
There was I, their enemy, seeing through them from the start, and I have to confess, putting strychnine in their drinks to see if they would react to the discovery that someone was onto them. Why did you poison Le Pommeraye, Doctor?
He was going to go to the police with some cock and bull story about...
About your plan, hastily hatched up with Servier to put the fear of God into the townsfolk? All the talk of a madman and a fierce dog. You hoped someone would shoot Leon for you as they shot his dog. You made a mob out of the people, or some of the people. Not too many, as a matter of fact, because they hated you.
What are you going to do, then?
I'm going to give those 2 young people their revenge, Doctor. I'm going to send you to prison with a fresh arrest warrant for the murder of Monsieur Le Pommeraye by strychnine in the bar of the Hotel Admiral.
You lied for me. You never put the strychnine in the Pernod.
How much is the train fare to Quimper?
Oh, we don't accept gifts. We're starting afresh.
Stop a car. If you're starting afresh, you should do with something to start with. Here it is. Oh, well, I only have 500 francs, but it'll buy some food.
I wanted to kill those men. That's why I put the poison in the drinks. They were wicked. And you lied for me.
How'd you get? It's a fine day for a fresh start. Take me back to the White Sands, driver. The mayor has asked me for lunch, as Michaud's mother has joined her little boy in jail.
Did you keep in touch?
Of course not. They have a girl and 2 boys now, and are very happy.
Georges Simenon's Maigret, the Yellow Dog, was dramatised by David Cregan. Nicholas Le Prévost was Chief Inspector Maigret, and Julian Barnes was Simenon. Inspector Leroy was played by Chris Moran. Emma by Cherie Taylor-Baptiste. Dr. Michaud by Ewan Meredith. Servier, Philip Fox. Le Pomerat, Michael Fenton Stevens. Mostaguane, Philip Joseph, and the mayor, Joe Dunlop. Léon was played by Stephen Diggory. Madame Servière, Frances Jeter. The landlady, Rachel Atkins. The customs officer, Damien Lynch. The music was composed and directed by Lucinda Mason Brown and performed by the Viper's Dream Quartet. The director was Ned Shire.
And there'll be another Maigret investigation next week when he finds himself one step behind a rival detective in Maigret Inspector Cadaver. And the Maigret dramas are published now by BBC Audio Books.
BBC Radio 4, the news at 3 o'clock. The US-led coalition in Iraq has said American troops will take permanent command of the two provinces under Spanish control when Spain withdraws its forces. The Defence Secretary, Jeff Hoon, is under pressure to make a statement to MPs on whether more British troops will be sent to Iraq. The Conservatives' defence spokesman is Nicholas Soames.
I think people need to be aware of the time implications, the cost implications, the political implications, and the military implications of a long deployment through a pretty rough time. I think the troops have done brilliantly well. They've covered themselves in glory, but it's likely that they may be now deployed to an even more difficult area, and I think we need to be told in detail about what the government have in mind.
The fragile ceasefire in the Iraqi city of Fallujah has come under further strain. At least 9 US Marines are reported to have been injured when they came under attack from more than 100 Iraqi militants. The US military says 2 of its soldiers were killed and 5 injured in an explosion in Baghdad while they were searching a building for suspicious chemicals. The Home Secretary, David Blunkett, has published plans for the setting up of a national identity card scheme. Thousands of volunteers in Glasgow, Leicester and Newcastle will be involved in piloting the cards. Ministers have stressed that they'll be voluntary and there'll be no decision for another 9 years on whether they become compulsory. Britain's most senior police officer has visited the tunnel in Paris where Diana, Princess of
100 444. Lines are open for your calls now. Moneybox Live on Rights at Work just after 3. That number again, 08700 100 444.
And now a new investigation by Chief Inspector Maigret, who finds himself asking just how far decent people will go to preserve their reputation.
Georges Simenon's Maigret, Inspector Cadaver. Dramatised by David Cregan. Starring Nicholas Le Prévost as Chief Inspector Maigret, with Julian Barnes as Georges Simenon.
It was a dream world from the start. The wet night, the canals of the Vendée glittering in the darkness, and the tiny branch line to Saint-Aubin. Good heavens.
Carver! Justin Carver! You used to work with me at the Quai des Orfèvres, remember? Carver!
Oh, sorry to be late meeting you. It is Chief Inspector.
No, it's not.
Monsieur, no!
I think it's me you've come for.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Chief Inspector. I should have recognized you from the papers. I'm Etienne No, brother-in-law of your examining magistrate, Monsieur Brejon. Let me take your bags. Evening, Pierre. Monsieur? The station master. Charming fellow. Come this way, not the public exit. The road's impassable for cars in this weather, so I've brought the pony and trap.
Is there a hotel in the Saint-Aubin?
Good heavens! You're not staying in a hotel. Your room's ready at home. And we've held dinner back so you can join us.
I'd like to know if the man who got off the train with me...
I don't know who he was.
Yeah. I'd like to know if you'll manage to find somewhere to stay.
Jump up. And off we go. It isn't far.
Do you think you'll find somewhere to stay?
Well, probably. You know, I don't know what my brother-in-law's been telling you about these parts. Now that he's living in Paris, he probably looks on Saint-Aubin as the end of the world, but I have to tell you, things are changing. There are 2 excellent inns here. The Lion d'Or, run by Madame Taponnier, Old Francine, as everyone calls her, and just opposite is the Hôtel des Trois Mules.
Justin Carver, the other man, drifted away somewhere in the mist, and my host ran on, Simenon, never mentioning the reason why I was there.
You knew this Carver?
He was fired from the force, set up as a private detective. He'd always hated me. Now, he was somewhere here, in this foggy countryside, pretending not to know me. I felt rather alone.
So, here we are, our humble dwelling. Let me help you down.
Humble? It's a blaze of light.
Well, at the time it was built, no one foresaw that a railway was going to pass under the windows. But you get used to it, of course, and there are very few trains. Take the pony to the stable, will you?
Yes.
Come on. So, do come in. And give me your coat. I'm appalled my brother-in-law asked you to come all this way in weather like this.
The house was suffocating. It was large and comfy, with log fires and grand oak staircase, but it was so still. It was as if every chair and table had stood where it was for centuries. It felt padded. The world outside couldn't penetrate. I found it hard even to think.
This is Chief Inspector Maigret, my wife Louise.
Good evening, Chief Inspector. I'm appalled. My brother has asked you to come all this way in weather like this.
Her brother?
Monsieur Brejon, my examining magistrate in Paris.
You see, Maigret, my sister, Louise Brejon, became Madame No when she married Etienne No, son of Sébastien No, related on his mother's side to some very good families in the Vendée. But they live, would you believe, beside a small branch railway line near the village of Saint-Aubin, where they do farm pretty splendidly. About 3 weeks ago, a local boy, Albert Retailleau, quite a good family too on his mother's side, she's a Pelot, was found dead on the tracks. Clearly an accident, but rumours have started, and even anonymous letters, and to put the whole thing in a nutshell, people are accusing my brother-in-law of having killed the boy, would you believe? In fact, it's going to be difficult to stop an official inquiry, which is why, Chief Inspector, I've arranged for you to have a little unofficial holiday to reassure everyone. They're very decent people.
May I introduce you to a friend of the family, Alban Groucotel. I expect my brother-in-law mentioned him to you.
How do you do, Chief Inspector? I'm a great admirer of yours.
Alban is having dinner with us.
They insist on laying a place at their table for an old recluse like me.
Not very old, monsieur.
Perhaps not.
Shall we go through?
And what did they have to say about the boy's death?
They didn't. The rumours said he was a lover of their daughter and spent 2 or 3 nights each week in her bedroom by means of a ladder. But no one was talking about it during that luxurious supper, though I did try. Your brother spoke warmly of your daughter, madame.
Geneviève has been ill for several days and stops in her room.
Some more Savarin Chantilly, Monsieur Maigret?
Or Armagnac before you go to bed?
And a cigar, perhaps.
Dreams came thick and fast in bed, first about hayfields and country life, things from childhood, and then there was the sour face of Justin Carver, whom we always called Inspector Cadaver. He was bitter and furious and silent. And then there was something to do with bribes. He had an expensive wife. And now here he was, among the canals, pretending I didn't exist.
You really were alone.
Yeah, and uncomfortable. Especially when the door of my room... Who's there?
I had to speak to you, Monsieur Maigret.
Well, if you'll just look away for a minute...
I am Geneviève No, and I am pregnant by Albert Retailleau. If my father finds out, I will kill myself and no one will stop me.
Perhaps you're too young to decide.
Do as you think best. I'm in your hands.
Geneviève?
Oh, up already, monsieur? It's barely daylight. We farmers are always up early, of course, so...
Well, I thought I heard someone earlier.
Dreams. Or Alban going to the lavatory, I expect.
He stayed the night?
He's a good fellow, Maigret. Do you know, he reads masses of books and remembers them all. Amazing. Pity his wife was so eccentric.
Is Alban divorced?
We don't do that round here, Chief Inspector. She took off for Nice with the children and, well, she doesn't live alone.
Who has the money?
Well, she's certainly a very rich woman. Will you come with me to look round the estate?
The man who got off the train with me, does he live near here?
I've never met him.
I have. He's a private detective. Who do you think sent for him?
We're all decent people here, Monsieur Maigret. You know, I can't help wondering if my brother-in-law made a mistake in sending for someone as famous as you to clear up a little rumour that will disappear in a week. It's affecting Geneviève, of course, but she'll soon recover.
What does she make of these stories?
I don't know. We haven't talked about any of it.
Not at all.
Shall I take you into town later? I have business in Fontenay-le-Comte. I could drop you off.
I'd rather walk, I think. My old colleague may be at the Lion d'Or, which you recommended. The early mist was clearing as I walked into the village. Smoke began to curl up from chimneys, and there were lights in the Lion d'Or. Good morning. I'd like to sample a glass of the local brandy.
Ain't none.
Cognac.
I'm making coffee.
Oh, for my friend who came in last night. I see his coat hanging up.
You might get cognac at the place across the road. Go there if you want to drink this early.
On the other side of the road, I saw a tall woman going up a little alley to a small but very comfortable house. She was in black, as if in mourning. Is it Madame Retailleau, mother of Albert?
Who are you?
Chief Inspector Maigret of the
If
police.
you've come from Monsieur No, he's already been to see me and I have nothing more to say. Please tell him.
It's humiliating to talk about the way that morning went, because I felt I wasn't myself. I wasn't anyone. I'd come to help the No family straighten out the rumours, and neither they nor anyone else in the village seemed to want me to be there. I've never felt so ignored. And when I visited the mayor's office, Inspector Cadaver came out just as I went in. He had a large leather briefcase which he carried under his arm, and clearly was ahead of me with money, I imagine, or words of warning. He said nothing to me, and the mayor's secretary said very little more.
As far as we're concerned, the case is closed. Albert was a very nice boy, his mother is well respected, lives on a pension from her husband's death. Nothing else to say. Time will heal the wounds, as the phrase goes.
You could have left. You were only doing a favour.
I wasn't going to let Carver get away with whatever it was. Pretending I wasn't there. Getting to people before I did.
You were pig-headed.
Yes. Something was wrong that had to be revealed.
Ah, Monsieur Maigret. I nearly ran you over. Searching out the evidence, of which there is very little.
Well,
do let's go into my house here. A scruffy bachelor's warren, I fear, and full of dusty books, but also a glass of Porto for the mid-morning break. Because you know the rumours. That the boy was killed by Monsieur No.
Ridiculous. Etienne is the sweetest man. Rather dull, but very rich. The boy was clearly killed by a train. There was practically nothing left of him.
There are stories that he was Genevieve's lover.
I've heard those, though whether they're true, I'd say it's unlikely, since she's a sophisticated girl. Visits her uncle, the magistrate in Paris, that sort of thing. And Albert was very local. Not that I have any ideas about any of it, as I was away at the time of the tragedy. Shall we meet at lunch?
You've known the No family a long time?
They've been very kind, especially since I've been alone.
I did then go into the other inn in the village, Les Trois Mules. A group of men were sitting at a long table, one of whom was about the age Albert had been. They stopped talking the moment I went in. One of them spat in my direction. Gentlemen, I'm here to help the cause of justice.
Justice? For Etienne, no.
Go back to the Lion d'Or. They give you sort free drinks there.
For justice, I need to find one of Albert Retailleau's friends. A real friend. If possible, one who was with him on that last evening.
That's me.
Good. Well, perhaps we can...
Now, why are you staying with the No family?
They were told I was coming, and they met me at the station. I didn't know any inns.
Who's the man in the Lion d'Or working for?
I don't know.
Why is there still no proper inquiry? Albert died 3 weeks ago. He would never have walked in front of a train, even when he was drunk. And he loved life too much to top himself.
As soon as I have enough evidence, an inquiry
There is
will...
evidence. Albert's cap. It was found in the reeds of the canal, close to the No's house, 500 metres from the body.
If we could prove it was found there...
Well, I was drinking with Albert that night, and I know a lot.
Yes?
I went part of the way towards the big house with him. He was very angry.
With?
With her. Geneviève No.
Had he told you before?
He used to go there nearly every night. He was in love, and everyone could see he was.
Yet he was angry with her on that last day.
Something was on his mind the whole evening. He just kept looking at his watch the whole time. And when eventually we parted company by the railway track, he squeezed my hand and said, tears in his eyes, he said, "It's all over between us." Then he went off towards the house. I saw him in the moonlight, clear as anything, going round the back towards the stables.
Wearing his cap?
I have the cap. Blood-stained. If you're for justice, come with me. It's only me, Mother. Wait here. I'll be back in a minute, monsieur.
He's helping me with some inquiries, madame, into the death of Albert Retailleau.
Oh, him.
It's been stolen. It was here this morning. I know it was. Who's been here, Mother? Who's been here and taken away Albert's cap?
Don't bother to answer, madame. I know who was here.
The man from the Lion d'Or?
I think so.
I've another idea. Old Désiré found the cap as he was collecting milk from the farms to take to the dairy. He does it in a barge, going round the canal. Suits him fine. Trouble is, he drinks, like everyone here. And for that he needs money.
He wasn't at the dairy. He wasn't in any of the little drinking rooms where people seem to gather, almost in secret. But finally, he was thought to be at the post office.
Has Désiré been in here this morning?
Indeed he has. Drunk as always. And getting me all muddled up with me letters like he does. His son is going to be very pleasantly surprised. Désiré sent a money order for 500 francs to him.
Oh, hell, it's the man from the Lion d'Or again. Désiré never usually had money. I know the cap was there. He told us all where he found it. And it had blood on it. It's them. It's always them. Twisting things their way.
Let's have lunch together in Les Trois Mules.
You can't give up, you know.
Of course not. Is there anything else people won't tell me?
Well, yes. Josephat, the postman, had a story he now says he hasn't. He visited Madame Retailleau about 10 days after Albert's funeral. There was money owing on something, and Madame Retailleau hadn't enough in her purse. She has a soup tureen on a dresser, big one with blue and white flowers on it, and she faced herself to it so Josephat couldn't see. But he did. He saw a whole lot of 1,000 franc notes, at least 10, maybe more, safe in the tureen. Well, everyone knows Albert's mother never had that much money all at one time. She had her little pension, and Albert, well, he didn't give her any of his money because he liked to dress pretty smartly, like the cap. He had some of his clothes made for him in Niort, up the line. So where did all the money come from in the tureen? No one knows, because no one talks. I've written letters, you know, to the prefect. I've told him. But everyone just wants things to settle down. Albert's dead. Let's forget Albert.
Not me. Who owns that car?
It's a kind of taxi ambulance. Does odd jobs all over.
There's a man from a Lyon door getting out of it. Just slip over. Ask the driver where he's been. It's our turn to get ahead of him.
Right.
And it turned out that he'd taken old Cadaver to Fontenay-le-Comte, which was where Etienne No was going to spend the day. The fog's coming down again as the sun disappears.
Are you going back to Paris?
Of course not. I'm going to finish what I came to do.
It's always the same. They stick together. They're rich, friends with the magistrates. The villagers are afraid. They gossip a bit at night when they've had something to drink, but then regret it in the morning.
Good night, Louis.
If you need me, I'll be at Les Trois Mules all evening. And anyway, don't go without... And remember, they'll butter you up so you'll start believing what they say.
I won't. I promise.
Ah, Chief Inspector.
I'm sorry I wasn't back for lunch, madame. I was busy.
Doing what?
Oh, very little. Though I was helped in several ways by a young friend of Albert Retailleau's named Louis.
Oh, him. Well, charming, of course. But his father led a local strike over something and was kicked out of the manager's office. His supporters said he was right, of course.
Yes?
He wanted more money for workers with large families.
The manager said he couldn't help it if his workers bred on Saturday nights when they were drunk. I believe he used another word for drunk.
It was a long time ago, and we don't talk about it. Silence is a great cure for everything.
You wish to keep silent now, madame? Or are you dying to speak?
No. About what? Would you like to smoke your pipe? I really wouldn't mind. I'm merely saying that there's nothing that can't be ignored. Or that's how I was brought up, anyway.
If you'll excuse me for a minute, ladies, I'd like to take a walk around the stable yards, if you've no objection.
I'll come with you.
Oh. You'll catch cold. Geneviève.
I'll wear my cape.
Fog's getting thicker. Your room is the one directly above us, isn't it?
He always came in that way. There's the ladder. It was always there and he just had to push it along.
Your parents' room?
3 along.
Oh, I wonder.
Then the spare room where Alban slept last night and an empty room in between.
Your parents never suspected?
No.
How long had the affair been going on?
3.5 months.
And he realized what was going to happen.
He was going to tell my parents everything and marry me.
Why was he angry that last evening? I said, why...
I heard what you said.
Well?
I don't understand. Why do you say he was angry?
Nothing out of the ordinary happened between you that night?
No, nothing.
What time did he leave?
About 12:30.
He came about midnight. Did he usually stay for such a short time? Did you have a row?
Why should we have a row?
I don't know. When was he to speak to your parents?
Soon. We were waiting for the right moment.
And you heard no noise out here in the yard?
I didn't see anything. I swear to you, Chief Inspector, I know nothing. I shall never, never tell my father what I said to you last night. I shall leave. I don't know what I'll do.
Why did you tell me?
I was frightened. I thought you'd find out everything and tell my parents.
Let's go in.
You won't say anything.
Trust me.
You'll start believing what they say. You're one of them.
I'm sorry to have kept supper waiting. I had a busy day in Fontenay-le-Comte. I'm chairman of the local board of agriculture. Where's my daughter?
She was in the hall just now. I must apologise for not being back for lunch.
So I believe. Not that it mattered in the least. Where's Alban?
He's not here yet.
He's a lonely man, really. Ever since his wife, we've made him very much a member of the family. Ah, Geneviève.
Papa?
Good to see you up and about. Can I get anyone an Armagnac?
No, thank you.
No. Well, I expect you've got nowhere, Chief Inspector?
Certainly the mysterious cap has disappeared. You know about the cap.
I never believed it existed. Though we don't actually talk about silly rumours here, do we? It's better that way. Let's go in. Alban can join us later.
Do forgive me, dear friends. I didn't mean to keep you from the wonderful food I see before me. Madame Geneviève, would you believe it, Chief Inspector, that after you left this morning, I came across this, quite by chance.
What is it?
You've all made fun of my mania for hoarding the smallest scrap of paper. I can produce the tiniest laundry bill dating back 4 or 5 years. This, as you will see, Monsieur Maigret, is a hotel bill from the Hôtel de l'Europe in La Roche-Huillon. 30 francs, dated January the 7th, the very night of the... Of course, it's not important, but I do remember how the police do like people to have alibis. Pardon?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, you're making quite sure you're in the clear before you're accused.
What do you mean, Etienne? I came across this bill quite by chance when I was sorting out some papers. I'd have brought it up at lunchtime if the Chief Inspector had been here, because I thought it would interest him to see what a strange coincidence it was that it had the same date.
So you said.
I hope you don't think I'd abandoned my friends when they were in hot water.
We're not in hot water.
What are you thinking about, Monsieur Maigret?
I'm sorry, but my mind was wandering.
So, what do you make of it now? Now that you've seen the neighbourhood and asked a few questions?
He's met young Louis.
I think Albert Retailleau was very unlucky.
There's a statement worthy of the ancient oracles. I'd certainly be uneasy if I hadn't miraculously found proof that I was sleeping peacefully in a hotel room 80 kilometres from here at the time of the...
There's a saying in the police force that he who has the best alibi is the greatest suspect. Did you come back to Saint-Aubin the next day?
Yes, a friend gave me a lift, and I came for dinner here.
You go from friend to friend, in fact.
Would you like another glass of wine, Chief Inspector?
Would you be so kind as to tell me if you finished questioning me? If you have, I would like to go. I want to get home early tonight.
Good.
Excellent. I'd like to walk as far as the village so we can go together.
I came by bicycle.
It can be pushed.
Someone had given something away.
It was their determination not to talk that was giving them away. And in the fog that had thickened during the evening, things got clearer still. They are such good sorts, aren't they? Such a united family. But as you say, it must be rather dull for a young girl. Has she many friends?
I don't know of any in the neighbourhood. She does stay with her cousins from time to time.
And I think you said she goes to Paris to Monsieur Béjean.
She stayed with him this winter, in fact.
And apart from La Roche-sur-Yon, you yourself hardly ever leave Saint-Aubin.
I have a cousin in Nantes.
Do you ever get to Paris? A city of high culture?
I was there a month ago.
Same time as Mademoiselle No.
Possibly, I really don't know. Well, here we are. You can find your way home, and we'll meet tomorrow at our mutual friend's.
I hate to ask a favour, but I've been taken short. I do need rather desperately
yes,
to...
well, come in then. Just for a moment.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you so much. Well, if it isn't my old friend Inspector Cadaver, what are you doing here, Justin Cavre?
I was just reading a book.
Reading a book? Oh, I see. What is it? Oh. Education of a Maiden. Well, there's great literature for you. You found this little book in the library of our friend Alban Groucotel?
I certainly didn't bring it with me.
Oh, perhaps Monsieur Groucotel bought it on one of his cultural visits to Paris, among the bookshops of the Faubourg Saint-Martin. Of course, your wives, both of you...
I have nothing to say, and I suggest Monsieur Groucotel asks you to leave.
It's my house, and I won't be told what to do in it. I didn't ask you to come to the village in the first place, Carver.
Who did?
I have nothing to say. You taught me the value of silence years ago, Chief Inspector, and I would like a lawyer here if I'm to answer your questions.
In the event of your being accused of stealing a cap, for instance.
Certainly. I came here to ask Mr. Groucotel some questions. I haven't met him until now.
You heard about him at Fontenay-le-Comte this lunchtime, I suppose? His alibi for the night of the murder is perfect, by the way. Although I think the obvious way he flourished it in the face of the No family wasn't appreciated, especially by Geneviève, who treated him to some very savage looks. I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't revenge herself on him for that piece of blatant self-interest.
Nonsense. Geneviève is a very charming girl who is...
3.5 months pregnant.
What? I don't believe it.
Don't tell me there's something I know that you don't, Carver. Perhaps you two have things to discuss alone, then, because I seem to know more than I thought. There was only one way to discover things in Saint-Aubin, and that was to listen to people when they didn't know you were there. Outside Albin's house, I stood close to the window, and as I did so, Louis pushed close to me.
I saw you with the aristocrat. People say you're one of them.
Far from it. I'm on the road to justice, Louis. Just listen.
That's not my fault, is it?
Not your fault. You didn't tell me she was pregnant.
Well, why should I? That dreadful Maigret is going to find out everything, more than you know, and life is going to become impossible. I'm a poor man, Carver. I need rich friends.
Who are you ringing?
No, of course. To don't get rid of this ridiculous chief inspector, to ask his brother-in-law to call him back. We need peace here, Carver. It's all going wrong.
Keep calm, monsieur.
I can't. I really know now. And why did he ask for Maigret, of all people, to come and prove the murder was an accident when he'd already engaged you? He's a fool, an utter fool. I mean, you were doing so well, he was nearly off the hook. Hello?
I'll do the talking. I'll do the talking.
Let it go.
Monsieur No, Carver. I wonder if you could arrange for your brother-in-law to call the chief inspector home. He's not doing what you wanted, and Mr. Groucotel is getting dangerously...
Move away, Louis. Things are coming into my head. Was Albert very angry the night he went to Geneviève's that last time?
Very. He drank several brandies and said he probably wouldn't stay any longer in this godforsaken place.
And how long had he been Geneviève's lover?
He started sleeping with her in October, just over 3 months ago.
3.5 months. And he was angry.
He never mentioned her before October. Mr. Maigret, what are you doing?
Thinking. Except, I don't really think.
You won't give up, will you?
Go home, Louis.
Promise you won't give up.
I wish I could.
Don't abandon us, monsieur.
Did you have an interesting time with Alban, Chief Inspector?
Yes. The women are in bed, I assume.
Armagnac? To go with your pipe?
Oh. Thank you. I'll be gone by tomorrow lunchtime. Or earlier, if you like.
Oh, but you must know that we enjoy your company a great deal, and we'd be happy to...
I overheard the telephone call, Monsieur No. And by now you must want me gone as soon as possible. I'm finding out things, and you didn't mean me to do that. You meant me not to find out things. I realized that quite soon and would have gone home this morning had it not been for Carver. His presence, goaded me into staying. You sent for him, I think. I'm not here on official business. I am not accountable to anyone, so you have nothing to fear from me. Very well. I'll go on. Though I am practically certain you killed Albert Retailleau, I am also practically certain that you are not primarily responsible for his death. You are, in a way, a victim of it.
What do you mean?
Will you trust me to tell you what I think? Did you never suspect something was going on between your daughter and the young man?
How could I? He wasn't part of our set. Oh, I recognized his face. I suppose I'd seen him in the village, but I couldn't put a name to him. I still wonder how Geneviève managed to meet him, as she virtually never left the house.
On the night in question, you and your wife went to bed as usual?
We'd had goose for dinner. Well, I love goose, but I find it hard to digest, and about 12:30 I went along the corridor to the lavatory, when I heard sounds of an argument coming from my daughter's room. I suppose we're a bit behind the times in Saint-Aubin, but it never occurred to me that my daughter, my well-brought-up daughter, I was going to rush in wearing only my nightshirt, but some sort of protocol. I changed there in the bathroom, and as I gazed through the curtains, I saw a man climb out of Geneviève's window and onto a ladder. My first thought was he was a thief. I ran downstairs, took the key to the front door. It's huge. You must have seen it. And I rushed out to the front of the house and shouted for him to stop. Then I can hardly bear to tell you. He shouted such things at me. What a hypocritical family we were, what thieves, and above all, this was the thing that did it. What a filthy whore my Geneviève was. I hit him with the key, as hard and as often as I could. And then I ran indoors and told my wife what I'd done.
She washed your clothes and kept your secret?
Yes, but first I went back to see if the young man was really dead. He was. I lifted him up and carried him to the level crossing where the road goes to the village. And that was the whole story. Finished.
Not quite, I think. You sent for Carve.
Well, you see, I was alone. I was burning to talk to someone. I didn't want to keep burdening my wife. I didn't know what to say to my daughter, and Alban suddenly stopped visiting me. I couldn't understand it, especially as the rumours began. Eventually, I went to him and told him everything. He recommended a private detective be found to save my good name. And also, in a moment of panic, I called my brother-in-law, thinking he would assume I was innocent and, I don't know, give me advice. Instead, he sent you.
In the meantime, you paid off the boy's mother?
And will continue to do so, as long as she lives. I had to atone. I had to make up for... Dear God.
But you also wanted to be safe. And so this morning, you met with Carver to find out how far he had bribed the people of the village to say nothing, and to burn the evidence of the blood-stained cap. Oh, you are, in fact, safe. But we haven't quite reached the end. Please ring your friend, Alban, and insist that he comes out here at once. If I could get the whole thing settled then and there, I could catch the first train of the day, the 6:11, the one that had destroyed the body of Albert Retteillot. I could go home. It only needed Albin to come out in a foggy night, though I knew he wouldn't have the guts to come by himself. Carver was there to support him. Ineffectively, of course. Well, gentlemen, the game is up.
What do you mean? You have nothing to fear, Alban?
Perhaps. Monsieur No and I have had a long and friendly chat, and I am returning to Paris in the morning, as you all want me to. But I think it would be better if the truth came out before I left. What? I'm sorry, Carve, to have spoiled your night's rest.
It wasn't me who sent to Paris for him.
It wasn't you who beat Retailleau's head in. It wasn't you who left your wife. It's never you, is it? You've never done anything at all in your life.
Oh, come, he's a gentleman.
You're all gentlemen. And no one has complained about the boy's death because you're gentlemen. His mother has even settled for a life's income. And the strange thing is that the killer has no idea why the boy was killed. Does he, Monsieur Cotel? Are you going to tell him?
You're under no obligation to say anything.
Send Alban away. Remove Alban, Mother. Father, get rid of Alban. Etienne, come quickly. She's hysterical.
I'm coming. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Well, Alban?
She started it. And anyway, I'm not the first middle-aged aristocrat to have taken a young girl as his mistress. She's quite lucky.
And I suppose she sent you the dirty books and dirty pictures to ease the way for your Parisian meetings.
I warn you, the Chief Inspector is setting a trap.
And when she got pregnant by you, I suppose it was her idea to involve some local lad, blame him, marry herself off to him, and have you as a permanent lover disguised as a family friend.
As a matter of fact...
Oh, no. The whole idea was yours. You impregnated Geneviève No quite deliberately, so she would have to marry Albert and provide you with a life of secret pleasure. When he found out what trick was being played on him, he grew, I'm told, extremely angry.
Arrogant puppy. If the stupid postmistress hadn't muddled our letters, everything would have gone perfectly.
Instead of which, when you knew you'd been found out and there would be a row, you faded away as usual and got yourself an alibi. You're vile, Alban. Vile beyond belief.
Why? I've done nothing illegal.
But enormously immoral.
Oh, steady, Monsieur Chief!
If there were true justice in the world, it would place the blame for all of this fully on your shoulders. Alban Cotel. You sponging, self-deluding, petty, aristocratic bloodsucker. I'd happily lead you to the guillotine.
She's calmer now. I don't quite know what it is she has against you, Alban.
He'll tell you himself when he's recovered. He's going to get a divorce soon, though he hasn't told anyone about it. Now, I'm dead on my feet. The 6:11, I think.
I'll catch that too.
Don't be too hard on your daughter, Etienne.
Is everyone deserting me?
It was cold and foggy to the last outside the comfy house. There were only two of us on that early morning platform.
What do you think will happen?
They'll sell up and leave the country. The baby will be a scandal they can't hide. So it ended in a dream world.
You didn't see Louis again?
No. Nothing would have been gained trying to expose the truth in a law court. But I suppose he'll always think that I finally became one of them.
Perhaps he was right.
Poor Louis. A victim like his friend. Decent people do such awful things to keep their place.
Georges Simenon's Maigret, Inspector Cadaver, translated by Helen Thompson, was dramatised by David Cregan. Nicholas Le Prévost was Chief Inspector Maigret, and Julian Barnes was Simenon. Monsieur No was played by Michael N. Harbour, Madame No by Karen Archer, and Geneviève by Alice Hart. Alban was played by John Rowe, Louis by Scott Brooksbank, Magistrate Brejean by Philip Fox, Madame Retelot, Joanna McCallum, and Inspector Carvre, Inspector Cadaver, by David Bannerman. The music was composed and directed by Lucinda Mason-Brown and performed by the Viper's Dream Quartet. The director was Ned Chaillet.
And next week finds Chief Inspector Maigret back in Paris, but intent on having a secret holiday with Madame Maigret, when a particularly sensational murder is discovered in Maigret's Little Joke. The Maigret plays are also available now from BBC Audiobooks.
Georges Simenon's Maigret's Little Joke. Dramatised by Alison Joseph. Starring Nicholas Le Prévost as Chief Inspector Maigret, with Julian Barnes as Georges Simenon and Julie Legrand as Madame Maigret.
Of course, it was rather funny, wasn't it, that such an important case should happen while you were on holiday?
Indeed. Very amusing.
There you were, having to watch the whole thing from the sidelines, read about it in newspapers.
Madame Maigret and I found it very diverting.
Fretting about poor old Janvier, who was in charge. And you'd promised your doctor you'd take a break after that terrible bronchitis you had in the spring.
Yes. Dr. Pardon insisted that I take a holiday.
But you didn't go away.
No. I told headquarters we were away. I put the telephone on the message service. We stayed in Paris.
Very romantic.
It was.
I'm surprised your wife allowed it. Didn't she think you'd run back to the Quai des Orfèvres at the first opportunity?
My wife knows I keep my promises. Look, there's our concierge out in the street.
You'll have to move out of the light, dear, so I can sweep there.
She's been giving me funny looks all week.
And after that, I must tidy the bedroom.
She thinks I ought to be at my office.
It's 10:30. Aren't you going down to the cafe as usual?
10:30 already? What is it?
I knew this wouldn't work.
I am perfectly happy.
All you do is stand there looking out of the window.
I like looking out of the window.
And how many lorries have you counted this morning?
Well, you see, that's very interesting. Usually, by now, 2 have come back to the depot and 2 have gone out, but this morning I've seen 3 leave and none arrive.
Oh, Maigret.
My dear, everything's fine. In a while I'll go down to the cafe and buy the morning papers, then I expect we'll have lunch. And then a walk, perhaps, if you like. It's such a lovely day.
It's all my fault. All it will take is one call from headquarters and you'll go to work. And your terrible cough will come back. I should have been more insistent with that woman at Les Sables d'Olonne when I tried to book us a room there and she said it was full.
3 lorries all turning up at once, you see? There is order in the universe. Now the concierge has stopped to talk to that young man with the funny eye who's taken over the hardware shop across the road.
You really are happy, aren't you?
Madame Maigret, I am perfectly happy. I shall go down to the cafe now. And you could do your sweeping in peace. Of course I'm happy. I'm on holiday.
The usual, sir?
Oh, thank you.
Here's your paper.
Oh.
Why's a headline this morning, sir? Dead body in a cupboard.
Dead body?
Yeah, look here. Doctor's wife found dead in a cupboard at her own husband's surgery. Yesterday they found her. Fancy address and all. Boulevard Houseman. Can you imagine? I'll get the beer, sir.
I better go and phone headquarters.
Oh, sorry, sir. What you want in the phone?
No, not at all, no. Just the beer, thank you. And the newspaper?
Oh, sorry, sir.
Thank you.
The dead woman is Eveline Jarve, wife of Dr. Philippe Jarve of 137 bis Boulevard Haussmann. On July the 1st, the Jarves, with their 3-year-old daughter and the child's nurse, left Paris for a 6-week stay at Cannes. On the same day, a young doctor, Gilbert Négrel, took over the consulting rooms in the Boulevard Haussmann as a locum. The couple's servant, a Josepha Chauvet, also remained in Paris. Dr. Négrel is 30, a bachelor. The servant reported a sickly smell in one of the consulting rooms, and together with Dr. Négrel they opened a cupboard. There they found the naked body of a woman. It had been bent double to fit into the confined space. This woman was later identified as Madame Jarve. The corpse bore no signs of violence apart from a minor bruise to the right temple. In the absence of Chief Inspector Maigret on holiday, the case is being investigated by Inspector Janvier.
On holiday?
Your beer, sir.
Oh, thank you.
They've hauled in both the men for questioning.
Sorry?
The police. They hauled in that doctor who found the body, and they've got the other doctor up from Cannes, the dead woman's husband. They have to make statements. It'll be about money, you know.
It will?
The dead woman, she's from Concarneau. Eveline Le Grec, from the canning company. You know, Le Grec et Laurent Sardines. Their father owned that. That's in this paper, look. He died 2 years ago, which makes her and her brother the sole inheritors. She'd have been loaded, I reckon. Someone's after her money.
You think so?
Sure of it.
The body was bent in half.
Oh, no, sir. Horrible. A medical man, are you?
Me? Oh, no. No, not me. Actually, I might just use your telephone, if you don't mind.
Be my guest, sir.
Dr. Pardon, it's Maigret.
Maigret, old boy. How's the holiday? Been spotted yet?
No, not as far as I know. This Jarve case.
My phone hasn't stopped. The whole medical profession is gossiping like concierge.
Do you know Dr. Jarve?
I know of him. Sound practitioner, well thought of. Must be pretty well off with a practice like that.
And the locum?
Gilbert Négrel. He usually works with Professor Lebier at the School of Medicine, which is a recommendation in itself. Now look, Maigret, I'm not having you running back to police headquarters.
I'm on holiday, remember?
Yes, but knowing you...
I promised Madame Maigret.
Ah.
No, my friend, I'm following this whole case like any other ordinary member of the public, reading a newspaper, chatting with waiters.
Tell you what, old boy, why don't you come round for dinner with us tonight, you and Madame Maigret?
Even better. Why don't we come, pick you two up, take you to a bistro somewhere?
Well, that's very kind of you.
And maybe if you could make a few calls in the meantime, find out what you can.
Following the case just like any other ordinary member of the public, you mean?
I knew I could count on you, Pardon.
The Jarve family has occupied the second floor of 137 bis Boulevard Haussmann for the last 5 years. They live in one of the 2 luxury flats, while the one opposite is used for the doctor's practice. Dr. Négrel claims that on Saturday he left the surgery at 5:30 in the evening, when the servant, Josepha Chauvet, was still there. No one in the building noticed any unusual arrivals or departures. Madame Chauvet says she spent Sunday with her daughter in the Rue Washington, not returning until yesterday, Monday. And that was when she noticed the smell.
You see, Pardon, how good I am at being on holiday.
He does it well, doesn't he?
Here I am, in a bistro on the banks of the River Marne. And this afternoon, we took a stroll along the Boulevard Haussmann, didn't we, dear?
Boulevard Haussmann, eh?
Yes, oh, sheer coincidence, my dear fellow. I mean, I did happen to pass 137 and looked up at the windows. There's quite a crowd outside as well. I can't think what they hope to see.
That's ordinary members of the public for you.
You see, what I wanted to know is... oh, ladies, how about liqueurs? Waiter, liqueurs for the ladies and Calvados for the doctor and myself.
You know, on the Boulevard Haussmann, I saw such a lovely outfit in the shop window. The jacket was fitted like this. And it had big buttons.
Lovely. What I want to know is, pardon, how long after death can you bend a body?
It depends on various factors, temperature, that kind of thing. Anything from 1 hour to about 5.
5?
I was talking to my colleague Deberlin about all this earlier today. It turns out he's known Philippe Jarve for quite some time.
Oh?
Determined man, Jarve. Clever, too. Scholarship boy. Comes from quite humble origins. His father died when he was young. Started off in quite a rough practice, but then about 5 years ago, he went to Concarneau on holiday, and that's when he met Eveline.
Was the marriage happy?
Deberlin thought so, yes. She'd had an unhappy childhood. Her mother died young. She was very shy, Deberlin said. He used to visit them on the Boulevard Haussmann. Oh, and he said she had something wrong with her health. Jarve hinted at it from time to time. I don't know what to make of it. Jarve's back at home now, apparently.
How do you know that?
No, it was on the radio news.
The radio?
Don't you listen?
No, I never thought of it. Usually, I already know.
Ordinary member of the public now, Maigret. Not tempted to race over to the Quai des Orfèvres?
Look at this lovely evening, pardon. Look at the river. Canoes. The lights reflected on the water. Meanwhile, poor old Janvier will be sitting in his office, my office, beer and sandwiches sent up from the Brasserie Dauphine. And I read in the papers that the examining magistrate is Judge Comilio, who's very tiresome and always inclined to arrest the first available suspect, guilty or not. And he hates the press, well, which is why this little reporter man, Lassagne, is sniffing around so fiercely, I imagine. Because if the press think they're being kept away from a story, it just makes them all the more determined.
I read Lassagne's report this morning. Apparently, Dr. Jarve lied about where he was.
Yes, yeah. He pretended to take a flight to London on that Saturday, but actually he followed his wife to Paris. Poor old Janvier. You can't know, dear pardon, how many phone calls it takes to establish a chain of events like that. Not a Calvados. Waiter!
So, the husband followed the wife to Paris?
Yes.
Another one, dear?
Well, it won't do any harm. I'm on holiday after all.
The post-mortem has revealed that the contusion on the victim's right temple was not the cause of death. The victim was found to have a syringe mark on the left thigh. Tests are now being carried out, and the results will be known later.
Are you beer, sir?
Just a coffee, please. And the papers.
They should have kept the husband behind bars, if you ask me.
Dr. Jarve?
Yes. What I reckon is he was having an affair with someone and wanted to leave, but he needed the wife's money. So he gets her out the way, easy. He inherits, starts a new life with the mistress. And this needle prick on her leg, he'd know, you see, wouldn't he? Being a doctor.
So would the other man, the locum.
Yeah, but I mean, no motive, is there?
Unless she was involved with him in some way.
Not her. Seen what she looked like? Here, look at this photo of her. Hardly a beauty, is she? Not the sort of woman to have a lover.
What I want to know is...
the brothers come to Paris.
Yves Le Guerec? Yes, well, I heard, yeah. But what I still don't understand
He'll have
is...
something to say about his sister's husband, I reckon.
It's a fact that...
What's it?
Could I bother you for a piece of notepaper? Not headed, And a pen?
Well, of course, sir, right away. You want to send a message to someone?
In a way, yes.
You wrote what?
I wrote, "Why the devil was she naked?" I disguised my handwriting and sent it off to Janvier.
Anonymously?
Of course. It's been on my mind. Apparently she was killed sometime between 4 in the afternoon and 10 at night. Now, why would she put herself in the nude during those hours? To change her clothes? To have a bath? Not in the consulting rooms? Did the murderer undress himself? And if so, why? No one was seen leaving a flat with a parcel of clothes.
I hope Janvier appreciates your note.
Just doing my duty, like any other...
Ordinary member of the public, yes. My wife remarked how well you seemed yesterday evening, how relaxed.
Of course I'm relaxed, pardon. I could please myself. I don't have to go to work. This afternoon I'm taking Madame Maigret to the Place du Théâtre.
Case, new revelations, read all about it.
It's hardly changed, Maigret, from when we used to come here.
Wine hasn't improved either.
Job case, new revelations, read all about it.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'll have this one and this one. There we are.
You see? Job case, new revelations, read all about it.
Here you are, my dear.
Job case, new revelations.
Look, here's a photo of the poor woman, taken by her brother on holiday. She looks embarrassed. Poor girl.
Oh, yeah. Negrel, the locum, has given an interview to Lassagne. He's back home in the Rue Saint-Père. What's he say? Why should I have murdered Madame Jave? It's a very good question, I'd say.
It's about love, Michel. I told you. That doctor's wife, she loved that other man. Bet you anything.
But you say everything's about love, Amy.
So, perhaps it is.
What else does Negrel have to say?
He'd known the Javes about 3 years, goes for dinner there from time to time. Was he friendly with Madame Jave? No, not particularly. Did she take him into her confidence? Not really. She was a shy woman. Ah, this is interesting. She suffered from Stoker-Adams disease, a chronic slow pulse. Dr. Paul will be interested in that. Risk of fainting, fits, sometimes sudden death. What does your paper say, my dear?
Well, there's an interview here with her brother.
Oh, Yves Le Grec.
He says that at the time that Philippe Jave married his sister, he had terrible debts, and the father paid them off. And he says that these rumours that his sister had a lover are a terrible slander.
A lover, eh?
But the concierge where the locum lives said the doctor's wife was a regular visitor. See, I told you so.
How can they be lovers? It says in this paper that Negrel is engaged to a medical student. Why would he bother with this doctor's wife?
You can tell he's madly in love with her because the reporter says that he smoked all the way through the interview.
Oh, you can tell that, can you?
Yes, I can, actually.
So why did the husband kill her?
Don't you know anything about love?
What are you thinking, dear?
Well, I'm thinking that perhaps ordinary members of the public can do my job better than I can.
Maigret, good morning. It's Pardon. Just thought I'd let you know they've published the toxicology report. It was digitalis, the injection, a heart drug used to lower the pulse. In the case of Evelyne Jave, it would have been fatal.
Ah. Could it have been an accident?
That's what I wondered. Says she had a fit of some kind in the consulting rooms. You might try camphor or Pressil to speed up the pulse. The ampoules don't look that different, and if the doctor was in distress, say, he might confuse the two.
What's your opinion?
Me? Oh, I don't have one.
Have you learned anything else about Dr. Jave?
One doesn't really like to spread rumours about one's own profession.
Oh, no, of course not.
He was in debt again, desperate apparently.
Ah.
That's all I know. You're still keeping away from the office?
Yeah, very happily, thank you. Yes, good morning. I wonder if you could put me through to your reporter, Seine. Just tell him it's some information about the Jarve case. Thank you.
Hello? Who is this?
Oh, Monsieur Seine, I'd like to point out an omission in your article.
What omission? Look, if you're one of these time wasters...
Where was Josepha on Saturday afternoon?
In the flat, of course.
Yes, but which flat? Listen to me. The Jarves had 2 servants and the nurse. That's not much start for a flat as grand as theirs. On the other hand, across the corridor, in the doctor's rooms, there was nobody, once the cleaning was done, to open the door to patients.
I think I see what you're getting at.
Josepha wouldn't have hung about in the doctor's room when there was work to be done in the flat opposite. The bell for the doctor's door must be connected to the other flat.
Do you want to tell me who you are?
Oh, it's really of no concern.
Well, thanks, anyway. I'll check on it. Gilbert Négrel, the locum doctor, was to be married this autumn. His fiancée is Martine Chapuis, daughter of Maître Noël Chapuis, the well-known barrister. She is 24 and has a law degree, but switched to medical school where she met Négrel. She denied rumours of a relationship between her fiancé and Madame Jarve.
I wonder how they manage in London or New York.
Hmm?
Without café terraces. Must be very miserable sitting inside the whole time.
It would explain a lot.
A funny sort of girl.
Who, my dear?
This fiancée, Mademoiselle Chapuis. In the papers, look. In my day...
In your day?
Well, she says she visited Négrel at his rooms, unaccompanied.
Oh,
Well, you can't mean to say you would prove.
I seem to remember Madame Maigret.
Maigret, really?
That little wood in the Chevreuse Valley.
That's different. Anyway, I didn't go boasting to the papers about it. But what does your paper say?
Now here we are. Where was Josepha? Exactly. The 2 doors face each other, and usually Josepha waits in a domestic flat, and the bell rings in both, as I thought. Good for young Lasagna.
Young Lasagna? Anyone would think you'd personally sent him to find out.
Me? Good heavens, no. What a terrible morning. Look at this rain. And only 1 lorry so far.
Have you got any plans?
Not particularly. What day is it?
Friday.
Might just go down to the cafe.
Of course.
Madame Maigret, I'm wondering whether you're a little tired of this Parisian holiday.
No.
Perhaps we should go to the seaside after all.
Oh, I hear they are having very good weather at the coast.
We've done too much walking around.
And the Paris forecast is for more rain.
I suppose you could find out how that woman in Les Sables d'Olonne is placed for next week. I think I'll be free by then.
Free, Maigret?
I do like to see a case through, Madame Maigret.
According to the nurse, Claire Juseron, Dr. Jarve had been having an affair with the daughter of his servant, Josepha. The girl is called Antoinette Chauvet. Last Saturday, when Dr. Jarve arrived in Paris, he hurried to her flat in the Rue Washington. The mother, Josepha, claims that she joined them there. Meanwhile, police have revealed that on the Friday evening, Madame Jarve made a lengthy phone call to Gilbert Négrel.
That gives the doctor an alibi then, doesn't it? He spent all that Saturday at his mistress's, and her mother was there. Worse luck for him, eh?
Yeah, but, they might be lying.
Oh, well, who's to say? Well, that nurse, she might be lying too. Saw that photo of her in the paper, didn't you, eh? Dear, oh dear, oh dear, there's a woman who doesn't like men. Huh?
Oh, you can tell that, can you?
Yes. Another beer, sir?
Yes, please.
They found her jewels, you know.
Whose jewels?
The wife's. That tight-lipped nurse, when the coppers were leaving, she said, did they want to take the jewels? And there they were. Great big case of them. Millions of francs worth, apparently. Look, it's in this edition.
But the husband was in debt.
It's revenge, isn't it? He gets a mistress, she spends all their money on jewels. They're like that, aren't they, women?
Oh.
I'll get you a beer.
But what I want to know is, did Dr. Jarve know there was a relationship between his wife and the locum? And did Madame Jarve know about her husband's affair?
Well, we'd have to wait for the police to find out about all that, won't we, sir?
Can't see why Janvier isn't going to Concarneau.
He's only just come back from Cannes.
He needs to get a clearer picture of Eveline Jarve.
What's he doing?
Well, just writing Janvier a note, telling him to go to Concarneau.
You'll frighten him.
He won't know it's from me. Now, is it another stroll?
In the rain.
We can take shelter in a cafe.
And buy yet more newspapers.
Here we are. Look. They've arrested Négrel. And here's his fiancée insisting he's innocent.
She stopped denying his affair with the doctor's wife.
Yes.
These modern young women. I'd have called off the wedding.
Perhaps it's like those soldiers you see at fun fairs shooting at old bottles. Me, I mean, playing at being a detective. It's a fact she was naked. Did Négrel come to visit her and succumb, even though he'd been trying to end it? And then perhaps they quarreled. Perhaps he hit her. And then, in a panic, gave her an injection. Or was it Jarve? But he'd been to see his mistress. Why would he then call on his wife? Or perhaps it was all planned by Jarve because he wanted to get rid of her. Oh. Let poor old Janvier sort it out.
Do you think Négrel is innocent?
I don't know. I'll just have to wait for tomorrow's newspapers.
The scene of the investigation has moved to Concarneau. Maître Chapuis, father of the suspect's fiancée, has arrived in this seaside town determined to clear the name of his future son-in-law. At the same time, the brother of the dead woman has returned to his home here and is threatening to sue anyone who sullies the good name of his sister. Rumours here are circulating about Madame Jarve, who, it is claimed, conducted affairs with various men in the town from quite a young age.
That's why they don't have cafe terraces in London.
Hmm?
Because it's always raining there, isn't it? Like this. Mm. Do you believe all this, Maigret? About poor Madame Jarve having all these lovers?
I suppose not all women are as...
But look, there's an interview here with some old school friend of hers who says that Madame Jarve seduced a local man when she was only 14. Well, why do they have to print all this in the papers, Maigret?
It might be relevant, I suppose.
Oh, I feel sorry for her. She was a neglected child looking for love. She just looked in the wrong place. And even if she was having an affair with Négrel...
Yes?
No one really loved her. Dr. Jarve had Antoinette, and Gilbert was engaged to this clever medical student. Poor Madame Jarve.
So, perhaps my waiter in the cafe is right after all.
What did he say?
That her collecting all those jewels was a kind of revenge. Oh dear.
What?
This headline, it says, "Has Maigret been called in?" Oh dear. They've tracked us down to Les Sables d'Olonne and found that we're not there. Well, too bad. Oh, look at this. Martine Chapuis has given an interview. She says that she knew about the relationship between her fiancé and Madame Jarve, but she says it was just an affair, nothing serious.
Well, I don't understand it. If you've been behaving like that within weeks of our marriage... Maigret, you're not listening to me.
No, but there's something about the landing, the two doors. Why was she still naked?
New developments in the Boulevard Haussmann case.
Oh, shh. Maigret, the radio.
Both Dr. Jarve and his mistress, Antoinette Chauvet, were taken in for questioning. Police have also reported that a button was found in the doctor's rooms which had been torn from the jacket of Gilbert Négrel. Full details in our news bulletin.
Can we have our bill, please?
Yes, monsieur.
Are we going?
Yes.
Where to?
We're going to get a taxi. To the corner of Boulevard Richard Lenoir and the Boulevard Voltaire in case the press are outside our flat.
You mean I'm to go in alone?
We'll go in as if nothing was up. If there are reporters, say we've come to spend a few hours in Paris and that I'm out in town somewhere. And if I'm not back for dinner, eat without me. Oh, and perhaps if you wouldn't mind, you could pack us a suitcase or two.
Oh, Maigret, are you going to the office after all?
Madame Maigret, I promised you I wouldn't. And since when have I broken a promise to you? Taxi!
So, the papers are right, Chief Inspector. You are in Paris.
Just visiting, you know.
Calvados? I'll join you, Will. Be closing up soon. Your usual seat is free. Mind you, by this time of night, all the seats are free. Apart from those two salesmen over there. That girl on her own in the corner. You've been across to see Janvier, you?
No, I...
you can see your office window from here, you know.
So you can. Cheers.
Cheers. I said to Maria here, didn't I, girl? I said they'd be getting you back. Only Inspector Maigret can sort this out, I said. But they're all lying, aren't they? Every last one of them. That mistress, that servant, that nurse down in Cannes, Mademoiselle Jusseron.
Claire, isn't it?
Sorry, did you say something, sir?
Oh, no, nothing. No.
That nurse, she hates men. You can tell from the photo in the paper.
Yeah, but that's just it, you see. That type, in my experience. Sometimes they hate every man, but one, which would explain...
4 hours they've been up there, questioning that doctor.
Of course. Can I use your phone?
Oh, be my guest, sir.
Yes, thank you. I want a Villa Marie-Thérèse at Cannes. Mademoiselle Jusseron, please.
Hello? Who is this?
Hello? Claire?
Yes, it's me. I can hardly hear you.
It's Monsieur.
Oh, it's you. I'm sorry about the noise. The baby's crying.
Tell me, Claire, when the police asked you about the phone call that my wife made to Paris on Friday, did you tell them you'd spoken to me about it?
Certainly not.
I knew I could rely on you. Thank you very much. That's all.
Did you get through all right, sir?
Yes.
Sir, that young woman in the corner, she's been watching the Palais de Justice the whole time she's been here.
Yes. Oh, I noticed her, too. Yeah. I'll have another Calvados, please, Victor.
Right away, sir.
Right.
Mind if I join you?
Oh, you took your time.
I wasn't sure it was you to start with.
Oh, I recognise you from the papers. Although you're prettier.
Oh, just because I'm at medical school. No one seems to think a girl can be pretty and clever.
Will you join me in a Calvados? Victor? Another one?
Sir.
You must be needing it, Mademoiselle Chapuis.
Oh, thanks. Why aren't you over there?
I'm on holiday.
Really?
Really?
What, in Paris?
Well, even Janvier doesn't know I'm here.
So why are you watching your own window? Oh, at least if it was your case, you'd understand.
Understand what, mademoiselle?
Well, that Gilbert didn't kill that woman.
Are you sure? Ah. You see, he may be clever, but you can still blush.
I wasn't blushing.
You've had your doubts about him.
Do you mind if I smoke?
Oh, not at all.
I'm not sure how to say this. It's about how Gilbert would be when he's with a woman.
Oh.
Now, you know that he and I haven't waited until we got married to... Oh, the press have loved all that, those sleazy reporters. Anyway, the point I'm making is that Madame Jarve's body was completely naked.
That's exactly what I've been trying to work out.
Well, this is very personal, Monsieur Maigret. But with Gilbert, that simply wouldn't be possible. What I mean is...
Mademoiselle, you can trust me.
Gilbert would have been naked too. There. I know him. I love him. He's shy and sensitive. And it's not as if they'd have had long. I mean, they were in the consulting rooms. That servant could have come in at any minute. He'd have... Even with that woman, he'd have wanted to be on equal terms. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't normally talk in this way with a man I've only just met, but...
Martine, if I may call you that, I believe you.
Then you believe that Gilbert didn't do it?
What we know, my dear, is that on Saturday afternoon, Madame Jarve visited the consulting rooms where she met her death from a fatal injection. We know that your Gilbert was in the consulting room that afternoon. We also know that Dr. Jarve had left for south of France and arrived in Paris that day. His alibi has been provided by his mistress and her mother, which makes it unreliable, of course. We know that anyone in the flat would hear the doorbell for the consulting rooms, so if Dr. Jarve was in the flat, he would know when his wife was there. We know, too, that your Gilbert had a fierce argument with Madame Jarve that afternoon. We also know, however, that Dr. Jarve was in debt, and his wife was wealthy, and that the marriage appears to have been loveless.
Oh.
Look at that window. You can see someone pacing. It'll be Janvier. Will you excuse me for a moment, my dear? Have you got some notepaper without heading? And an envelope?
I certainly have, sir. Here.
That boy is washing up in the kitchen. Could you ask him to deliver a note for me?
Yeah, of course, sir. Yeah.
For the attention of Inspector Janvier. Very urgent. Jarve learned from the nurse on Friday night that his wife was coming to Paris.
The boy's waiting, sir.
Ask him to take this envelope to that policeman by the gate across there at headquarters. He must tell the policeman it is to go directly to Inspector Janvier. He's to answer no questions, and then go straight home.
Are you, playing a joke on them, sir?
Yes, yeah. Yeah. Well, in a manner of speaking.
What have you been doing?
Oh, I'm being an ordinary member of the public. Sending notes to the police. Oh, look, there's the boy. There he goes. Good. Oh, they're letting him in.
Was your note to do with what I told you?
No.
To do with your phone call?
Yes, yeah. Another Calva? Victor? Tomorrow?
Oh, it's funny. You wouldn't think that Dr. Jarve was a murderer.
In my experience, my dear, no one looks like a murderer. Thank you, Victor. Even murderers. Look, boys come back down again. Excellent.
Well, what now?
Well, we wait.
Well, it's late.
These things can go on for hours. Oh.
They want to close up here.
Shall we go for a walk? Hmm? The bill, Victor?
Certainly, sir.
Oh, I'll pay for my own drinks, thank you.
You are a modern young woman, aren't you?
Oh, modern. That's the other word people use. You can be modern and clever, or you can be pretty, but not both. What do you think?
Oh, mademoiselle, I know what I think.
Do the barges come past here all night?
Yes. Look, the lights are still on in my office. It's not as if Negrel really had a motive.
No.
Particularly as you knew about him sleeping with Eveline Jave. Why are you lying?
What do you mean? I knew all about their silly affair.
But he didn't tell you she'd come up from Cannes on Saturday to see him.
No.
No. Nor that she'd been to his place since you and he started.
Well, he respects my feelings. Anyway, I'm the one he loves. You do believe he's innocent, don't you?
Yes. Yes. I do. Dr. Jave knew from Friday night that his wife would be coming to Paris on Saturday. He followed her. Antoinette, his mistress, was just the alibi. What I don't like is the fact he undressed her. He must have wanted it to look... He must have wanted suspicion to fall on Gilbert. Thought he was being clever. But it's the clever ones who get caught. Always one detail too many. I'm absolutely sure that Jave was in the flat opposite while his wife was with your fiancé in the consulting rooms on that Saturday. Whatever passed between Gilbert and Eveline that day...
I don't want to know.
Some kind of scene. Perhaps she was pleading with him, clinging to him. She tore a button off his coat. Then, at 5:30, Gilbert left. Jave only had to cross the landing.
Don't tell me any more.
And afterwards, her husband undressed her and disposed of her clothes.
All the lights are still on. Oh, what if they don't understand, those men up there? If you went up now, you could make sure... What?
Something's happening. Footsteps in the yard. Someone's being taken down to the cells.
Dr. Jave?
It must be. There's a gate. And look, the lights are going out. Here they come. Now, Janvier will be out in a minute. Oh, dear me. A handkerchief. Here.
Oh, thank you.
He's getting into the squad car. It's all right, he's alone.
Who?
Janvier. If he hadn't won, he'd be taking Dr. Jave home, too. Well, there you are, young lady. It's all over.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
For what?
Oh, for everything.
Me? I did nothing. I'm on holiday. Tomorrow, I'm taking my wife to the seaside. Yeah.
Are you serious? Tomorrow?
I promised my wife a proper vacation.
Oh, she's lucky, your wife.
Yes, well, she needs a holiday.
No, I didn't mean the holiday.
Monsieur Maigret, a card for you.
Post for you? How did they know we were here?
It's from Janvier.
Oh, what does he want now? Bothering you on holiday?
No. It just says, thanks, Chief.
Georges Simenon's Maigret's Little Joke was dramatised by Alison Joseph. Nicolas Leprevot was Chief Inspector Maigret, and Julian Barnes was Simenon. Madame Maigret was played by Julie Legrand, and Dr. Pardon by Philip Joseph. Martine Chapuis was played by Jamie Barbakoff, Lasagna by Harry Myers, the waiter at the cafe by Philip Fox, Victor by Ewan Meredith, the girl on the next table, Cherie Taylor-Baptiste, the boy on the next table, Chris Moran, Mademoiselle Jusserand, Rachel Atkins. The music was composed and directed by Lucinda Mason-Brown and performed by the Viper's Dream Quartet. The director was Ned Chaillet.
साहेबगंज